Welcome to HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
The Cavalcade of America. The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, tells how our nation has won leadership in many fields. Important among these is chemistry. Chemical research, by developing new uses for the raw materials from American farms and mines and forests, has created a great variety of products that contribute daily to your comfort and convenience. If you're interested in chemistry, you'll find something of value in a booklet we have just prepared called The Kinship of DuPont Products. With this booklet is included a 13-color chemical chart which illustrates the interesting interrelationship of DuPont products. A copy may be obtained free of charge by writing DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. We shall have more to tell you about this booklet and chart at the close of the program. The name Mark Twain is used on this program by special permission of the trustees of the Samuel L. Clemens Estate, the Mark Twain Company, and Harper Brothers Publishers, extended through Charles T. Lark, attorney for the estate. Our DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra sets our scene with two movements from Ferdy Groffe's Mississippi Suite, Father of Waters and Huckleberry Finn. Literature is an important index of a country's progress. Whether the work of its authors be critical or inspirational, their writings must furnish the guide to each succeeding generation on the customs, traditions, and ambitions of the race. It is 1845, near the small, sleepy village of Hannibal, Missouri. In that typical American village lives Sam Clemens, later to be called Mark Twain. As a small boy, he had his best times swimming in the Mississippi. Now, leaving his playmates behind, he swims far out toward the middle of the great river.
Good old Mississippi. Hey, Johnny! Johnny, swim out here!
Sam! You come on back closer to shore! Suppose you got a cramp!
I'm all right. Looky at those lumber barges coming. Then I can swim right up to one.
You be careful, Sam Clemens!
Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy there!
Who's that ship ahoying me?
Hey, Mr. Lumberman! I'm getting tired.
Grab a hold of the barge as I come by. That's right. Say, you're a scrap to be swimming out in the middle of the Mississippi.
I'm not so little.
Here, grab my hand and I'll hoist you aboard.
I got it.
Up the daisy. There you are. Well, there ain't enough of you to make a tadpole.
Oh, there is, too. I'm growing on 10. Say, it feels fine to be up on this barge. Look at how we sweep along the water.
Ain't you never been in a boat before, son?
Not on a big one that could sweep along with the current like this. Gee whiz. Johnny's way back there.
You see that point of land ahead? We're sweeping in close to it, and you jump off there and swim. And only carry you clear to Nolans.
Hey, can't I stay on your barge a little longer, mister?
Don't figure it better, son. Sure got spunk, though. Why don't you get a barge of your own?
Who, me?
You're going to grow up someday, aren't you?
Yeah, I reckon I am. But I always thought I'd like to be a pirate.
Pirates is getting scarcer than hen's teeth, son. You better be a riverman.
Yeah. Guess maybe I will, mister. Sure like this old Mississippi.
Well, now, let's see you swim to that point. Bet you can't make it before I'm up even that cliff ahead.
Oh, that's easy. Thanks for the ride, mister. So long.
So long. Mighty spunky kid.
Small Sam Clemens lived a typical American boy's life in a typical American small town. He wrote Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, which came to represent for millions of his countrymen their own memories of youth. He was in his middle 20s when he began fulfilling childhood ambitions. In 1856, in the pilot house of a Mississippi River steamboat.
Sam, you've been a good apprentice pilot now for 2 years. Are you certain you know this part of the river?
Captain Bixby, I know it like the back of my hand.
Oh, and then I'm going to let you take the ship across alone from this shore to the other one.
Will you recommend me for my pilot's license afterwards?
Well, we'll see. Aces,
Yes, sir, Captain. Yes, sir, Captain.
you stay here in the pilot house with Mr. Clemens in case he wants to send me any messages on the trip.
Yes, sir, Captain. Afraid you don't trust me, Captain.
We'll see. I'll be on the lower deck aft with the...
Aces, do you think I'll look fine in the pilot's cap?
You gonna be a real for sure pilot, Mr. Clemens?
Just as soon as it takes me to get from here to that other bank. And now stand back, Aces.
Yes.
I got to give the sailing signal.
We getting off smooth. Sure wish I was going to be a river captain.
Oh, watch how I steer, and that'll be lesson 1 for you, Aces. Say, why doesn't that leadsman up in front take a sounding?
Well, I thought you knowed all the depths in this river, Mr. Clemens.
Sure, I know the depths myself, but I just like to hear him call them. Give me the sounding.
Mark Twain.
Mark Twain. Let's see, that means 2 fathoms, 12 feet. What? Why, it ought to be 40 feet right here.
Don't get excited, Mr. Clemens.
Yes, but what's the matter? Has the bottom shifted? It couldn't have since I was over it last.
Your leadsman on the port side now going to give a sound, and maybe that'll be better.
4 feet? Oh, my heavens, we'll be aground.
Back the ship.
Oh, it's too late. Run for Captain Bixby.
What's the matter, Sam? Little trouble here?
Oh, we were heading for a bank, Captain, but now we're sailing right on.
Well, how deep ought it to be right here?
80 feet. But the leadman said 4 feet.
Well, I told the leadman to call the wrong depth. You see, Sam, you lose your head. Till you learn how to keep it, you can't be a river pilot.
Oh, I feel mighty silly.
You ought to.
Well, anyway, I'm not discouraged, Captain. I know every inch of this river. All I got to do now is know my own mind.
Sam Clemens won his license and became a skillful river pilot, but he was forced to leave the Mississippi when the Civil War ended its steamer traffic. In 1861, in Virginia City, Nevada, Sam Clemens stands politely at the door of Mr. Goodman, editor of Virginia City's newspaper.
Mr. Goodman,
Oh, hello there, stranger. What do you want?
I've been walking about 60 miles to get here, covered with dust. Reckon the first thing I want's a brush.
Brush, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can use ours. Hanging right beside you on the wall.
Oh, thanks a lot. There's enough dirt on me to choke a horse. Look at it, would you?
Anything else we can supply you with?
Well, I'm trying to think. Maybe about 2-pound sirloin steaks, some mashed potatoes, and about half an apple pie.
Say, you got enough brass to go far in the world, stranger. Afraid we can't go on acting like a hotel. Just a newspaper.
Sure, I know it. I'm sure I'm going to like working for it.
Working for it? What makes you think you're going to work here?
Why, you want a columnist, don't you? And a good reporter. I especially want to write stuff that can give people a good laugh. Most of them need one.
You don't say.
I've even picked out my name. Mark Twain. That's river language. It's what the leadsman calls out for a 2-fathom sounding. I had an experience as a river pilot once that certainly impressed the term Mark Twain on my memory.
But I'd like to hear more about your career, Mr. Twain. But the truth is, I've got a newspaper to put out. And a lily-livered coyote who was supposed to show up here hasn't come.
Well, aren't you going to hire me?
Why in the name of Pete should I?
But you wrote me a letter asking me to come here. I had to walk all the way. I'm done in.
You wrote me... Say, what's your real name?
Sam Clemens.
Well, that's different, Mr. Clemens. Shake hands.
Oh, say, you gave me a scare. I reckon I forgot to tell you my real name when I came in. I'm sort of absent-minded.
Why, everybody in Virginia City is splitting their sides laughing over the stories you sent in. Wait till I get some sharp pencils for you. Now, what do you like to write on best?
A sirloin steak.
That copy boy! Go over to the 2-star hash house, get a steak the size of a steer.
Thus, young Sam Clemens became Mark Twain writer. Americans were to appreciate the privilege of seeing their booming West through such a book as Roughing It. They heaped their ready praise on this new and original writer. But young Mark Twain was to face a more critical and alien audience. In 1873, backstage in a London lecture hall...
Mr. Dolby, you're a good manager. We have a big audience, but I can't talk tonight.
But what are you afraid of, Mr. Twain? You've given hundreds of talks in the United States. I've seen your press notices.
Well, I was talking to a lot of roughnecks like myself who knew my language. But picture the impudence of trying to make an English audience understand an American joke.
Mr. Twain, you can't disappoint this audience. They've all come to hear more jokes, like the one about the cotton umbrella.
The what?
Well, don't you remember what you said a fortnight ago to an Englishman who laughed at your American habit of carrying a cotton umbrella?
What'd I say?
Well, you said Americans carried cotton umbrellas because they were the only kind an Englishman wouldn't steal.
Good heavens. Well, then I've insulted people.
Oh, no, Mr. Twain. London loves that story.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Delby, sir, but ain't it time to turn up the lights? The audience is restless.
Tompkins, for the love of heaven, tell Mr. Twain that people read his books in England.
Why, Mr. Twain, the Olympus Cycle and Reading Club, what I belong to, is taking up your work special.
Do you read them?
Why, I'm in the middle of Innocents Abroad. So many of those things you sign, I often thought myself. Makes me laugh.
You see, Mr. Twain, you're universal. And you ought to go on stage for the sake of your country, if nothing else.
My country? Well, what's my country got to do with this?
Because here in England, we can match your polite intellectual artist in every way. But there are 3 personalities that Englishmen today can't hear enough about. Abraham Lincoln, Artemus Ward, and yourself. Let me go on and announce you.
No. I'll go on stage myself right now, while I'm able.
Good heavens, Mr. Delby, he's walking right out without no introduction. Let me get to them lights.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Twain had fully expected to be here this evening. And to tell the truth, he is here. And will now give his lecture entitled, Our Fellow Savages of the Sandwich Isles.
Mark Twain brought to Americans a better knowledge of their country. In England, in Europe, and even in the distant Orient, his books, or translations of them, brought a better understanding of American ways to her neighbors. Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. In 1842, in Concord, Massachusetts, young Louisa May Alcott plays with the village children in Ralph Waldo Emerson's barn.
Thus, Roderick, are you punished for your terrible wickedness?
Harry, lie still. I just ran you through with my sword.
I know, Louisa May, but I got the giggles.
Oh, Ellery, keep still so Louisa can finish her scene. It's marvelous. Go on, Louisa.
But what awful fate has made me slay my own brother? Better if we had both fallen off this cliff and into the sea below it.
Don't pace up and down so close to the edge of the hayloft, Louisa.
Yes. Oh, dark and roaring waves. Perhaps I should leap from this cliff.
Don't jump that high, Louisa.
Oh, Louisa! Right on her head.
Oh, Louisa.
What did you yell for? I'm all right.
Aren't you hurt a bit?
Well, a little. That was an awfully high cliff.
Children, did I hear a scream out here?
Well, Mr. Emerson, Louisa was acting one of her plays and she fell on her head.
Oh, Ellery, you and Margaret should be running home. I heard your mother calling you for supper. I'll take care of Louisa.
Thanks, Uncle Ralph. Bye, Louisa. Hope you feel better.
Poor child. How does it feel now?
Better? Could I use one of your handkerchiefs, please?
There you are. Come on out here, where we can sit down under the apple tree. I came out specially to ask about your mother.
Oh, she's all right. She's lonesome sometimes because she misses Papa. All of us do. Will he come back from London soon, do you think, Mr. Emerson?
Well, either he'll come back or else he'll found his new school successfully over there and will send for you to come to London. Would you like that?
Oh, I'd love to see other countries. But I don't think I ever will. We're too poor.
Oh, don't feel that, child.
Yes, but we are, though. I heard two ladies talking after church one day. And one said, Bronson Alcott's just a dreamer. He can't even take care of his wife and those 4 little girls.
Concord is a very gossipy town, Louisa. Most towns are.
But it might be true. Maybe that's why Mommy works so terribly hard and still. Sometimes we don't have enough to eat.
That's what I wanted to know. Let me know when that happens, will you, Louisa? Will you promise?
Yes, sir. I worry about my Mommy. I know she works till it isn't good for her.
Help her all you can, Louisa.
I mean to.
Now, how is your bump, child?
Why, it's all gone. At least I've forgotten it.
You're learning to be brave, Louisa. Always forget your own hurts in the ills of others. Well, I must go in, child, because Mrs. Emerson has supper ready. But please take your mother this book to read.
Oh, thank you, sir. Has it pictures?
I think so. Good night, Louisa. And don't forget to run home before dark.
I won't.
Louisa!
There's your sister Anna calling. Good night, Louisa.
Louisa!
Good night.
Louisa!
Oh, here you are. Mommy, it's supper time. What are you staring at? Mr. Emerson put a $10 note for us in this book. Oh, Anna, isn't he a good man?
As young Louisa May grew up, she found inspiration in such neighbors as the Emersons and the Hawthornes. At 19, she sold her first story for $5. But her writing had to be interspersed with other work, as a paid companion, as a governess, and as a seamstress. One particularly hard winter, when Mrs. Alcott, Louisa May, and her younger sister Betty had gone to live in Boston, in the front room of their small flat, Louisa finishes a fitting for one of her dressmaking customers.
I hope you surely have my dress finished by Thursday, Miss Hawkins. Sometimes you're slow.
I know, Mrs. Sanford. Mother's faster. I'll ask her to help me with it.
Well, just so it's in some shape to wear. Where did I put that magazine I was carrying?
Why, here it is, under your veil.
Oh, what's the matter? You jumped like it fits you.
Oh, well, nothing, but... Well, I have a story in this magazine.
A story? You?
Yes, I sometimes write silly little things. But this is a continued story. See? Here it is.
What? Why, I don't believe it.
Well, I didn't mean to talk about it. I'm not proud of it, goodness knows. But here's the next chapter I'm just writing.
Let me see. Why, Miss Orchid, I never dreamed. Oh, I adore this story. If this is really the next chapter, could I take it home?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Mrs. Sanford. I have to send it in tomorrow.
Why, too amazing. My own dressmaker. Well, I don't see how you get time to it.
Well, I think up the plots while I'm sewing, and then I write on Saturdays and Sundays.
You want to give all your time to writing.
Sometime when I have money enough, I will. Oh, you want the dress by Thursday. I remember.
Oh, not if it puts you out too much. I mean, I am more anxious to find out what happens to your splendid hero. He's too divine. Good day, Miss Orchid. Don't work too hard.
Good day, Mrs. Sanford.
Louisa. Louisa.
Wait a minute, Betty. I'll be right in, dear. And Betty, what do you think? I've met my public at last. It's that big fat Mrs. Sanford. Oh, she thinks my trash is too divine. Betty, what's the matter?
Oh, I got into bed because I felt weak again.
Oh,
Don't look so scared, dearest.
but you've been crying. Why, Betty?
Because I couldn't fix supper for you and Mommy.
Oh, Betty, why, Mother and I are both as strong as horses. We can fix our own meals. It's wicked for you to cry about such nonsense.
It's only lately I've grieved that I couldn't have done more to help. When I'm gone...
Gone?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. But you know how you were always lining us up and making us promise to look after Mommy. Louisa, I'm passing my share of that promise back to you.
I'll keep it, dear. Whatever happens, you're not to worry.
Betty Alcott died, and Louisa grieved deeply. But personal sorrow, poverty, and unceasing hard work never dimmed for Louisa Alcott the goal she had set herself to attain. In 1868, in the Alcott's living room at Concord, young Julian Hawthorne, son of the famous novelist, May Alcott, and her older sister Louisa talked together. May is speaking.
Oh, Louisa's turned intellectual. All she does is scribble, scribble, scribble.
Is this the manuscript? Let me see it.
Oh, now put that down, Julian.
let me
Hawthorne.
look at
Now,
it.
Do you nose around your father's manuscripts and read what he's written?
Say, you're developing a temper.
Oh.
Isn't she pretty when she blushes?
Please, Julian. If you'll put that manuscript down, I'll tell you why I'm so concerned about it. I'm waiting for a letter from the publisher I've sent it to.
You've sent it already? And you never told us. Oh, Mommy.
Oh, Mommy knows it. She's the only one I have told.
Oh, Louisa, you'll be famous someday, I'm sure.
Look here, here's a good scene about a picnic. It sounds just like the picnics we've had in Concord. What are you going to call it, Louisa?
Little Women.
Little Women.
Louisa? Louisa.
Yes, Mother?
A letter for you from Boston, dear.
Is it the letter?
Perhaps your desk opens upstairs, Charles.
Oh, I've told May and Julian about it, Mommy. I may as well open it here.
Louisa, don't be too disappointed if...
Read it, Louisa.
What did he say?
Wait a minute. He thinks the opening chapters are dull. Well, so do I. But he thinks it seems wholesome. A good girl's book. He's taken it. He'll publish it.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Congratulations, author.
My dear, you don't need to be told how glad your mother is. And the best part of it's knowing you've done it all yourself.
Oh, no, Mommy. You've helped. And May. And Betty. And everyone. Because all of us have lived this book. If it succeeds, that will be the reason why.
Louisa Alcott was a valiant spirit who endured until she had won her goal. The success of Little Women gave to her family the comforts she had long desired for them. But to other Americans, it gave much more. The same sense of remembered experience they had found in Mark Twain. The lasting fame of our popular authors testifies to the honored place of literature in the cavalcade of America. has often been called an age of chemistry. Man is no longer satisfied with things as they are found in nature. So chemists take nature's raw materials and change them into forms better suited to human needs. In exploring nature's secrets, chemists have discovered certain raw materials that rival Aladdin's lamp in the wonders they contain. Would you ever suspect that my lady's lovely evening gown might be first cousin to the safety glass in your car? Or that the colorful lacquer you used on that old chair has anything in common with the photographic film which brings to the screen your favorite movie star? Although they seem unrelated, the products just mentioned are really sisters under the skin. How these and other chemical products are related to each other is told in a booklet we have just printed. It is called The Kinship of DuPont Products and includes a chemical chart in 13 colors. We shall be glad to send a free copy to those of our listeners who believe it will be of value in their work or studies. This booklet and chart illustrate in a striking way the meaning of the phrase which guides DuPont chemists: better things for better living through chemistry. To avoid disappointing anyone, we wish to make clear that the booklet and chart entitled The Kinship of DuPont Products are not popular treatises on the romance of chemistry. They contain more or less technical information which will be of interest primarily to those who have studied chemistry or who use chemicals in their business. If you believe this booklet and chart will prove of interest to you, just write to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. A copy will be sent you absolutely free of charge. Simply address DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware. Opportunity, a subject which includes some interesting stories of Benjamin Franklin, will be the title of the broadcast next week at this same time, when DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Showroom across America. More and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection. The greatest engine advance.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the true and tender story of a girl and a boy and a golden shamrock, starring Miss Dorothy McGuire. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look in the back of the cards you choose for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Calmer. Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards felt there was no nicer present they can give you for St. Patrick's Day than to invite Dorothy McGuire to play our little Irish girl tonight. So here she is. Welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you, Dick. I hope it won't distress you to learn that my forebears lived nearer the River Dundee than the River Shannon. But I don't have to be Irish to send you a Hallmark card on St. Patrick's Day, do I, Dick?
You certainly do, Dorothy. Tonight, you're Colleen by proxy and the darling of our hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen Dorothy McGuire and Claudia, The Spiral Staircase, The Enchanted Cottage, great roles that have taken her right to the top. Tonight, she plays a little Irish girl, luckily or perhaps unluckily in love. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards present on the Reader's Digest radio edition, Sweet Rosie O'Brady, starring Dorothy McGuire.
We were sitting at a table in a nightclub. Dan, his mother, and the old gentleman I used to work for until Dan came along and gave me a new ambition in life. We were to be married sometime in June. And like all the other fashionable brides-to-be, I was in New York picking out my trousseau. Slowly, carefully, expensively. Oh, yes. The wife of Dan Finn has had to be dressed expensively, with almost a completely new wardrobe for every hour of the day. Imagine little me in $60 hats and nightgowns that cost more than the winter coat I'd been wearing for the past 5 years. I should have been the happiest girl in the world. Perhaps I would have been if we'd gone some other place for dinner. Any place but here.
Well, hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Dan.
Got an extra hand I can hold under the table? Or are you too busy eating?
Oh, I'm never too busy to hold hands.
Hey, they're cold.
Well, that's why I'm marrying you, dear. You can give up squash and devote your mornings to warming my hands.
How about your feet?
Oh, they're like ice.
Want them defrosted?
Oh, Dan, please. Your mother and Mr. Grant, everybody can see what you're doing. Drop something, Dan?
No, Mother.
Oh, Dan.
I can't stop him, Mrs. Furnace.
Well, I refuse to be a witness to this exhibition. Charles, let's start.
Yes, certainly. Would you excuse us? Indefinitely, Mr. Grant. Yes, I thought so.
Dan, you mustn't say things like that.
Oh, Mr. Grant knows I'm only kidding. Besides, I want to be alone with you.
Alone with all these people around?
I don't even know they're here. All I can see is two big blue eyes, little button at the nose, and a mouth that was custom built to my specifications.
Oh, darling, you're such a fool.
Good fool.
Wonderful, wonderful fool. That's why I'm so terrified of losing you.
How can you do that? I'm right in the palm of your hand.
Oh, Dan, you do love me, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
More than...
What?
Nothing.
Say, what's the matter, darling? What's bothering you?
I don't know. I'm just funny tonight.
What? Come on, tell me. You act as if you were worried about something.
No, I'm all right, dear.
Margaret, now what's wrong? You keep looking at me as if I were 1,000 miles away. Look, I want to help you, darling.
Oh, I know, Dan.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, stop playing with that pin and tell me what the matter is.
Well, maybe it's the pin that's causing the trouble.
What?
I'm afraid you'll have to make it a foursome again, Dan. We're back.
Oh, good heavens, Margaret, why such a long face? You and Dad look as if you'd already been married.
Oh, we're just practicing, Mother.
Well, I'd hardly say that Margaret was. She's somewhere off in the clouds.
Oh.
Penny for your thoughts, young lady.
A penny? Why, you're a biker, Mr. Grant. I'd give her $1,000.
I suppose Dan would have given $1,000 to know what I was thinking. And yet, if I'd told him, he'd have been terribly disappointed. I was thinking about that pin, the one I'd been fingering unconsciously all the while he was asking me what was wrong. It was just an ordinary gold pin in the shape of a shamrock, and underneath the top leaf were 3 engraved words, Sweet Rosie O'Brady. Those words didn't mean very much now to anyone else but me. But some 40 years ago, when this pin was made, they meant a great deal to the young jeweler who made it. Some 40 years ago.
You're going to go blind working on that pin, Charlie.
Well, if I do, it'll be worth it.
She that pretty?
She is from the first row on the aisle, and they won't sell me a seat any closer.
Oh, showgirl, huh?
Showgirl? She's the whole show. Haven't you ever heard of Rosalie O'Brady?
No, not in Brooklyn.
Well, she doesn't come from Brooklyn. She comes from Dublin. Dublin, Ireland. And she's a star.
Oh.
You want to see her picture?
Don't tell me she gave you one.
No. I took it out of the frame in the lobby of the theater.
Say, she's real pretty.
You ought to see her on the stage. She's got a voice like Jenny Lind.
And a figure like Lillian Russell.
Stop looking at her figure.
You wanted me to see her picture, didn't you?
Well, I didn't want you to look at her like that.
You're going to get into trouble, Charlie. Making pins for a woman like this is an expensive proposition. She probably eats at the Astor.
I don't care where she eats, as long as I can be with her. Phil, don't you understand? I'm head over heels in love with her. We're going to be married.
Married? When?
Well, I don't know the exact date. I haven't been introduced to her yet.
Sweet Rosie O'Brady. It's adorable, Charles. Adorable. But you really shouldn't have made it for me.
Why not? It couldn't have been made for anyone else.
Oh, I don't think you'll understand. Only two kinds of men give me gifts, and you're not like either kind.
Well, perhaps I'm in a class by myself.
That's just it. You are. You're not the stage door Johnny type, and the other type is always over 50, very rich, and bored with being married.
Oh. What does that make me?
A very sweet boy who's fallen in love with love. You'll get over it, Charles.
Why should I? I like being in love with you.
But you're not in love with me. You're in love with a girl who sings and dances and makes witty remarks for 2 hours on the stage until the curtain comes down. She's very pretty, easy to get along with, and she looks like an ideal mother for all your unborn children. The only trouble is she doesn't exist.
She does for me, and I'm not a boy, Miss O'Brady. I'm very much in love with you.
Oh, don't say that. I shall never know what to do with you now.
Well, that's simple. Marry me.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't, Charles. I'm married already.
Married?
Yes, happily married. My husband's waiting for me in the next room.
You have a...
Terribly sorry, Charles. He's in there having dinner with our 3-year-old daughter.
That 3-year-old daughter grew up to be my mother. Yes. Sweet Rosie O'Brady was my grandmother, and a nicer, kinder, more thoughtful granny nobody ever had. Like so many musical comedy stars in the Broadway galaxy, she was a big name in her day, and a forgotten one when that day was over. The money she'd saved after a lifetime in the theater was pitifully little, and she stretched it thin, helping others, helping me. My folks were never very well off. And I remember when I was graduated from high school, the only present I got was a shamrock pin from my grandmother.
Go ahead, Margaret. Sure, and take it. I only wish I could give you something better.
Oh, but it's yours. I mean, it's so personal.
Oh, nonsense. I haven't looked at this pin in 20 years.
You're just saying that. I know how much it means to you. You've told me about it dozens of times.
Sure, and I've told you about my career a dozen more. I don't need this pin to remember, girl. I've got it all right here in my heart.
But sometimes
you like to give away something that's dear to you. Didn't they ever teach you it was more blessed to give than to receive?
Sure, is that why you're so blessed, Granny?
Go along with you, girl. These pins and programs and newspaper clippings are all part of a scrapbook that's closed many years ago. When I die, they'll just dump it into the ash can.
Don't talk about dying, Granny.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop being so sentimental. You'll have blubbering in a minute. Just take the pin and wear it in good health, dear. I want you to have it.
Well, with that inscription on it, my name isn't O'Brady.
I don't care what your name is. You're the spitting Irish image of me, and you know it.
Oh, is that why you want me to have the pin?
Of course it is. What difference does it make what your real name is? As far as I'm concerned, you're Rosie O'Brady.
Sure, and a proud Rosie O'Brady I am. A moment ago, Mr. Grant offered me a penny for my thoughts. Yet he of all people might have known what I was thinking. He of all people might have known why my hands were so cold, why I couldn't eat any dinner. Did he know? Why was he looking at me so thoughtfully? Perhaps he, too, was thinking back to that first day I'd met him, the day I was sent to see him about a job.
Yes, it's a secretarial job, Miss Hanson. Being a writer, I need a sort of combination sounding board, typist, critic, and amateur psychiatrist.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you think that you could be all those things for $35 a week?
Well, it doesn't really matter what I think, does it?
No, I suppose not. Still, it's helpful for a writer to be surrounded by reassuring people. Yes, very often I... What did you say your name was?
Miss Hanson.
No.
Margaret Hanson.
No. It's funny, I could swear that I have seen you somewhere before, and yet I... Have you ever been to the University of Michigan?
No, sir, I've never been to any university.
Oh, well, doesn't really matter. I just thought that you... Confound it! I keep thinking that you're an actress, or a murderess, or somebody that's been in the papers a great deal. Have you ever...
No, I've never done a thing.
Good Lord. I know. The pin. Where did you get that pin?
Why, my grandmother gave it to me.
Your grandmother?
Yes.
Where'd she get it?
Well, really, Mr. Grant...
Oh, come, young lady. Very important. I see that pin.
Well, all right.
Yes, thought so. Sweet Rosie O'Brady. She gave it to your grandmother.
No, sir. Rosie O'Brady is my grandmother.
Of course. I should have recognized you the minute I saw you.
Why? Who are you, Mr. Grant? I mean...
Yes. Of course you wouldn't understand, Miss Hanson. Well, now, you see, I am the man who made this pin.
Oh.
See, I was a jeweler at that time, and I'm very much in love with, Well, that is, your grandmother was a very beautiful woman. Mm-hmm. In fact, you're just like her.
I think I'd better be going, Mr. Grant.
Going? Good heavens, I wouldn't consider letting you go. Sit right down here, Miss Hanson. You got the job.
Dorothy McGuire will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Calmer.
One day, the famed sculptor Michelangelo was working on a statue in his studio when a visitor came in. The visitor expressed surprise. He thought the statue appeared to be finished. "Oh, no," the sculptor replied. "Not finished until I give more expression to the eyes." "But that's just a little thing," said the visitor. The great Michelangelo smiled. "Little thing? But, my friend, perfection is nothing more than careful attention to little things." Yes, little things can make a big difference in works of art and in greeting cards, too. We think that difference shows in Hallmark cards. You see, the folks who make Hallmark cards aren't making just cards. They're making Hallmark cards to express cheer and happiness as thoughtfully and sincerely as you would greet a friend yourself. That's why Hallmark cards say what you want to say the way you want to say it. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why discriminating folks look on the back of the cards they send and receive for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. And now, back to Dorothy McGuire and Sweet Rosie O'Brady.
wasn't so long ago that I met Dan. Mr. Grant introduced us. Purposely, I thought. Somehow, that tin I wore and the memories he had of sweet Rosie O'Grady made him take a fatherly interest in me. And I couldn't help but notice that he went out of his way to play the part of Cupid. He kept me working late one night, the same night he invited Dan Furness for dinner. So it was only natural for me to stay on and join them. But Mr. Grant didn't have to play Cupid very long. And that night, when Dan took me home, we stood in the doorway and talked until the morning sun reminded us that it was dawn. Good heavens, Dan. It's morning.
Already?
Oh, it must be. Unless the sun is up awfully early today.
Well, for Pete's sake. I bet you're dead tired.
I've had a wonderful time.
Just standing here in the hallway?
I should have said goodnight to you hours ago.
Well, as I remember, you did, but I just didn't go home.
I don't think I let you. But, maybe I'd better now.
All right, Margaret. I'll go.
Oh, well, let's just have one more cigarette, and then I really do have to go in.
Say, I got a better idea. Let's make it a kiss instead of a cigarette. How about it? Will you kiss me goodnight?
Oh, well, it's morning, Dan.
All right, then. Kiss me good morning.
Then you'll never go home.
Oh, yes, I will.
Dan, what are you doing?
Kissing you.
You shouldn't have done that.
Why not? I'm one of the family.
Are you? I've only known you a few hours.
Well, I've known you much longer. 6 years, to be exact.
What do you mean?
Well, 6 years ago, I drew a mental picture of the girl I was going to fall in love with. I knew exactly what she'd be like. Her hair, her clothes, the way she talked, everything. And your head, to a T. From the tip of your nose to the smile of your Irish eyes.
Oh, those mighty kind words, stranger.
They're most true words, darling. I'm in love with you.
Dan.
And I'll tell you something else, too.
What?
I'm going to marry you.
Dan never cared how poor I was, and I was in love with him, not his money. But, inevitably, I had to meet his mother.
Sit down, Miss Hanson.
Thank you.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Mother, let's not make this a 21-gun salute. I brought Margaret here to meet you, not to exchange credentials.
Dan, if you're going to make fun of me.
Mother, I'm not making fun of you. I just know how Margaret feels. But the poor kid, she's scared to death of you.
Are you, dear? Am I that forbidding?
Well, it isn't you, Mrs. Furness. It's just that, well, the idea of meeting someone you're hoping to make a good impression on.
Well, then, I'm in the same boat, Margaret. After all, if my son wants to marry you...
Your son more than wants to, Mother. Your son is going to.
Oh, Dan. Dan, please.
Thank you, dear. Give us a chance to get acquainted, Dan. Now, you're from Boston, aren't you, Margaret?
Yes.
Did you go to school there?
Yes. High school. I've never been to college.
Oh.
Mother...
Dan, will you please be quiet for a moment? As soon as your engagement is announced, every society editor in New York is going to be after me for a story. I've got to know a little about Margaret's background.
I'm afraid there isn't much, Mrs. Furness. I'm just an ordinary girl who happens to be very much in love with your son.
I know, dear. But for your sake, as well as Dan's, it would be better if his friends thought of you as one of their crowd. Then you wouldn't have to bother explaining who you are or where you come from.
I'm not ashamed of who I am, Mrs. Furness.
But of course not, darling. I'm just trying to make it easier for you. After all, you want to be popular with Dan's friends, don't you?
I want to be popular with Dan.
Then take my word for it, Margaret. Just be vague about your background. I'll manufacture some harmless little story for the newspapers. And if anybody ever questions you, just laugh it off by saying your folks came over on the Mayflower.
In Dan's crowd, it always seemed to matter who you were as well as what you were. They were birds of a feather. And it was important for me to be one of them, for Dan's sake and mine as well. The only trouble was, I wasn't one of them. And it made me wonder if Dan and I would ever be happy together. It made me wonder. It made me cry.
Oh, darling. For Pete's sake, what are you doing?
I'm thinking about you.
Well, that's a fine thing. I thought I made you happy.
I am happy, dear.
Well, if you are, I'd hate to see you when you're sad. What's the matter, honey?
Everything.
Well, what do you mean? When did all this happen? What's going on here?
I don't know. I just feel sort of scared about our getting married.
Scared? Oh, what's wrong, darling?
Nothing, I suppose, but it always frightens me when I think about all your money and the elegant people we go around with.
Now, Margaret, I thought we weren't going to talk about that anymore.
Oh, but Dan, we've got to talk about it now, because it'll be too late after we're married.
Too late for what?
To find out if it'll hurt you if your friends don't accept me. After all, they don't love me the way you do, and I never want you to be embarrassed by me or my folks either.
Oh, good Lord, sweetheart.
My folks will want to see us, Dan. They'll want to come to the wedding.
Well, of course.
Don't you care? Won't it bother you to have them around? Think, darling. Think how you feel when you see me being as proud of them as you are of your folks.
Margaret, look. Now, let's settle this thing once and for all. I'm marrying you because I love you. Because I know you're the sweetest girl in all the world. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all that counts.
Are you sure, Dan? Are you sure it's not just your heart talking?
Oh, darling. You know I'm proud of you, don't you?
Yes, darling.
Well, then, how could I ever be ashamed of your family?
Did he mean that? Did he really mean what he said that day? It's so hard to know how anybody really feels deep down inside. It's so hard to know how you yourself feel. That's why I've been so nervous all through dinner. That's why I'm so terrified right now. I should have insisted on going someplace else as soon as I found out about her. I should insist on going someplace else now before the... Oh, it's too late now. I could have gone an hour ago, but I can't go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special show for you tonight. A show featuring all the biggest stars on Broadway. Yes, the biggest stars on Broadway 40 years ago. Tom Forte, even Willie Jones, the Sandler Brothers, and the sweetheart of them all. And here she is, Sweet Rosie O'Reilly.
The blue cool spotlight in the same sort of hourglass gown she'd worn in the days when men drank champagne out of her slipper.
Oh, thank you, my friend. It's so good of you to remember. In the shade of the old apple tree, where the love in your eyes I could see.
Her voice was gone, of course, and the wrinkles in her neck looked horrible under layers of grease paint. Her hair was thin and her hands were gaunt, and all that was left of her were her two lovely blue eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew she'd taken this engagement only because she needed the money.
Oh, she's awful, isn't she, darling?
Is she, Dan?
She's the image of our laundress, Dan. Remember Mrs. O'Leary?
That's right, Mother. She looks just like her. Only I think Mrs. O'Leary had a better voice.
Darling, please.
What's the matter?
Why, it's degrading. A woman that age making a spectacle of herself. How can she do it?
Oh, now, don't be unkind, Mater. She's probably somebody's grandmother.
That woman you're talking about. That woman who's making such a spectacle of herself is somebody's grandmother. She's my grandmother.
What?
She's a fine, noble woman, and I'm proud of her. All her life she's been good to the people around her, taken care of them, given them money. That's why she's here now, because she's too good to ask for anything in return.
Come on.
No, leave me alone. I'm going backstage to wait for her. To tell her how proud I am to be your grandmother, and none of you need bother coming with me. And I knew it was the end, but I didn't care. I turned my back on all of them and ran out into the street without even saying goodbye. And when I looked for the alley outside, I looked for it to go backstage to the dressing room. Oh, Dan,
It was all I could think of as I ran to the stage door and asked the doorman to show me to a room. When I got there, Dan was waiting.
Hello, sweetheart.
Dan, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. You didn't give me a chance to catch up with you, so I took a shortcut through the stage.
Oh, it's all right, Dan. You don't have to say goodbye to me. I understand how you feel.
Do you?
I think I do.
Oh, I love you, Margaret. I want to marry.
Oh, darling, don't say that.
I love you. Can't you hear me?
Oh, Dan. Put your arms around me.
Oh, sweet. Come on, honey. Knock on the door. I want to meet your grandmother. My grandmother. In-law.
Oh, darling.
Thank you, Dorothy McGuire, for a fine performance. Remember, when you want to greet a friend, send a Hallmark card. And sure, next Monday you'll be wanting to greet all your friends, for St. Patrick's Day it is. So get you down to your Hallmark dealers tomorrow and make your selection of Hallmark St. Patrick's Day cards for all your friends, whether Irish they be or not. You'll find Hallmark St. Patrick's Day cards with their shamrock, their special greeting, and just a bit of blarney. A perfect way to tell your friends you remembered them on St. Patrick's Day.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear a story by one of America's best-loved writers, O. Henry. Our star will be one of Hollywood's most glamorous leading ladies, Miss Jean Tierney.
Appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick, producer of the Technicolor picture Jewel in the Sun. Miss McGuire was supported by Chet Stratton in the role of Dan and Carl Swenson as Charles. Sweet Rosie O'Grady was dramatized by Robert Sloan from the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Loeb, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look in the back of your cards for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards in America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
This is the If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Madison High School has been going with Philip Boynton for quite some time now, 6 years to be exact. But only once or twice during that period did she have to worry about the eternal triangle.
And that's not unusual when your boyfriend is the eternal square. Still, I must admit, I did see green about 2 weeks ago when Mr. Boynton began dating a young society beauty named Lucy Fairchild. I got angry, we had an argument, and I finally asked Mr. Boynton to choose between us. Did he want a beautiful young society girl with $1 million, or a steadily employed English teacher with a guaranteed pension in 20 years? Oddly enough, he chose me. And to make my happiness complete, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, invited the two of us to spend this past weekend with him and Mrs. Conklin at their cabin on Crystal Lake. Friday morning, my landlady was in my room with me, helping me pack, when she suddenly began to get sentimental.
Connie, do you realize this is the first time we've been separated in almost a year? Oh, I am going to miss you, dear. Promise me you'll write every day.
But Mrs. Davis, I'm only going to be gone 2 days. Why, I'd be home before the first letter reached you.
Now, how nice. Then we could both sit down and read it together.
Better still, why don't I write the letter now and let you read it to me while I'm packing? I know just what I'd say in it. I tell you what a wonderful time I'm having with Mr. Boynton.
I hope it comes true, dear. It's just too bad Osgood will be around to pester you two.
You're not kidding. Ever since Mr. Conklin saved Mr. Stone by pulling him out of that open elevator shaft, he's been playing the hero role to the hilt. But to spend the weekend with Mr. Boynton, I can even bear Mr. Conklin.
Connie, I know it's a touchy subject, but, well, has Mr. Boynton really given up that society girl?
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Boynton is through with the Crepes Gazette crowd. I think he realizes now that we donut dunkers were made for each other.
Still, I wonder...
Wonder what, Mrs. Davis?
Well, it's probably just my imagination, but this whole thing reminds me of a book I read.
Oh?
You and Mr. Boynton going up to a lonely cabin in the woods. It's before the regular season opens, nobody around. He's torn between you and that society girl. He takes you out in a shaky rowboat. Connie, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy? Oh, Mrs. Davis, you certainly have an imagination. What an utterly fantastic thought.
Oh, of course it is, dear. Of course it is. It's an utterly fantastic idea.
Look, Mrs. Davis, for your information, Mr. Boynton has never even read an American tragedy. Now, let's just forget the whole thing. Oh, that's Walter to drive me to school. Come in, Walter. The door's open. Mrs. Davis, please, not a word to Walter about what we've been discussing, or I'll never hear the end of it.
Honey, I give you my word, my lips are sealed. And you know when I give anyone my word, I could be drowning and Oh, pardon me, dear.
Oh, good morning, Walter. And a good morning to the two fairest ladies of my acquaintance. Hey, it looks like you're practically all set for the big weekend, Miss Brooks. Yes, Walter. A mad, glorious weekend away from classrooms, books, and American-born students who refuse to learn the English language. Yeah, but you'll still have old Marblehead. You'll have Mr. Conklin with you. Harriet says that living with him these days is like living with a combination of John Wayne and Fearless Fosdick. You see the poem he wrote called Keep Your Head? It covers the entire school bulletin board. 32 stanzas. Did you read it, Miss Brooks? It's all about courage. I read it, Walter, and for the first time I was glad I was a coward. But Mr. Conklin or no, Mr. Conklin, I'm looking forward to a wonderful weekend. No, I don't blame you. You and Mr. Boynton away together in a lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody near, no society girl around. Just the two of you out in the lake alone in Mr. Conklin's shaky rowboat. Hey, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy. I wrote it. That's the most fantastic thing I ever heard of.
In the last 30 seconds. Actually, it's a perfectly ridiculous idea. Oh, I wasn't for a minute implying that such a thought would ever enter Mr. Boynton's head. Well, I'm glad of that. Now, just forget the whole thing. Why has he been reading that book for the past 3 weeks? He's been reading an American tragedy?
Oh, but Connie, what difference does it make? There's probably no connection between the two.
Oh, of course not. No connection between the two. None at all. None whatsoever. Absolutely no connection. Now, the whole thing is absurd, Walter. The whole idea of going up to the cabin was Mr. Conklin's, not Mr. Boynton's idea, and I don't expect to go out on the lake up there anyway. Sure, there's no comparison between the two situations. I'm sorry if I made you nervous, Miss Brooks. Nervous? Me nervous? Don't be silly, Walter.
Honey, I don't want to rush you, but don't you think you should be on your way to school?
Right, Mrs. Davis, I'm all ready. Come on, Walter. Let's get into your boat and row to school. Oh, good morning, Harriet. Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. Why so depressed this morning, dear? I just left Daddy's office. If you were just entering, you'd have an even better reason. Oh, honestly, since Daddy rescued Mr. Stone a few weeks ago, there's simply no living with him. Mother says she's heard so many stanzas of his poem, Keep Your Head, she's losing hers. up at Crystal Lake with Daddy over the weekend. Well, with Mr. Boynton along to keep me company, I'm certain I'll manage. Oh, of course, it should be great for the two of you. Away together in our lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody around for miles. That society girl forgotten. Just the two of you out on the lake alone in Daddy's wobbly rowboat. Harriet, I won't have you implying this is another American tragedy. But, Miss Brooks, I wasn't implying. You weren't? Of course not. There's certainly no reason to be suspicious of a man just because he suggested to Daddy that he open his cabin and invite you along. Mr. Boynton asked your father to open his cabin and invite me along? Is this Mr. Boynton's idea? Yes, but that's certainly nothing to be upset about. Upset? Who's upset? Why should I be upset? Besides, Mr. Boynton has never said anything about going out in any boat. He's never mentioned that. Never once. So why should I be upset?
Good morning, Miss Brooks. What did I do to deserve such a charming greeting? Now step into my office, please. I want to have a word with you.
Yes, sir. I'll see you later, Harry. Bye, Miss Brooks.
You needn't sit down since this won't take a minute, Miss Brooks. I presume you've seen my poem on the bulletin board. I posted it yesterday just before lunch. You couldn't miss it going to the cafeteria. Did you read it?
Yes, sir, and it saved me lunch money. I read it, sir.
The first two stanzas I consider the most important. Keep your head by our good conference. When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head and never lose cheer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. Ride the crest of the wave. Miss Brooks, tell me truthfully, have you ever heard anything so inspirational?
Not since Casey at the bat.
Now, on my desk this morning was this piece of paper, and on it is a dastardly satire some ignorant buffoon made of those precious verses. Go on and read it, Miss Brooks.
When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head like a good glass of beer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head, you'll have something to shave.
Who could have done this to me, Miss Brooks? Who could have played this ghastly trick on our good conference? Who? Miss Brooks, are you listening to me? Oh, did you hear what I said?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Johnson. I really don't know who could have written it. Will you excuse me now, sir? I'm not myself today. I feel a little nervous.
Oh, well, then this weekend with us up at the lake will do you good. You'll have plenty of opportunity to be alone with Mr. Boynton. You've always wanted that, haven't you?
Yes, but not quite this way. That is, it should be nice, sir.
It certainly should be for both of you. But something he asked me yesterday has me a little puzzled.
Something he asked you?
Yes. He asked me, did I have a good, strong rowboat?
Good, strong rowboat. He asked you that? When did he ask you that?
Right after he asked me how deep the middle of the lake was.
How deep the middle of the lake was?
Well, yes. Looks like Mr. Boynton plans to drown you. What's the matter, Miss Brooks? There's your sense of humor. I was only joking. I'm certain such a delightful, hideous thought never entered Boynton's head.
Oh, no, I'm certain it didn't, sir. Absolutely certain. Now, if you'll please excuse me.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Down to the pool to learn to swim. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, Mr. Boynton. Well, nice bumping into you. On dry land, that is. See you next week sometime. Bye.
Next week? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about? You haven't forgotten our trip this weekend, have you?
Oh, no. I remember the weekend under Crystal Lake. On Crystal Lake. But frankly, I've been thinking of
home this weekend.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised to go. I thought we'd patched up our little difference, and I really have been looking forward to it.
You really have been looking forward to it?
Yes, and I've made some plans. Little on the romantic side, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't matter. With me, both sides are romantic. Oh, gosh, how could I have been so silly? What are your plans, Mr. Boynton?
Well, tonight after dinner, just as the full moon comes out in a perfect blue sky, we'll go out in Mr. Conklin's rowboat. I'll need just one big, powerful oar. And I'll show you how to sit so you don't rock the boat. And even if you do fall into the lake, I can swim. Why are you looking at me that way? What is it? Oh, I think I know what's bothering you. You're mystified as to my actual reason for this trip. Oh, isn't that it?
No, I've read chapter 23.
My actual reason for going up to the lake is to gather first-hand information on the nocturnal habits of the... I'm doing some highly confidential research work for a biological paper I'm writing. I wasn't even going to tell you until we got up there.
And that's the only other reason you wanted to go out with me in a rowboat tonight?
What did you think I wanted to go out with you for? To repeat an American tragedy?
It was a perfectly crazy idea. How could a thought like that even enter my mind?
Of course. Well, I've got a class now, Miss Brooks. I'll pick you up at your house at 4 o'clock sharp. I'll just honk my horn and you come out.
I should be all packed by then, but if I'm not right out, tread water for, wait for a few minutes, will you? Osgood, ever since we arrived at the cabin 3 hours ago, you've been behaving ridiculously. Now come out of that rowboat this instant.
Quiet passion flower. Believe me, Boynton has gone completely berserk. Everything he's done so far clearly indicates he plans to marinate Miss Brooks tonight.
Osgood, please stop hiding under that tarpaulin. They're bound to see you sooner or later.
Believe me, Brooksy girl. Your Osgood knows what he's doing. I've collected facts from Walter Dent and Harriet and Miss Brooks herself, and there's no question about it. Boynton plans to end his romantic obligations to Miss Brooks by bashing her over the skull and using her as bass bait. But I am going to save her.
Save. Osgood, since you pulled Mr. Stone out of that elevator shaft and became a hero, you've been simply impossible. Now, please get out of that boat before they come down here.
Worry not for your Osgood's safety, my pet. He knows how heroes are expected to act in emergencies, and he shall not be found wanting. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head.
And you have something to shave.
When it was you wrote that satire. For 20 years, I've flashed a Delilah to my bosom.
Honey, now, please get out of that boat. Oh, very well, be a hero. And when Mr. Boynton finds you hiding under that tarpaulin, I hope he hangs something besides a medal under your eye.
There was no doubt in Mr. Conklin's mind that Mr. Boynton was going to end his romantic idyll with Miss Brooks by using her to fatten up the fishes. So, to present another American tragedy, when the two took his rowboat out on Crystal Lake, he hid himself under the top.
Oh, gosh, isn't it nice and peaceful out here on the lake, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it sure is, Miss Brooks. I wonder if you'd mind. That is, well, can I hold your hand?
I doubt it. We're about 8 feet apart.
You could sit closer. Why don't you sit on that tarpaulin?
No, thanks. I tried it before, and I felt like I was sitting on a mass of whale blubber.
What was that?
Oh, probably the mating call of the speckled-throated bullfrog. Would you like me to tell you about the love life of the frog, Miss Brooks?
Right now, I'm trying to develop one of my own. I mean, some other time, Mr. Boynton.
Well, maybe I could move a little closer to you.
No, stay where you are. I'll come to you.
Very well. Only be careful. This boat's awfully shaky. Now, here, I'll hold the oar up high and give you... Oh, Miss Boynton! There'll be no American tragedy in this boat. Mr. Conklin, then it was you under the tarpaulin.
See? I told you it felt like a mass of whale blubber. Mr. Conklin, what are you doing in this boat?
What am I doing? Miss Brooks, wherever a human life is in peril, there you will find Osgood Conklin. And Beth Boynton, what are you doing out here on the lake with Miss Brooks and that oar? We're rowing around studying the nocturnal habits of the speckled bullfrog. Good boy, I knew if I put it to you that way you'd confess. You were going to bash her head in, drown her, then swim to shore and plead that you're rowing around studying the habits of the speckled bullfrog!
Back under the tarpaulin again? Mr. Conklin, I know it's bad news for you, but let's face it, Mr. Boynton was not trying to drown me.
Not trying to drown you? But he can't do this to me. I mean, I worked so hard to be well, just to play it safe, Boynton, I'll take that oar. But, sir, this is preposterous. Nothing will happen in this boat as long as Osgood Conklin is here.
That's just the trouble.
But, sir, very well, if you won't give it to me, I'll have to wrest it from you. Release that oar, Boynton! Oh, good gosh, there goes our only oar. Oh, we'll never find it in the dark. Our only oar?
Yes, and heaven knows where we are on this lake. We've been drifting for an hour. We're probably miles from land by now. How are we going to get back without an oar?
Sir, frankly, I'm worried, too. There's no one else on this lake. Who knows how long we'll be out here? And why are we all so nervous? True, this is a period of crisis, but luckily you have Osgood Conklin aboard. I shall be your captain.
We're dead. What Mr. Boynton said is right, sir. It might be days before we're rescued.
There's nothing to eat in the boat. With a little ingenuity, Boynton, we'll find something to eat.
Don't look at me, sir. I'm indigestible.
But first, I'll run this ship the way it should be run. Mr. Boynton, you will sit fore and keep a sharp lookout for smoke on the horizon. Miss Brooks, you may sit aft and troll for small fish with a bobby pin tied on his shoelace. I go over here and steer the boat manually using that good old North Star as my guide.
But, sir, that's the moon you're pointing at.
And I thought it seemed a rather odd shape for a star. Let's try to get organized, shall we? Clear thinking is the ticket. Lacking an oar, we shall need to improvise a sail immediately. I'll need some large white garments. Miss Brooks?
You won't get a stitch from me.
Well, then, Boynton, I suggest we use your shirt as a sail.
Second the motion. And let's throw in his undershirt, too, sir. His shirt ought to do nicely.
Oh, sir, can't we wait until morning for all this? You obey orders, Boynton, while I am captain of this ship.
Hello, sir.
We can dispense with your levity, Miss Brooks. And now, before anything else, as a source of hope and inspiration, let us all bow our heads and prayerfully intone the first verse of my poem, Keep Your Head. By Osgood Conklin.
Why not let me try to swim to shore for help, sir?
But, Miss Brooks, you can't swim.
Well, there's no time like the present to learn. Say, am I imagining things, or is this boat sinking?
Sinking? Holy cow, you're right. There's a leak. A leak? Where? Good grief! Water's coming in. There is a leak. The boat's sinking. I can't swim. I don't think this boat can last 5 minutes the way the water's coming in. Maybe much. Well, keep your head, boys, and don't get panicky. Don't get panicky, boys. You'll need all your... every ounce of it. Just hold me ashore.
Oh, you ashore? What about me, sir?
not lose our heads.
Just think of your poem, sir. When others about you show panic and fear.
Oh, stop that idiotic balderdash! Help me, Boynton. I have a wife and family. Miss Brooks has no wife. Nothing. Mother! Good heavens, I see the mother of my child! The Lord must be flashing before my eyes!
Arthur, come on, what are you babbling about?
Mother, is that really you? How did you get out here? Are you treading water?
What for? The lake is only 3 feet deep here. Shouting, so I put on your hip boots and waded out.
Only 3 feet deep here?
Now will you let the women and children go first?
Mrs. Conklin, just where are we now?
Oh, the cabin is just around the bend, Mr. Boynton. Now, Osgood, will you kindly explain just why my big hero suddenly went to pieces?
Went to pieces? Why, Martha, what a fantastic idea. Oh, I will admit I was a little upset, but it was more for the safety of Mr. Boynton and Miss Brooks than myself. My first concern was for their safety. Isn't that so, Miss Brooks?
Well, what do you say, Miss Brooks? The next time you run Mr. Conklin's bath, be sure you throw in a life preserver.
When I was school,
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, presented by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with What This Country Needs Is More Love. April, the month of showers, will be here before you can say Jack Robinson. And because of the coming showers, I'd like to pass along to you a very important housekeeping hint that will save you work and worry. It's this. Protect your windowsills with genuine Johnson's Wax. Then you won't have to worry if the rain splashes into your open window at night or if a sudden shower comes up before you can get home. The tough film of Johnson's Wax guards the finish. The rain wipes off easily and does no harm. And, of course, the wax makes cleaning windowsills easier all year long, besides turning a dirt spot into a beauty spot. Waxing windowsills is just one of the 100 extra labor-saving uses for Johnson's Wax that you will find listed right on the package. These are all in addition to the use of this famous wax polish for your floors, furniture, and woodwork. By all means, Johnson Wax your floors regularly for beauty, for economy, and for saving work. Nothing adds greater beauty to your entire home than floors that gleam under a rich, mellow Johnson Wax polish. Buy some tomorrow. Last week, the master of 79 Wistful Vista offered his services to the nation with no takers. And he is still mortified and chagrined at the humiliation. And here in the living room, one burning and one applying the old salve, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
For goodness sakes, don't take it so to heart, dearie.
Oh, it wasn't the Army turning me down so much, Molly. It was everybody scoffing at me. Nobody even believed my intentions was sincerely.
Well, You've got such a reputation for embroidering the truth that whenever you start talking, they give you the needles.
Well, I like that. There ain't a more honest, upright, straightforward, down-at-the-mouth guy in the world than me. You know that.
Yes, I know it, but I seem to be unique.
But why? Why? What did I ever do to make people doubt me?
Well, you're always so imaginative, dearie. Your memory is too good. You remember things that never happened.
Why, Molly, I resent that. Just because I skid around a little and josh people, that don't mean that... I wonder if they'd believe me if I said come in.
Well, try it.
Come in. They did.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Where's your uniform?
Huh? What uniform?
Well, I thought you enlisted in the Army.
Oh, no, they says I was too important a guy to waste at this particular time, sis. They're saving me for a real emergency.
Oh, my.
So I guess I ain't got any beef coming.
Any what?
Beef.
I'm hungry.
That rat, sis, you're always hungry.
I know it.
Well, you've got to learn to control your appetite, sis. It gives you character. Do you realize that when I was a young man out west, I lived on roots and berries for a whole winter? It's a fact. And when springtime come, I'd even gained 12 pounds and was tougher than rawhide. Well, even now, I'm a great kid in a street fight and the right guy to have around in a jam.
In a what?
In a jam. I know, you're hungry. Okay, Mrs. McGee will give you a couple of cookies.
I don't want a couple of cookies, I bet you.
Why not?
Because I bet you they wouldn't be very good with salt on them.
Who says you got to have salt on them?
My mama.
What?
She says to take everything you handed out with a grain of salt.
Oh, she did, eh?
Sure. She says you can pull more wild yarns than a puppy with a sweater.
Is that so?
Fibber is a fibber, fibber is a fibber, fibber is a fibber.
Oh, I'm full of wild yarn, am I? Why, that impudent little twerp. I got a good notion.
Now, here, take it easy, dearie. She's absolutely right. You are a fibber.
I'm never no such a thing.
Well, when did you live on roots and berries for a whole winter?
In 1911. I was broke, and two families I knew put me up for the winter.
What two families?
The Charlie Roots and the Joe Berries. See, I was telling the truth. And that settles it, Molly. I'm going to do something about it and do it quick.
About what?
That name of mine, Fibber.
Well, how on earth did your parents ever come to call you Fibber in the first place?
They didn't. I was named after my fourth cousin, Walpole J. Fimmer.
Fimmer?
Yeah, but the minister that christened me had a cold in his head.
Well, I agree with you, dearie, that Fibber isn't very dignified.
Of course it ain't, and I'm going to change it, too, legally.
Change it to what?
Well, I might as well have one with some class to it. Something befitting the president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, my.
Like Chauncey. Or Cyril. Or Archibald.
Say, how about Pierpont?
Pierpont?
My grandfather's name was Pierpont Driscoll.
Yeah?
He was in the clothing business.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, his advertisements always said, get a Driscoll suit with 2 piers upon.
Oh, help me up. I'm all cut. That was awful, Molly. Besides that, that's too tricky. How about Willoughby McGee? Or maybe Marmaduke? Or Parmalee? Hey, there's a good one. Parmalee Upton McGee. How's that?
Oh, that's no good.
Why not?
Think of the initials. P.U. McGee.
Oh. Hey, how about Ronald McGee? That sounds kind of ritzy, don't it? I kind of like that. Ronald McGee.
Ronald McGee.
Ronald McGee.
Ronald
McGee.
Ronald
McGee. That does it. From now on, Molly, I ain't Fibber McGee. I'm Ronald. You get that?
Okay, Ronnie. But are you really going to change it legally?
You bet I am. We're going downtown right now and see a lawyer. Where's my birth certificate?
It's in the hall closet.
Well, you put your hat on while I get it.
All right, Ronald, but
Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to do about the initials on your handkerchiefs and everything.
Oh, well, we'll worry about that later. Dad's at this door anyway. I wonder what... Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Did you lock the door to this hall closet?
What'd you say, Ronald?
I said, did you lock the door to this hall closet? Oops. Oops.
What did you ask me, dearie?
Never mind. Hurry up, Molly. I want to see those lawyers before they go out to lunch.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. What's all the rush?
Well, I want to get there.
I think this business of changing your name is too silly for words anyway.
Yeah. You didn't think it was silly when I changed your name, did you?
Well, that was different. Say, how about all your clothes and belt buckles and things with your initials on them, FM? How can you use those when you're Ronald McGee?
Oh, that's a trifling matter. Shucks, initials don't... Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter?
How about the initials I had tattooed on my chest?
Where your chest is now, dearie, they'll never be seen. Now, look, McGee, why don't you give up this silly idea and go home? You don't want to change your name to Ronald. Not really.
I do, too. Who wants to be called Fibber? Shucks, every time I meet somebody and say, nice day, ain't it? They smile, hold out their hands, and look up at the clouds. They won't even take my word for good morning.
Well, my goodness, you can't expect... Oh. Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, that's just dandy. All I need right now is a few haughty whinnies from that horse-faced old hootenanny.
Hush, don't talk like that. Mrs. Uppington is not horse-faced. Her eyes are too small. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, my dear?
I believe you know my husband, Ronald McGee.
Oh, yes, who?
Me, Uppy. Ronald McGee.
Well, Ronald?
That's his new name, Abigail. He's changing it.
I'm on my way right now to have it done legal, Uppy. From now on, I'm Ronald McGee. You like it?
Oh, it's perfect, Mr. McGee. But tell me, what is the purpose in changing your name?
Well, he thinks because his name is Fibber, everybody expects him to fib.
Oh, that's utterly ridiculous, my dear.
Sure.
My husband's name was Robert, but he never robbed anyone.
Why? Of course not. A mere name means nothing.
Oh, I don't know. You know my cousin Gus?
Yes.
Ain't he disgusting?
Oh, is he really serious about this, Mrs. McGee?
Yes, I think he is, Abigail, and there's no use trying to talk him out of it. When his mind is made up, he's as stubborn as a male.
Don't you mean mule?
The terms are synonymous.
Okay, don't mind me. But it's my name, and I got a right to do with it what I want to do with it. And I'm determined to be Ronald.
Come to think of it, Mr. McGee, I agree with you.
Huh? You do?
Yes, I think Ronald is extremely fitting for you. It's appropriate, distinctive, and descriptive.
Why, Abigail.
As a matter of fact, I often tell people that the way Mr. McGee talks, he is continually reminding me of that movie actor Ronald.
Oh, you mean Ronald?
Yes, Ronald Duck.
Ronald Duck. You see what I mean, Molly? Nobody takes me serial. It'll be different when I'm established with a more dignified moniker.
Well, I don't know why. A can of corn with a pretty label is still a can of corn.
Oh, so now I'm a can of corn. Well, let me tell you, Mrs. Ronald McGee.
Well, hello there, folks. What are you looking so grim about, Fibber? Well?
He won't answer the fibber anymore, Mr. Wilcox. His name is Ronald now.
What? Ronald? Since when?
Since I said so, that's since when?
Say, what is this anyway? Are you serious?
I'm afraid he is. He doesn't seem to realize that a rose by any other name would still wind up in a Spanish dancer's teeth.
Oh, so now I'm a Spanish dancer, too. Well, kid me all you want. Have your fun. I can take it. I've been taking it all my life. And why? Because my name was Fibber, that's why.
And that's why you should keep it. You can't discount the value of an old, established name.
I'll cooperate. What you mean, Wilcox?
Well, I mean, suppose the Johnson Company changed the name of Glowcoat. Now, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Why, Johnson's self-polishing Glowcoat is known to millions as the finest no-rubbing, no-buffing polish for linoleum ever made, isn't it? Why, the very word Glowcoat means easy to use, labor-saving, and economy.
He's got a point there, McGee.
Well, tell him to go sit on it.
Okay. I know when I'm not wanted. So long, Molly. It's still Molly, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Good. Well, good day, Ronald, old chap. Pip, pip, chitty-o, chin up and all that. Carry on. Ha, ha, ha. Ronald. Ha, ha, ha.
Listen to that comedian, will you? Why don't he just come in, sell his Glowcoat, and get out? Who does he think he is, Barrymore?
Why not? You think you're Coleman.
And granted, I do not. I'm just a guy that nobody ever takes serious. Every time the word goes around that McGee has an idea, everybody starts cheering from the Bronx. Come on, I got to see that lawyer.
What lawyers are you going to see, dearie?
Biggest firm in town. Beetlebaum, Firestone, Fogarty, and Fumble. Otherwise known as Fee-Fi-Fo-Fum. Here's their office right here.
Yes?
Hi, sis. I want to see one of the partners about an important case. Who's in?
Well, Mr. Beetlebaum is in court. Mr. Firestone is out of town. Mr. Fogarty is on vacation, and Mr. Fumble is tied up at the moment.
Tied up?
Yes. The other partners always tie him up when they go out. Otherwise, he chases ambulances.
How long does it usually take him to squirm loose?
He did it in 39 minutes the last time. He's getting to be a regular whodunit.
You mean Houdini, dearie. But maybe we better go someplace else now.
Hey, Clara, I've done it in 27 minutes. Had a little trouble with a knot under my chin, but... Oh, hello, kid.
Well, hello there, old-timer.
Don't tell us you're Mr. Fumble, the lawyer.
Sure am, daughter. Specializing in trespass, easements, public domain, and nolo contendory.
What was that last?
Nolo contendory, Johnny. That means if you got a clear case of malfeasance, with no malice aforethought, the circumstantial evidence shows indications of flotsam or jetsam with implied breach of garnishee, you should have got his license number.
He knows a lot about law, McGee.
Look, old-timer, can I consult you a minute on a special case?
Why, sure, Johnny. Step right into my office. And, Clara...
Yes, Mr. Fumble?
If there's a phone call for me, tell him I want Skinnamarink $6 across the board in the 5th. Come on in, kid. You sit in the chair, daughter. You'll have to lean against the water cooler, Johnny. Only got one chair. Never had two clients with once before.
You'll probably never have one client twice either.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it...
I object.
Objection sustained. What you being sued for, Johnny?
Oh, he's not being sued.
I want to change my name to Ronald. Fibber is too undignified. It's misleading. It's untrue, immaterial, and rear elephant. Will you handle the case for me?
Nope.
Why not? Aren't you a lawyer?
Yep. But you don't need a lawyer to change your name.
What?
Just go ahead and change it, Johnny. Law says you don't have to go to court for that. Hey, Clara!
Yes, Counselor?
Tie me up again, will you? Say, I bet I can get loose in 19 minutes this time. So long, kids.
The King's Men sing The Wise Old Owl.
When we strolled through the moonlight, you said, I love you. But the wise old owl in the old oak tree said, woo. You said you loved me all your whole life through. But the wise old owl in the hickory tree said, woo. So I never thought we'd say goodbye. That old bird must have known that now tonight he and I would be under the moon alone. Maybe I'll find a new love, that's what I should do. But the wise old owl in the maple tree said, hoo, hoo, hoo. I heard the wise old bird say, boo, boo. But how was I to know that he was just a-booing me and you? When we strolled through the moonlight, you said, I love you. But the wise old owl in the apple tree said, hoo, hoo, hoot-a-doot-a. You said I was the someone you'd sing love songs to. But the wise old owl in the cottonwood tree said, hoo, hoo, hoot-a-doot-a-doot. So I never thought we'd say goodbye. The old bird must have known that now tonight he and I would be here all alone. Maybe I'll find a new love, that's what I should do. But the wise old owl in the sycamore tree said, hoo, 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 who you gonna love when your love has gone away?
Well, I don't know why we had to rush down here to the courthouse, McGee.
Well?
The old-timer said you didn't need any court's permission to change your name.
What does that old fuddy-duddy know about law?
He studied it.
Well, I studied algebra, too, and I couldn't give you the square root of a geranium. And irregardless of what he says, I'm going to do this right. I'm going to get the court's approval and have it in the record.
Well, how long do we have to wait for this judicial nip-up?
Not long. I sent my petition in by the bailiff. He's going to call me when
Well, hello there, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Fibber. Hello, Fibber!
You know, Molly, I sometimes think they ought to have separate courts for the better class of people. The way the public is permitted to holler and yell in our public buildings is a disgrace to the...
Now, look here, McGee. You heard me speak to you.
Did you mean me, my good fellow?
Yes, I mean you, and I'm not a good fellow. Anyway, I'm not your good fellow. Why don't you answer somebody when they speak to you?
Would you answer if he called you Jasper?
Well, Jasper's not my name.
Well, Fibber ain't my name either, Jasper.
He's changing his name to Ronald, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What? He is?
Yes.
Ronald. What's the idea, McGee?
Because Fibber ain't dignified, that's what's the idea. It ain't commensurate with my professional and social standing.
Your social standing, eh? You, the Jeter Lester of Wistful Vista.
Who's Jeter Lester?
Have you seen Tobacco Road?
Don't change the subject. Who's Jeter Lester?
Why, you illiterate little four-flusher, you wouldn't know if I told you.
I wouldn't stand for that, McGee. You're not so little.
Now, you look here, Gildersleeve. If I didn't have important business in that courtroom any minute now, I'd teach you a lesson.
Oh, you would?
Yes, I would.
You couldn't teach multiplication on a rabbit farm, you ignoramus. And don't you double up your puny little fists at me either.
Now, listen, he'll double up his puny little fist at whomsoever he wants to.
I'll say I will. That bullfrog baritone of yours don't scare me, Gildersleeve.
You're a hard man, Ronald.
Now, look here, boys. If you want to fight... Excuse me. Mr. McGee's case is being called.
Thanks, Bill. right in.
Mr. McGee's case. Oh, my goodness. Are you in trouble, little chum? Why didn't you let me know? Who did you kill, McGee? And I'll bet he deserved it.
No, it's just about changing his name legally, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I see. Ronald. Well, good luck, Ronald.
Thanks, Gildy. Come on, Molly.
Is Mr. McGee in the courtroom? Mr. McGee?
Here I come, Judge. I'm McGee.
Court has a petition in your name for legal change of nomenclature. Are you the petitioner?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
And who are you?
Molly McGee. Molly Driscoll, as was, and married to the defendant for nearly 20
I ain't a defendant, Molly. I haven't done anything.
Now, what was the purpose behind your desire to change your name, McGee?
Business reasons, Bud.
Bud?
McGee, when you speak to Bud, say Your Honor.
Excuse me, Judge. Yes, I want to adopt the name of Ronald McGee for business and professional reasons.
What is your business?
Oh, a little of everything, Your Honor.
I think my favorite occupation, my avocado, you might say.
Avocation?
Yes, I think what I do best is fish.
That's so. Mm-hmm. I'm quite an angler myself.
Really? What's your angle?
He means he fishes too, Molly. You ever been up in the Succotash River country, Your Honor?
Oh, where's that?
Oh, southwest of the Puyallup Mountains and east of the San Verde foothills. Not many fellows know about that place. Be glad to take you up there sometime.
Oh, thank you very much. You really get them up there, do you?
Say, by the way, what's your first name, Judge?
Conrad.
Tell Connie about the time he caught the 45-pound cougar.
Oh, yeah. Well, sir, that was in the spring of 1911, Connie. I just come back to camp with a big buck antelope for dinner.
Out of season to shoot antelope, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't shoot it. I strangled it. Self-defense, you know. It attacked me first.
Yeah, with a knife this long.
No. Oh, no, Nolly. Not with a knife. That's ridiculous.
Well, go on, McGee, about this big fish.
What big fish? Oh, yes. Well, sir, everybody knew there was a big fish in that part of the Succotash River, but nobody had ever seen it till I come along and caught it.
Well, what bait did you use?
2 aspirin tablets.
Aspirin tablets? My word, never heard of such a thing.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, they say they're fine for a headache, too. Well, sir, I dropped my line over the back of the motorboat.
Motorboat? How on earth did you ever get a motorboat up in those mountains?
He packed it in by dog sled, didn't you, dearie?
I didn't know there were any sled dogs in this part of the country.
Oh, I raised these myself. Kind of a sideline with me.
Personally, I always thought raising those dogs took too much time away from your counterfeiting, dearie.
What's this? Counterfeiting?
Yeah, I used to build counters and fit them in the new stores, Judge. I'm an expert cabinet maker.
Oh, I see. Quite an all-round fellow, aren't you?
Oh, indeed he is, Your Honor. He's around all the time.
What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Well, sir, I seen I was running out of gas, so I adjusted my parachute and got ready to bail out.
Bail out of what? You were in a motorboat fishing.
Fishing for what? Oh, yeah. I just wanted to see if you was paying attention, Connie, old man. Well, sir, I never had such a battle with a fish in my life. The minute salmon smelled the Roquefort cheese, I always used Roquefort as bait for salmon.
Now, just a minute, my good man. I think this has gone far enough.
I haven't caught him yet.
I never heard such a string of fables in my life. Huh? You're insulting my intelligence.
Say, he never said a word about your intelligence.
Why, Judge, Conrad, you mean to sit there in your big black nightgown and accuse me of...
Be quiet. I've heard enough. Leave this courtroom.
But how about his petition, Your Honor?
What petition?
Why, to change my name. I want to change my first name to Ronald.
From what?
Fibber.
Petition denied. Now get out!
Ronald, Fibber and Molly will return in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to say a word about dogs. You know, Scotties and Cocker Spaniels and Terriers. They're so loyal and they look up at you with such kind, dependent eyes. They really are wonderful pals to have around, aren't they? Especially if you have children. And yet, when they come romping across your clean kitchen floor with wet and muddy feet, it takes a woman with a very good disposition not to get angry. I should say either a very good disposition or a kitchen floor that's protected with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. After all, you can't put a fence around your kitchen. The groceries, meat, and milk have to be delivered. Why not solve that kitchen floor problem once and for all with glow coat? The modern floor polish that takes no rubbing or buffing, that shines as it dries, and protects your floor with a long-lasting, beautiful finish. You simply apply Glow Coat and let it dry. In 20 minutes, your floor is protected and beautiful, and the linoleum colors are as bright as new. Buy a can of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat right away.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Look, when I started to tell that judge about an innocent fishing trip, why did you have to throw in all that extra stuff? That's what ruined me. I had to back you up.
Well, I was just demonstrating, dearie, that you're naturally much more of a fibber than you are a Ronald. You don't really care, do you?
No, not really. But what burns me up, that judge deceived me.
How?
Well, I've been looking at the atlas, and there ain't any Succotash River in the Puyallup Mountains.
He didn't say there was. You did.
Huh? Oh, that's right. Well, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello, folks. I'm your garage man. You know, times surely have changed. I remember when it used to take half a day to wax polish your car. Real hard work, too. And now look how easy the job is with Johnson's Car New. And look at that row of shiny cars. Don't they look swell? Yes, sir, wax polishing is easy with Car New because Car New both cleans and wax polishes in one operation. Try Johnson's Car New yourself. It doesn't cost much.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Two pairs of footsteps echoed down the dark alley. They stopped, waited for Jack the Ripper to strike. But this is not London in 1888. No, this is Chicago in 1945. Yet Jack the Ripper is loose again to knife, to butcher his victims without trace. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. If you recall, some 60 years ago, London was terrorized by a one-man crime wave, by a murderer who was never captured and never seen. And tonight, we follow the investigations of Sir Guy Hollis, who firmly believes that Jack the Ripper is still alive. That it is he who is the fiend that once again slashes and kills. There is the element of the supernatural in the story that will amaze you. For it seems that the spirit world has given the black heart of Jack the Ripper the power of everlasting life.
Time, the present. Our scene is the reception room of a well-known Chicago psychiatrist, Dr. John Carmody. Miss Canister, the doctor's assistant, is chatting with a tall, distinguished man who is apparently waiting to consult Dr. Carmody.
But surely, Sir Guy, you can't believe a theory that seems so, well, astrological.
I'm afraid I do, Miss Canister. Now, you'll grant, Miss Canister, that we still know very little about the life energy of the sun, about those forces which keep the planets in their spheres and keep a star from spinning astray and crashing into the Wrigley building.
Hello there.
Oh, Dr. Carmody.
I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Hollis. Miss Canister, will you step into my office, please?
Take your time, Doctor.
Anything to gain your patient's respect.
Well, what have I done now?
It's Sir Guy Hollis.
Oh.
He's a lord or a knight, or anyway, not a commoner. Attached to the British consulate here.
Find out anything else about him?
Nothing about his medical condition. He's right out of an English movie. Only thing that's missing is a monocle. Oh, yes, and he's a bug about astrology.
Send him in.
Doctor, we'll see you now, sir.
Thank you. It's been a somewhat busy day, Sir Guy. Sorry you had to wait so long.
An apology a doctor need never make, sir. Most attractive office, Doctor.
That's also my home.
Oh, that explains the piano, then, and the painting.
Perhaps.
Aye. What do you think of London, Doctor?
London? Why?
Have you ever noticed anything strange about it?
Well, the fog is famous, although here in Chicago we sometimes have one to match it.
Yes, the fog. That's important. You see, it always provides the perfect setting.
For what?
For murder.
Tell me, Sir Guy, what is a Londoner doing in Chicago discussing murder with a psychiatrist?
Have you ever heard of Jack the Ripper, Doctor?
The murderer?
The greatest monster of them all. Worse than Spring Hill Jack or Crippen, even. Red Jack. Red Jack the Ripper.
Yes, I've heard of him.
Do you know his history, Doctor?
See here, Sir Guy, doctors are pretty much in demand these days. I assumed you were a patient, wanted my help as a psychiatrist. If you just wanted to swap old wives' tales about famous crimes, perhaps we might arrange dinner.
This is no old wives' tale, Doctor. This is a matter of life and death.
Sorry. What is?
Well, listen. London, 1888. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure with a knife, haunting the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. 6 times that knife descended into the throats and bodies of London's women. 39 stab wounds, the paper said the first time. August 31st, another victim. On September 8th, watchmen making their rounds in the grey dawn stumbled across the third hacked and horrid thing.
Well, I understand he used his knife rather well.
He was an expert, Doctor. And where had he learned? At the operating table? The butcher's block? Some said on the police force. On November 9th, a 6th victim was found on the floor of her room.
Panic in the grandstand?
Yes, but needless panic. Months passed, a year. They said Jack had escaped to America. They said he committed suicide. They've been saying things ever since.
You tell the story very well, but I'm afraid that's all the time I can give you today, Sir Guy.
I haven't finished.
I'm anxious to hear the rest of your story.
Dr. Carmody, I am on the trail of Jack the Ripper. I've tracked him here to Chicago.
You've tracked... See here, Sir Guy. Oh, what was the date of those London murders?
1888.
Well, look, if Jack the Ripper were even born that year, he'd be 56 today. I'd say Red Jack would be good and dead about now.
Would he? Or should I say, would she? Because the Ripper may have been a woman, you know. Do you think I'm insane, Doctor?
No.
Well, then you might listen to my reason for thinking the Ripper is still alive. I have been studying these cases for 13 years. Talked to officials, friends of the poor drabs he killed, and then I started studying unsolved murders all over the world. Followed a trail of blood. I could show you clippings from San Francisco, Shanghai, Berlin, Cairo, Milan. 87 such murders. And all have the trademark of the Ripper. You remember the New Orleans torso slayings last summer?
Well, vaguely. A colleague of mine attended the hearing.
Then surely you remember 2 recent ones here in Chicago. One out on South Durban in September, and then a few weeks ago there was another very much like it up on Posted.
Yeah?
Well, Doctor?
You're a criminologist. But figure it out, Sir Guy. If Red Jack were, say, 30 in 1888, he'd be 86 today. And no man of 86 could have butchered up that Halstead corpse.
Suppose he didn't get any older. Suppose Red Jack knew how to stay young.
But people do grow old, Sir Guy. Murderers, too. Whether they're women or butchers or scientists, they grow old.
What about sorcerers?
Who?
Necromancers, wizards, practitioners of black magic. Now, see here, Doctor, I have studied the dates of those 87 murders, and they have an astrological significance. Suppose Red Jack didn't murder for murder's sake alone. Suppose he wanted to make a sacrifice.
What kind of a sacrifice, Sir Guy?
It has been said that if you offer blood to the dark gods when the moon and the stars are right, they grant boons. Boons of eternal youth.
I don't understand, Sir Guy. I'm not an authority on witchcraft, nor even an amateur criminologist. Why have you come to me?
Because Jack the Ripper is here in Chicago, and through you, I am going to capture him.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Canister.
Well, how did his lordship turn out last night? He's the most exciting patient we've had in months.
He's not a patient, Canister, at least not yet.
Shouldn't he be?
No, I can't tell. He talks so convincingly. Maybe there is a shred of reality in his story. It's real enough to him, Lord knows.
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Dr. Carmody's office?
May I speak with Dr. Carmody, please? It's most urgent.
One moment. His lordship again.
Oh, hello?
It's Guy Hollis, Doctor.
Oh. Any new clues turn up overnight?
You're willing to go through with it?
Oh, just this minute sent my nurse out for a magnifying glass and a pair of
I don't think
handcuffs.
that'll be necessary, Doctor.
Now, look here, Sir Guy. How can I possibly help you?
I have good reason to believe the Ripper is among your acquaintances.
What good reason?
I'll tell you when I see you. I understand Lester Benton, a friend of yours who writes a column for the Sun Herald, has invited you to a party tonight.
Yes, that's right. How did you know that?
I hope that you'll take me with you.
Take you with me.
I told you that I have plotted the astrological chart. The Ripper must make a sacrifice before this night passes.
Oh. Okay. How about supper first?
Splendid.
Pick me up at about 7:30.
Thanks awfully, Doctor.
Right. Bye.
Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
That's why I wanted him to supper first. If he proves dangerous, I'll manage to sidetrack him somehow. I hope Lester's in.
I know. Hatchet murder on Polk Street.
No murder yet, Lester, but if you don't become conscious, there may be.
Oh, John.
Yes, that's right. Now, look, old man, is it okay if I bring someone to the party tonight?
Oh, sure, John. Well, like her?
It's a guy from the British consulate.
Well, all the better. Manpower shortage and all that.
Now, listen, Les. He's kind of a strange duck. I'm not sure yet whether his head is on right.
That's okay. Plenty of company. See you tonight.
Right. Canister, all that remains now is for Sir Guy and I to attend the party tonight and capture the Ripper.
What are you talking about?
Well, Sir Guy says the Ripper will be there tonight.
You're joking.
I am, yes. But Sir Guy isn't. And perhaps he's right. But I still don't know who you're hoping to find at Lester's party tonight, Sir Guy. A few writers, a painter, singer, all fairly normal.
How about so is the Ripper? Perfectly normal. Except on certain nights.
Mm-hmm.
Then he becomes an ageless, pathological monster crouching to kill. On evenings like tonight, when the stars are arranged in blazing patterns of death.
But why among my friends?
Because they are the kind of people the Ripper seeks out.
But I'll warn you, Sir Guy, once these people find out what you're up to, you'd better be prepared for just about anything.
I'll be ready.
Look, what's that you got there? See here, Sir Guy, you can't go around among my friends with a gun in your pocket.
Oh. Then you keep it for me. Yeah. But be prepared to use it.
Sure. Well, come on. The party should be in full swing by now. Well, Sir Guy, are you enjoying yourself?
Immensely, John. Your friends are very charming.
Except that one of them is Jack the Ripper, huh?
Perhaps. And if I get the opportunity, I think I'll show you how we can find out.
Soon, I hope. It's 1 o'clock. I should be leaving.
Leaving? Who said leaving? Are you trying to spoil my party, John?
Well, Lester, it is late.
Don't be a killjoy, John. I've hardly met our honored guest.
Oh, dear.
Are you here on a military mission, Sir Guy?
Not exactly.
Well, then it's not secret.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Benton. I'm on the trail of Jack the Ripper. Jack... Well, it's rude of us to be so curious.
Sir Guy has an idea that Jack the Ripper is prowling around Chicago, Les, and he's out to find him.
Oh, really?
Sir Guy is serious.
Well, he should be. According to some old files I've read, Red Jack was something of a menace. Had some ripping good times.
Les, your puns get worse daily.
Oh, they're not
Sir
bad.
Guy is sure that the Ripper is responsible for the South Dearborn murder. And the one up on Halstead a few weeks ago. You've covered them, Les. What's your idea?
Could be. Very neat carving on both of them.
But the victims were men. I thought the Ripper was only interested in women.
Oh, not at all. It's probably occurred to you that the women we know the Ripper sought were fairly vivid symbols. A kind of living comment on the society which he detested.
Oh, yes.
And then just as our laws change and our society changes, so then must his victims change.
Cut out the music.
With each new age, the Ripper discovers a new symbol of protest.
But tell us, Sir Guy, which do you hope to find here? The Ripper or the symbol?
Yes, I'm rather curious about that myself.
The Ripper.
All right, boys and girls. We're trapped. Let's face it.
Easy, Les. I told you he was serious.
I know, John, but what can a considerate host do? I've got it. Laverne, let's have that bread knife there on the sideboard.
Oh, Les.
Thanks. Sir Guy has come a long way on a difficult mission, so let's give him a fair chance. I'll turn out the lights for 1 minute, and Sir Guy can stand here in the middle of the room with the bread knife. Now, if anyone here is the Ripper, they can either make a break for it or take the opportunity to, eradicate the pursuer. That's fair enough, Sir Guy?
Fair enough, Lester.
Laverne, some suitable background music, please. Something Wagnerian, you know. Now, choose your partners for the kill, ladies and gentlemen. Every 60 seconds of darkness for evil to make its cosmic presence known. Unchallenged, unmolested, let the Ripper ride. A minute for death, at the end of which we'll look for the bodies. Ready? All right, silence. Now, turn out the lights. Don't anyone move. Let the affirmative forces return. Let there be light.
Ah! Look there on the floor. It's Sir Guy.
My Lord, he's been stabbed.
Here, let's pick up the body
No,
and get it off.
look,
Well, I guess nobody had better touch the body.
Look.
What is it? I mean, doesn't Hollywood recommend the police in moments like this?
For heaven's sakes, Les.
I swear, Les, I didn't want to bring him, but he insisted. He said he'd plotted the chart. Said he was certain the Ripper would use his knife before the night was out.
I don't suppose we ought to move him, do you?
What?
Well, I'll call the police.
For heaven's sakes, Les.
Now, look, if you have any ideas what we should do, Nadja, now shoot.
Whoever goes to get the police could just as easily make a neat getaway. Lord, Les, if he was right about the Ripper...
But I wasn't, John.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at
Now,
that.
wait, I really don't think that's
really
quite
scared
the kind of a
half to
joke
death.
we should have had.
Please, forgive me, Nadja, for frightening you so. When you were all so innocent.
What is the guy?
What do you mean?
Hold it, everybody! Are you sure about our innocence, Sir Guy?
Oh, yes. You see, if the Ripper were here, he would have betrayed himself when he saw me lying there. Not a very gentle spoof, I'm afraid.
Sure it was. Gentle like a ton of bricks.
Really?
Yeah, come on, let's get a drink. Let's get away from the comics.
Well, John, shall we leave? It's getting rather late.
Yes, Sir Guy. Oh, you can shut your mouth now, Nadia. The game's
Oh,
over.
for heaven's sake.
I'll get your coats.
Thanks.
Well, goodbye, everyone, and forgive me if I gave you an unnecessary scare.
Oh, they've forgotten about it already, Sir Guy.
Good night, Les. Thanks.
Still mention it, John. Come around again, Sir Guy.
I'd like to. Good night, Lester.
Good night.
I suppose you're thinking that I'm guilty of the same sort of sensational tricks as our friend the Ripper, but I want only to rid the world of a devilish fiend who lives by the blood of others.
As Les said, they've all forgotten it by now.
Well, I guess I was wrong to seek him out at a party. You know, we're far more likely to find him out here in the darkness and the fog, perhaps along a lonely, shadowed street such as this, or perhaps in a neglected dead end, like this one here.
Now, Sir Guy.
Please, do me one more favor. It's only a hunch, but let's turn up this alley, see what it has to offer. Remember, the Ripper must make a sacrifice tonight.
Well, as long as I've gone this far.
Thanks, Amber. Yes, this is what the Ripper likes. Small, gaping alleyway. Hardly noticeable to the rest of the city. It'll be in a hidden corner like this where I'll capture him. And I'll turn the bloody swine over to the police. He's a mad beast, John. An ageless monster let loose on the world.
There's nothing up here, Sir Guy.
No, just to the end of the alley, John. And we'll turn back, I promise.
Look, Sir Guy, don't you think this is carrying the hobby a little too far?
The hobby, John? In 1888, one of those nameless drabs the Ripper killed was my mother.
What?
Yes. My father spent his life searching for the Ripper. Caught up with him, too, about 1926 in Hollywood, where he was stabbed in a brawl. The police never learned who it was. But I know it was the Ripper. And I'll live till I find him. I swear I will. Let me have my gun now, John. We've left your friends, and I feel safer with my gun on me.
Now, see here, Sir Guy.
Oh, please, John, now let me carry the gun. Now, let me have it, John. Please.
All right. You insist.
John, it's not a gun, it's a knife.
I know.
John, what are you doing?
Never mind the John. Only Jack.
No.
Hello, Lester. Canister. I didn't get you out of bed, did I? Yes, the police picked John up this morning. The guy? Oh, he's dead, all right. Oh, it's horrible, Les. Well, of course he's in a cell. All right, Les, I'm going in now and talk to John. Insane? Of course he must be. Right, Les, I'll meet you here at the jail. My time's up now, John. I'd better be going.
Just one more thing, Canister. For some reason, I want you to understand. You see, Sir Guy was right. I did have to make an offering before the night was over. I didn't want for it to be him, Canister. But up there in that alley, I realized he was as determined as I. You know, Canister, I still wonder who at that party was astute enough to send the police after me so quickly. Lester, perhaps. Huh? The police won't tell me, but I'll find out, Canister. And if it was Lester, he'll know I found out.
But what difference can it make now?
Oh, the police haven't won yet, Canister. The gods won't let me down. They never have. Sir Guy was right about that, too. I am eternal. I have no age, you know. I never shall.
Well, I'll be going.
I'll miss you.
Bye, John.
Goodbye, Canister.
Lester.
Canister, I've died 10 times over.
Why, Les? He's safe today. The charge, you know.
I still died 10 times over.
He suspects it was you who called the police.
As long as he doesn't suspect you, put me wise. Now, will you tell me how you found out about it?
I was emptying the wastebasket after Comedy left last night for the party.
Mm-hmm.
I discovered a lot of astrological plotting in his handwriting. And that Englishman's words. Couldn't forget them. Comedy just told me the gods won't permit him to be executed. He thinks he really is Jack the Ripper. He's insane, Les.
Oh, I was afraid you'd say that.
Well, what do you mean? Any doctor will tell you he is insane.
I know they will. They'll also tell the jury.
So?
So, the law doesn't execute the insane. It allows them to live.
You mean?
Who knows, Canister? Who knows?
Comfortable thought, isn't it? Dr. Carmody may die for his crimes, but Jack the Ripper will live on. Oh, well, spirits are hard to kill, unless they come in a bottle. Now for our next production, we have something much less exciting. Oh, only 17 shots, a mob of crooks outsmarting each other for a paltry $200,000, 2 murderers, and Simon Templar, better known as the Saint. Follow me to the green room for a preview. Right this way. Come. Come.
You know, Horace, you really should have told me sooner.
Told you what?
That police headquarters have been moved to a Long Island mansion like this. It's quite a shock to a hard-working taxpayer like me.
You better start getting used to shocks, Bub.
Oh, Mr. Nasson, the judge is expecting you. Go on in. I wish you wouldn't keep prodding me with that rough, though, Horace. It tickles.
This way, sir.
Why, cozy little stump, isn't it, Horace?
My name is not Horace.
In here, please.
Judge Stryker, Mr. Nasson is back, sir.
Yes. Come in. You might as well lock the door, Nathan.
Right, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Templar. So you are the famous gentleman known as the Saint, are you?
Sometimes my friends call me that.
Mr. Templar, we are faced here with a serious matter, a very serious matter.
So it would seem.
So serious, in fact, that I have been obliged to adopt rather extraordinary measures to deal with it.
Like sending around a phony dick to pick me up?
Oh, you knew he was a phony?
My dear fat-headed friend, you didn't really think that Horace over there could successfully impersonate an officer of the law, did you?
Why,
Shall we get down to business?
Very well. You have in your possession a certain diary containing statements and suggestions which I hardly need say are wholly untrue.
Such as the statement that when you held a fine job in Washington, you dreamed up the high-tor oil swindle and got away with it.
No, fabrication from beginning to end.
And that you and your associates now control about 90% of the black market.
His lies, every one of them.
Naturally. That's why you're so anxious to have them suppressed.
The fact remains that their publication might seriously damage the character and financial standing of certain reputable members of the community.
Especially including you.
It's for that reason and that reason alone that I am prepared to ascertain what value you place on this volume.
What's your offer?
Shall we say $10,000? May I ask you what you find so funny about $10,000?
Oh, nothing under ordinary circumstances. But you must admit that in this case it is a little ridiculous.
And what would you suggest?
$200,000, Judge Stryker.
What did you say?
You heard me. I said $200,000.
You're insane.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Judge. I'm going to set up a foundation. The Simon Templar Foundation for the Rehabilitation of Wounded War Veterans. It will have a capital of $1 million. Your share will be exactly 1/5. Do I make myself clear?
Why haven't you changed your tune before you ever get out of this house?
Don't try to get your gun, Horace. You see, I always carry a spare, and I'm an excellent shot. When you searched me, you should have remembered that I always have something up my sleeve. Now, take your gun out, very slowly, by the muzzle. Drop it. Thank you. Now, keep it toward me. That's right. And now, if you'll be good enough to unlock the door.
Go on. Open it.
That's a good little boy.
You'll hear from me again, Templar.
Oh, I'm quite certain of it. In fact, I shall expect to have your check by Saturday morning. Good night, Judge.
Yes, they call him the Robin Hood of modern crime. But even a Robin Hood is not immune when powerful interests concern themselves with arranging for the sudden death of the saint. So with these gentle thoughts, this is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, good night. Sleep tight. The Armed Forces Radio Service.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production Suddenly at Spring. Director Mitchell Lyson. Star Fred McMurray.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present Love on a Note of Laughter, the romantic motion picture comedy Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson. Our guest screen director tonight literally rode to success on a drawing board. For it was his exceptional ability as a designer of sets and costumes that won him an opportunity to direct and to fulfill his theory that the function of the director is to provide the channel through which an actor expresses emotion. The taste and distinction he brings to his work have been illustrated by such outstanding films as To Each His Own, Kitty, Hold Back the Dawn, and, of course, Suddenly It's Spring. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you. You know, this is a fine opportunity to clear up a little misunderstanding. I've been accused of being a disrespectful character when really I'm not. It's just that I have a passion for seeing austere dignity flipped right on its shell pink ear. To me, that's largely the fun of making comedies. For instance, take Suddenly It's Spring. What could be more undignified than a couple of very proper law partners who also happen to be a husband and wife playing a cross-country game of tag? Now, here's the story, starring Fred MacMurray in his original role of Peter, with Virginia Gregg as Mary.
The troop ship steamed up the Narrows, moved proudly down the fairway, and was warped neatly into its New York pier. The ship's rails were jammed with returning soldiers, and among them was Captain Morley, formerly of Morley & Morley, attorneys at law. Captain Morley was eagerly scanning the crowd on the dock, looking for that other Morley who was a partner in marriage as well as in law. After all, they haven't seen each other in 7 years. And where was the other Morley? The other Morley, spouse to Captain Morley, was in a telephone booth on the pier. Telephoning, of course.
Hello, Violet? Honey, the ship just docked. Yeah, thousands of dog faces aboard. That's a fine thing to say about my wife and a white captain at that. Oh, now, honey, look, any American soldier is called a dog face even if he is a woman. Yeah. Of course I love you, honey. Sure, I love you. That's why I'm here to meet my wife. I'll get her to sign the divorce consent the minute she's in the apartment and a bit settled, huh? Yeah. Oh, I think I see her coming down the gangplank now. Goodbye, darling. Mary! Oh, excuse me. Mary! Captain Morley! I'm sorry. Mary! Here I am, Mary!
Peter!
You're here, Captain.
Peter, darling, how are you?
Hello, Mary.
After all these years.
Mary, did you have a nice boat ride?
Is that all you can say after our being apart 7 years?
Let's go home, huh, Mary?
Well, that's more like it. Or is it?
I've got those divorce papers there for you to sign.
It isn't.
Isn't what?
More like it. Well, let's go home, Peter. Home again. At last.
Yeah, home at last. I'll get my things together and move out right away.
Peter.
Hmm?
Peter, we haven't seen each other since 1942. Are you absolutely sure we want this divorce?
Why, yeah. Aren't you?
No. I've changed my mind. I'd like to save our marriage. And quite aside from that, I'm in the Army teaching WACs how to make their marriages work, and my own husband's demanding a quick divorce. How does it look?
Well, I wasn't demanding, Counselor. I've got to go about it in this way. As long as you're in uniform, I've got to get your written consent to the divorce.
But I won't be in uniform forever. Can't you wait until I'm out of the Army and help me save my face a little?
Maybe we better talk about this later. What are you doing for tonight?
Nothing in particular.
Well, how about having dinner with me?
Are you being nice to a returning serviceman?
I'll pick you up at 8. We'll go to the Moonlight Terrace. Remember the Moonlight Terrace?
Yes. Soft music. A table in the corner. Shall we bring our briefcases?
Hello, Violet? Yeah, I just left her in our apartment. Her apartment, I mean. But I'm moving out, I tell you. Oh, yeah, she looks all right. Lost 15 pounds in the Army. After all, I dropped 30 pounds myself in the Pacific. I ought to drop the other 170 in the Atlantic? Well, Violet, that's not a very kind thing to say. I'm doing my best to get Mary to sign that divorce consent. I'm having dinner with her tonight, and I'll get her to sign then for sure. Sure. Oh, sure, you can go out with Jack Lindsay. That's only fair. Besides, Jack is my best client. Yeah, well, have fun and give Jack my best. Yeah. Bye-bye, baby. And in consideration of such agreement, the following real and personal property shall be divided as follows. One cooperatively owned... Mary.
I'm listening, Counselor.
One cooperatively owned apartment, Mary. One beach house with location as specified in... Hey, Yasha, why don't you take that fiddle of yours and go watch Rome burn?
Peter.
Peter, why don't you order pumpkin? Philistine ignoramus. Peasant.
Fiddling in my ear like that radio comedian.
I asked him to play, remember? Suddenly it's spring.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see, where were we? One piano, baby grand, Mary. One combination radio phonograph, Mary. One washing machine, Mary.
Doesn't Violet wash?
One combination chess and checker set, me.
I thought Violet had sex appeal.
Now, Mary.
Now you sound like that radio comedian.
Mary, I took you to dinner here for a serious chat about jumping Jupiter.
A favorite steeplechase horse of mine, jumping Jupiter.
Mary, look, I've got to go and make a phone call, a very important phone call. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Now let's look around and see what made Jupiter jump.
Well, good evening, charming and beautiful who's it? But wasn't that Peter Morley, the eminent attorney, who just fled this table?
Why, yes, it was.
Well, I'm Jack Lindsay, his richest and handsomest client, and this is Violet Fay.
I'm Mrs. Peter Morley.
I'm in trouble.
Tell me, Violet, what do you hear from my old man?
Hello, head waiter. This is Mr. Morley. I'm calling from the cloakroom. Now, look, will you take a telephone inside to Mr. Jack Lindsay's table? He's with a lady. Now, I want to talk to the lady. Thanks. Hello, Violet. I want to warn you that the brunette sitting alone at the table near the bandstand is Mary, my wife. Oh, you're Mary, my wife. They came over to our table, huh? Well, it's grand. Violet looks just like Miss Emily Borda. Who's Miss Emily Borda? Oh, Miss Emily Borda of 1929. Don't be catty, Mary. Look, put her on the phone, will you? That's a good scout. Whack, I mean. Oh, Lord. Oh, Violet? Violet, this is Petey Pie. Now, look. No, Violet. Is it my fault that Jack just happened to take you to the Two-Light Maris? I mean, the Mine-Toot Laris? I mean, never mind. Mary and I were just going over the settlement papers. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure I'll get the consent signed tonight. No, I won't go home with her. Don't worry. Well, all right. I'll get her to sign in the morning when she's got cold cream on her face. Is that all right? Well, I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. I'll take you home first, and then I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. Let me talk with Jack now, will you? Jack.
I'm sleeping.
Well, wake up. By what right do you take Violet to dinner when I'm out with my wife?
Well, you told her I could.
Well, that was after you asked her.
You know what I think, Pietro?
Oh, don't fracture your brain. What?
I think your wife is still in love with you.
Why?
I don't know. She interested in natural history?
Now, don't give me egg-shaped answers to square questions.
Well, I made a pass at her.
You did?
I always make passes at girls I make passes at.
What happened?
I must see my dentist concerning a loose tooth.
She probably likes you.
I'm encouraged no end. If she ever loves me, will I live? Oh, no, Amici, not at dawn. Hello. Oh, darling, hello. No, not at all. I'm glad you called. Listen, haven't I given you some of the best leers of my life already?
Corn is still green.
You're going away? Fort Sheridan. The war is over.
Hey, is that Mary?
All right, I'll have my hotel operator call you at 5 a.m. Good night, sweet princess, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Night.
That was Mary.
Mary's taking a little lamb to Fort Sheridan tomorrow.
To Fort Sheridan?
Orders. She's leaving on the North Side Limited.
Well, she can't do that. I've got to get that divorce consent signed before she leaves town. She can't do that.
What on earth are
Listen, Peter's on this train, too.
Peter?
Now, Mary, if you make any attempt to hold your husband, you're making the mistake of your life. Now, let him go. Sign those papers and get them out of your beautiful hair. You're young. You've got a right to love and marriage. With me, of course.
Mary,
Oh, hello, Peter.
What were you two talking about?
Each other.
Jack, old boy, would you mind if I had a word alone with my wife?
Remember what I told you, Mary. Make everybody happy.
I think he's fond of you in his bungling way. Good catch.
I'll unpack if you don't mind.
You're back in uniform, I see.
I hate traveling in a low-cut evening gown, don't you?
Counselor?
Sorry I had to leave New York in such a hurry. A new assignment. Advising wax at the Fort Sheridan Separation Center in the art of being happily married.
Well,
I'm making a stopover in Detroit. Perhaps you'd like to join me there.
I'm getting off at Harmon. And all I want for you to
There
do
seem
is
to
sign...
be so many misunderstandings these days.
Mary...
Marriages break up for no tangible reason.
Yeah, now, Mary, would
I'm
you...
just wondering if too many married couples give up too easily without giving their marriage every possible chance to survive. And in my work at Fort Sheridan, I'm going to stress the fact that out of every marriage in the United States...
Hello, Violet. Look, honey, I haven't got much time. I'm phoning from the station in Harmon. In Harmon? Yes. I'm on the train bound for Chicago. Well, I'm trying to get this consent signed. No, I haven't yet. Oh, sure, I'll get her to sign before we get to Poughkeepsie, for sure. Oh, yeah, I gotta go. My train's pulling out. Yes. Yes, I will. Come on. Hello, Violet. I'm in Poughkeepsie. No, Violet, not yet, but, well, look, I can't help it. Things keep on happening. People keep on interrupting, and then my fountain pen doesn't write, and when I try to borrow a fountain pen...
Peter!
Go away, Jack, will you? That was Jack, darling.
Pietro!
Violet, look. Violet, are you there? Come in, New York. Come in, New York.
Pedro, my friend.
No, she hung up on me.
Also, your train has departed.
Gone?
If you're more comfortable with monosyllables, gone, yeah.
Oh, doesn't matter, Jack. I can see now. Mary will never give me that divorce while she's in uniform.
Yes, she will, or I'll die trying. Now, look. Mary's stopover in Detroit gives us a chance to get back to LaGuardia and beat her to Chicago by plane.
And what does that get us? The Bendix Trophy?
You could persuade Mary to sign that consent if you'd only use your head. Now, stop taking her to dinner. Stop calling her darling and consular. Up to now, you've been turning on the charm like a cover boy, so the more you're around, the more she wants you around.
Oh, so what do? Poke her with sharp sticks?
Well, there must be some certain type of man she can't stand. If you're as repulsive to her as I'm sure you are at heart, she'll drop you like a hot brick.
You know, that might work at that.
Sure it will. Get repulsive. You can do it. Pour it on.
Pour it on?
Yeah, pour it on.
It's wonderful of you to help me like this, Jack. So unselfish. Like a bat borrowing blood.
Poor Mary, she'll hate you in Chicago, thanks to little Jackie.
Yeah. Peter Morley, the louse that Jack built.
The Hollywood Screen Directors are presenting Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray with Virginia Gregg and Frank Lovejoy, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson.
Well, there's Mary now, Peter, surrounded by newspapermen and that whack major. Here's your cigar.
Oh, thanks.
Now, hold it.
Now?
No, hold it.
All right. Send me in, Coach. I'm fresh as a daisy.
Now, don't forget, blow cigar smoke in everybody's face.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Be beastly.
Right.
Let's go.
Yee-hoo! Mary? Hey, Mary, look who! Superman, remember?
Peter, for heaven's sake!
Welcome to Chicago, hog butcher of the world, baby. Come on, give me a great big smacker, huh?
Peter! Please, Peter!
How do you like her, folks? A little woman.
All we had in the Pacific was coconuts.
Captain Morley, what is the meaning of this?
It's all right, Major Cheever. This is my husband, Peter
Morley.
Morley.
Mr. Mary Morley to you guys and gals. Mr. Mary Morley, attorney at law. My card, folks. Here, boy, take the card. Here. If you ever get in a jam, look me up, folks. Take the card.
Major Cheever, reporters, photographers.
How are you, Mage? Knock those chips off your shoulder, eh, Mage? Well. Come on, little woman. We got matters to attend to. Long time no see, except the coral sea. Some joke,
Really, Captain Morley, we must get back to Fort Sheridan.
Yes, Major Cheever.
Oh, ixnay, Major. I've got reservations at a hotel. Can't you give the little gal a break?
Well...
That's the girl, Major. Now, how about a great big...
No! And stop blowing smoke in my face. It makes my eyes water.
Major eyes water. Major... That's another joke. I got another joke. Oh, man, Major eyes water. Hey, you know, Major... That reminds me of the story. I don't know what I can tell it. That reminds me of the story about the gopher and the kangaroo.
Really? Mr. Morley?
Oh, is there such a story?
We'd better go now, dear.
I understand everything, Captain. Goodbye, Mr. Morley.
Goodbye, Major Eyeswater. And now behold the bridal suite. Love seats drenched with costly perfumes from
That'll be enough,
Zanzibar.
Peter.
Lamps shedding filtered moonlight.
May I congratulate you on your splendid performance?
Well, anything to help the little woman in her career.
You mean anything to get that divorce consent? You've made me an object of ridicule to the press and my fellow officers. Object of pity, married to a goon.
Senior grade.
Logic tells me to sign and hand over that consent. But I'm not going to do it.
You're not?
Not just yet. You can cool your heels in the living room until I've settled the problem. In my own way.
But, Counselor...
Good night. Peter, answer the telephone. It's right beside you.
The phone? Oh. Hello? Oh, Violet. You're down in the lobby. What are you doing down in the lobby? How did you know we were... Oh, Jack told you, huh? No, don't come up yet. I am not. I just loosened my tie a little, that's all.
Peter.
Now, wait a minute, Violet.
Please have a call back in a minute. I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah. Call back in a minute, will you, Violet? I'll be free to talk then.
Come in here.
I dasn't. You come in here.
All right. I'll come to you. I don't have commitments elsewhere. You want your freedom very much, don't you?
Well, don't you think it'll be best all around?
Well, I hate to see the person I think you are going to pieces before my eyes, just for the sake of my signature on a piece of paper. I don't like to see you lose your dignity like that. It's partially my fault. I suppose I should let you go without a fight, except that I found out I'd never fallen out of love with you. It's all over now.
Being in love still?
Fighting to hold on to you. If you really want to go, here's the divorce consent all signed. That is, if you really want to go. Peter?
Yes? Yes, Violet. Yes, it's all signed. I'm coming right down. That's ready to go when the truck men come.
Everything of yours packed up, Peter?
Yeah, I'm all set.
You're not taking much, but at leaves the apartment looking awfully empty somehow.
Yeah. Counselor,
Yes.
I
Peter?
wish you'd get the divorce. I feel so silly going to Reno.
It's what you men always wanted, equal rights with women. Are you going to pose for the papers with your legs crossed, Peter?
Are you going to marry Jack Lindsay?
He loves me. He is a good catch.
Hello. Oh, hello, Vi.
For once, I'd like it to be someone selling subscriptions.
Well, yeah, Violet, everything's all packed in 2 neat little cases ready to go. Oh, but Violet, all I need is my clothes. Mary's entitled to most of the furniture and the piano and things. After all, she's a woman. Oh, sure, Vi, you're a woman, too, obviously, but... No, Violet, you won't have to stand up during our first year of marriage. I'll buy new furniture. All right, I'll talk to her. Mary.
Who keeps that woman in nickels? You?
Mary, Violet seems to think I should have asked for more in the settlement.
She's getting you, Peter. What more does she want? However, you forgot the things in the closet which weren't discussed and which are yours for the taking.
Stuff in what closet? I mean, what stuff in the closet?
Over here. Forgotten trifles of the Morley marriage, the remnants of a love that was young and brave, if I may grow so chintzy. This platter up here. Remember?
Well, what do you know? Sure I remember. We saved our first client from going to jail, and he paid us off in this rare bit of china.
What if the man was charged with robbing a china shop? We proved he was innocent to the jury. But we'd never talk about it to ourselves, would we?
I wanted to throw the darn platter away to begin with.
Why didn't you say so?
Why didn't you?
Well, do it now, why don't you?
Roger. I feel better already.
And then this music box. I got you that for our first anniversary, remember?
Oh, yeah.
It played music and you could keep cigarettes in it.
What'll they think of next? Flying machines, I bet.
I gave up a permanent for this little box and you broke it.
Well, I didn't mean to break it. I was just clowning around with it, remember? Dancing around with it and singing, "Why is my heart dancing? Imagine." Sing.
Peter, get off of my sofa. Peter! Peter. Oh, Peter, are you hurt?
Bring out the chain and measure. I'm sure we made a first down.
Well, what else in the closet? Oh.
What?
This. It's hurt us more than anything else.
Oh.
You bought me this layette. It was so sweet. You're doing it. Usually it's the woman who...
Oh, it would have been nice to have a baby, but...
You wanted it so much.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry, Peter.
I know. But instead of going into your shell and trying to lose yourself in your work, you could have given me a chance to prove it didn't matter.
It mattered, all right.
Yeah, but we could have talked it over. We could have adopted a baby, or maybe a couple of them.
Isn't it strange, Peter? Everything we've taken out of this closet proves that there'd have been no misunderstandings in our marriage if we'd been honest with each other. Even this music box. I wanted to have it fixed, but you claimed you hated the tune.
Hated it? I liked it.
But that broken box got to be such an issue you wouldn't admit it.
People are children, you know. Well, you keep the music box.
Oh, no. No, you keep it.
Yeah, but I bought it for you.
No, I want you to have it.
Here, take it.
I wouldn't think of it.
Take it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Peter.
Hey.
You fixed it. Listen.
We fixed it.
All it needed was a shaking up, just like people. Oh, Peter, isn't it sweet? It's like it used to be. And to think it's been in that dark closet all these years when all it needed was to be shaken up.
Hello. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Violet, listen. Listen, before you go on, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Violet. Get lost!
Peter! That was the loveliest thing I've ever heard you say. My wonderful good man.
Senior grade.
Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater dims the lights and loads its guns with laughter to bring you The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope. And now, here again are Fred McMurray and Virginia Gregg and screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Virginia, you know what I like about radio?
No, what's that, Fred?
Well, Uncle Mitch here can't talk me into breaking my neck doing trick falls. We've made 9 pictures together, and believe me, working for Mitch isn't acting.
Well, what do you call it?
Assault and battery. Virginia's gotten so that when I do a picture with Mitch, the studio automatically sends me 3 bottles of liniment with a script.
Why, Uncle Fred, if the script calls for a fall, I'd just like a little realism.
Oh, sure, realism. You know how you can tell a Mitchell Lyson actor, Virginia?
Mm-mm. By his behavior on the screen?
By the lumps on his head.
You have to make allowances for Fred, Virginia. Look at him, the poor, frail little creature.
Mitch is the only director in Hollywood who likes to see a man fall down on the job.
Is he really that tough, Fred?
Well, confidentially, Virginia, I wouldn't want him to hear this, but he's the fellow who taught me the picture business, sort of. There's not a finer director in Hollywood, nor a finer guy.
What are you two mumbling about?
No, we're just talking. You wouldn't understand. Good night, Mitch. Good night, Virginia. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And good night to you, Fred McMurray, Virginia Gregg, and Mitchell Lyson. Suddenly It's Spring was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Fred McMurray can currently be seen with Madeline Carroll in Don't Trust Your Husband, a James Nasser production. Mitchell Lyson's next Paramount release will be Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Included in tonight's cast were Frank Lovejoy, Hal Gerard, Margaret Brayton, and Dan Riss. Suddenly It's Spring was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Ghost Breakers. Director, George Marshall. Star, Bob Hope.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Bobby Riggs, the holder of the world's professional tennis championship, plays a dazzling game of tennis. And he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate Lather Shaving Cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate Lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and leather fans to try Colgate Lather Shaving Cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather Shaving Cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. I was down on my luck, way down, scraping the bottom. A couple of deals had fallen through, and I found myself in Paris with a lot of time on my hands and only the price of a beer in my pocket. I was spending my time and the money at Fouquet's, not because the beer is any cheaper at Fouquet's, but because when you meet a nicer class of people there, and besides they let you read the newspapers free. So I was reading a newspaper when I came on the advertisement. One of those classified ads in the personal column. It was addressed to Harry Lime. Harry Lime being me, I read on with some interest. There was no signature, no address. Mr. Harry Lime, it said, will find a business opportunity of an extremely profitable nature in the city of Tangier. Now, I might have thought this was one of the boys trying to hustle me out of Paris or just trying to be funny, except that the advertisement mentioned the city of Tangier. Now, why Tangier? There are very few places in the world I haven't been to, and Tangier just happened at the time to be one of them. Also, Tangier, as everybody knows, is full of money, and I couldn't imagine anybody wanting to send me there right in the heart of the free gold area where every second address is a bank and every second person's an international operator just for a gag. Probably more chances in Tangier to grab a fast buck than you'll find in the world today. So I was inclined to take the ad a little seriously. Of course, it might have been a police trap. There are cops in countries all over the globe busy looking for me. Some of them are just sharp enough to try to pull me in on a queer come-on like that. But the truth is that one of the only cities left where they don't happen to want me for what's known as questioning is the port of Tangier. And that's what sold me. There's just one complication. My beer was finished, and with it, my financial resources. How to raise the price of the ticket.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Ticket to Tangier.
While I was brooding about how to raise the price of the ticket to Tangier, my eye happened to wander down the personal column of the newspaper, and a little below the advertisement addressed to me was this: Gentleman traveling to Tangier. A visit to the desk of the porter of the Lancaster Hotel on Rue de Berry will repay any businessman planning a visit to Tangier who can whistle a certain tune. Well, of course, that didn't have to be Harry Lime, but there's a song I'm fond of, one I've been whistling for years. Anybody who knew about me might know about that song. Anyway, what could I lose? Went over to the hotel and approached the concierge. Bonjour. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Well, I don't quite know that you can do anything. You happen to read the Paris edition of the Herald Tribune?
No, monsieur. I prefer to follow the news in my own language, but we have copies of the paper you mentioned for sale.
No, thanks. I've seen it.
Perhaps monsieur is calling for someone in the hotel, one of the guests. Whom shall I announce?
Harry Lime.
Perhaps I should have asked you first who it is you are coming to see.
Now, that I couldn't tell you. Just tell me this. Do you like to whistle?
I am a lover of music, monsieur, but I do not whistle. No. As a young lad, however, in the orchestra of my school, I was considered quite proficient on the bassoon.
Well, try this on your bassoon.
Ah, yes, of course. I have something for you, Mr. Lime. Here.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much. Yes, it's addressed to me, all right, but that's all there is on the envelope, just my name. I wonder Would it be asking too much if I asked you to tell me who this is from?
Monsieur, it would be asking too much.
Oh, okay, old man. Thanks, anyway. I wish I could give you something for your trouble, but I forgot my wallet this morning.
That was anticipated, monsieur.
What do you mean?
Everything, monsieur, has been taken care of.
Everything?
Yes, monsieur. That is the word, I believe. Everything.
In the envelope was an airline ticket for Tangier, 50,000 francs in nice fresh notes, and the following letter. My dear Mr. Lime, when you arrive in Tangier, go immediately to the El Mirador Hotel, where a suite is reserved for you. After you've dined, go to a cabaret called the Kabbalah. Wait there for instructions.
Excuse me, monsieur Lime.
Oh, yes, Porter. Is anything wrong?
Nothing is wrong, monsieur, but it is 2:45, and your plane leaves early at 3:15.
Oh, okay, old man, okay. I'm on my way. Just call me a cab, would you
No
please?
need for that, monsieur. A limousine has been ordered for you. It is waiting at the door. It
was a very pleasant trip with a very attractive hostess on board.
Are you quite comfortable, Mr. Lyon?
Oh, yes, I'm fine, thanks.
Isn't there anything you like?
Well, I'd like to know what you're doing tonight after we land.
I mean, wouldn't you like some more coffee or maybe a pillow?
I know what you mean, and you know what I meant.
Tangier is a very interesting city. First there's the Arabs and the Kasbah and all that, and then there's the modern European city. It's an international port, of course, with 14 different countries in control, but of course you know that.
Yes, I've heard tell.
I guess you're making fun of me. You're a businessman. You've probably been to Tangier many times.
Well, let me take that up point by point. I'm not a businessman. I've never been to Tangier, and I wouldn't dream of making fun of you. Just answer me one question.
I go back on a return flight at 6 in the morning, Mr. Lime, and I'm sleeping.
You haven't answered the question. Besides, my name isn't Mr. Lime.
Oh, that's what it says on the manifest.
My name is Harry. Have you ever been to a nightclub in Tangier called the Kabbalah?
Why, yes, I have.
You have what?
Yes, I have, Harry.
It's a nice nightclub?
The best in town.
That's good. Glad you like it. I've reserved a table for us, okay?
Fasten your safety belt. We're coming in.
You know something?
What?
You're one of the few girls outside of Havana I ever danced with who knows anything at all about the rumba.
I learned it in Havana.
That almost explains it.
What do you mean, almost?
Okay, you learned to dance in Havana, and so do lots of other people. Okay, you're a hostess on an airline. You're very good-looking, and there are lots of good-looking hostesses that dance the rumba, but they don't dance that well. And none of them are this beautiful. No, I don't know what I mean by almost, but really, you know, you're almost too good to be true.
No, I'm not so good.
That's good.
You don't even know my name.
Yes, I do. I have a sign on the door of the cockpit, the plane that says Captain T.R. Stevenson, co-pilot J. O'Brady, air hostess P. Smith. So that's your name, isn't it? P. Smith. May I call you P?
P is for Patsy.
Okay, we'll settle for that. Shall we sit down? That champagne ought to be cold enough by now.
It's awfully close in here. Why don't we forget the champagne and take a walk outside?
Oh, wonderful. I'll just pay the check.
Don't bother. It's been taken care of.
What do you mean?
The check has been paid.
Now, look here, old girl. We can't have that. You're my guest, remember. Besides, I'm the male in the party, and I have my pride.
I'm sorry, Harry. It's all taken care of. Come on.
Good night, mademoiselle.
Good night.
Good night, monsieur.
Good night. Good night. Patsy, I'm going to take something back.
What's that, Harry?
One little word.
What's the word?
Almost.
I don't understand you.
Well, I used it describing you, but it doesn't fit. The word almost could never be applied to you. Whatever you are, that's what you are completely. You couldn't be almost anything.
You're wrong, Harry. Almost is just the word for me. Among other things, I'm almost very rich.
You must be if you treat all your boyfriends to champagne.
You're a special case.
We won't argue about that, Patsy. I'm a special case, but what's an airline hostess get paid? Enough to treat her boyfriends to champagne, even the special cases like me? No, Patsy, it doesn't make sense. You say you're rich.
I said I'm almost rich.
Well, then you must be almost stupid.
What do you mean?
Well, if I was almost rich, I wouldn't be working for my living at all. I wouldn't be found on an airplane unless I wanted to get someplace.
I said I was almost rich, Harry, and that's what I meant. That doesn't mean I've little money or enough money. It means I have to work for my living.
I took this job to pay the rent and also because it brings me twice a week to Tangier.
And what do you like about Tangier? A lot of international lawyers and private banks with streets full of American cars and grimy characters in nightshirts. Not very beautiful. As far as I can see, it's a kind of Switzerland with Arabs.
No, but it is beautiful, Harry, if you know the right places. Let me show you.
All right.
Taxi! You know the Villa Muggetti?
The Villa Muggetti? Ah, yes, Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle means the great palace on the hill. I know it well.
Good. Get in, Harry. I'm going to show you how beautiful Tangier can be.
The cab twisted and turned its tortuous way through the native quarter, and then pretty soon we were out in the country. We were climbing steadily, I noticed, and passing beautiful villas, homes of rich expatriates who come to live in this strange little international settlement of Tangier, where you don't even have to register with your consulate, and nobody pays any income taxes at all. I think I neglected to mention that Patsy was beautiful. And if I did, believe me, I was understating the situation. She had gray eyes and that clear, powdery gold hair that makes you think of the ashes of angels' wings. I've known an awful lot of girls, but none of them I've ever laid eyes on would have given Patsy a worried moment. There may be better-looking airplane hostesses, but if there are, they're working for airlines on another planet. As we climbed up the moon-bright hills of Tangier, I forgot completely the strange business which had brought me there, the advertisement in the paper, the airline ticket, and all the rest of it. I didn't care why I'd been sent for to Tangier. I didn't care who'd done it, or what he wanted from me.
I adore kissing you. You do it very well. But we've come to our destination.
Oh, so we have. Anyway, the cab stopped. When did that happen?
About 5 minutes ago.
Where are we?
Well, there's the bay below us.
Oh, very pretty it looks, too, with all the lights and moon on the water.
No, not now, Harry.
Please.
You're very impatient. Now let's get out.
Why? It's nice in here.
It's nicer in the house.
And that enormous place? Mm-hmm. Anyway, some kind of private mansion it must be. Sure we'll be welcome.
Here, you take the key.
The key? You mean...
That's what I mean. You're my guest.
Yes, but how?
You've been my guest all along. Gentleman traveling to Tangier, a visit to the desk.
But what do you mean?
You whistled a tune, didn't you?
Well, how do you know about it?
I had a friend once who told me how fond you've always been of that music.
No, I mean, how do you know about the ad in the paper?
I ought to know. I paid for it.
And my plane ticket?
I got a reduction from the airline. Come in, Harry. Here's a flashlight. I've got something to show you.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Ticket to Tangier.
I followed Patsy into the house. It was a huge place, full of heavy chandeliers and pompous furniture, most of which were pretty spooky looking because they were covered with dust cloths. Obviously, the place hadn't been lived in for many months, but who was it who had lived here? Who was it that built this unlikely palace on a hill overlooking the harbor of Tangier? Above all, why had I been brought here? Just who was P. Smith, air hostess, and what did she expect me to do about it? We made a tour of several chambers before I even started to get any answers.
This way, Harry.
Oh. Where are we now?
This used to be a ballroom. Close the curtains, then we'll turn on the lights.
Okay.
You're sure they're tight shut all round? We don't want the police to come and start asking questions.
You can say that again, honey. What have the cops got to do with you?
Nothing, yet. I'll turn on the switch. See that?
Huh? I see a piano, about 30 gilt chairs, a big rolled-up carpet, all very splendid and grand, but which particular item am I supposed to admire?
The carpet.
I'm not a connoisseur, Patsy, so if you brought me here to get an appraisal, I'm afraid we're both wasting our time. Nothing about carpets.
Do you know about heroin?
Yes. Heroin is a drug. It is nasty and habit-forming, and its sale is controlled by international law.
Go on, tell me more.
I don't know any more about heroin. Not anything to speak of. I don't use drugs, Miss Smith.
But you sell them?
I've just told you that the sale of heroin is controlled by law. Are you suggesting...
I'm suggesting that there isn't much you don't know about breaking the law. Any law.
You've got a point there. I won't try to deny that my knowledge of the subject isn't fairly extensive.
Why do you think I sent for you? Why do you think I brought you here? You're Harry Lime, aren't you? Now stop kidding for a minute and let's get down to business.
First of all, I think you better answer a few questions, Miss P. Smith, air hostess.
That isn't necessary.
Maybe not, sweetheart, but I'm the curious type. I like the facts before I take on a job, all of them. First of all, what's your racket?
I haven't any racket. I'm an airline hostess.
Yes, but why?
Because it's a good job.
Yes, and because the run takes you to Tangier, am I right?
That's partly right. Yes, but listen...
What's your real name?
What's it to you?
We'll play it my way, sweetheart, and we aren't playing it at all. You must need me awful bad to take all this trouble to look me up and move me. If you need me, you're going to cooperate. We'll start off with your real name and go on from there.
Did you ever hear of a man named Mugetti?
Mugetti? Rico Mugetti?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I thought the name of this place was familiar. I met Rico once in Marseille. Another time in Casablanca. He comes from Corsica, isn't that right?
He came from Corsica.
You mean he's dead?
Yes. I was his wife.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no need to be sorry for me. I killed Rico myself.
Then I'm sorry for Rico.
He wasn't a nice man, Harry.
No, I guess he wasn't. I remember now. I once saw him blind a man with a broken wine glass. You're right. Rico wasn't a very nice man, but he was careless.
How do you mean, careless?
With his wives, anyway. A man has to watch himself when he starts playing with wives. Sometimes they're loaded.
Why don't you stop kidding, just for a minute?
What am I supposed to do? After all, there are only so many alternatives. I can make a joke about what you just told me, or congratulate you, or hand you to the cops. And now I think it's better if we treat it as a joke.
So this is the notorious Harry Lime, the man no country can hold and who stops at nothing. You know what? I think you're actually shocked.
Maybe I'm not Harry Lime at all. After all, an awful lot of people can whistle that song.
You'd better be.
I'd better be what, Love Boat? The original Harry Lime, not a facsimile? He doesn't like murder, Mrs. Mugetti. You say he stops at nothing. Well, believe you me, he stops at that. A, it's messy. B, it's silly. And C, there's no profit in it. Besides, Harry Lime's mother always told him not to go around killing people. She said it wasn't nice.
You don't know the facts in the case, Harry. I was justified. Don't have to take my word for it.
I guess I will at that. And now, Mrs. Mugetti, if you don't mind, why have you brought me all the way to Africa to this empty house? You say there's a lot of heroin in that rug. Do I take your word for that?
You don't have to. You can look for yourself.
I told you before, honey, I don't know anything about dope.
You know people who do, don't you? People in Paris, in London, in New York.
Not intimately.
But you know how the drug traffic works. I don't. It was something new for Rico, some kind of big haul. He must have had a partner because he wouldn't have known how to dispose of it. It wasn't his line at all.
It isn't mine either, honey. I keep telling you that. How do you know it's so valuable?
He told me. I've been keeping it here in the house for months now. This airline job I have is perfect for smuggling the stuff, but I don't know who to take it to. I don't know what towns pay the best price. I don't know the names of the agents. Rico kept me away from that kind of thing. All I can remember was hearing him talk about you. You've got to help me, Harry.
What about the police?
They don't know it's here. I don't think they even know about the house. At least there isn't anything against him in Tangier.
I mean about you, Love Boat. You killed him, didn't you? How do the cops feel about that?
They don't suspect me. There's no reason why they should. I had a good alibi. I wasn't even in town.
Just tell me how you did that sometime.
So you can blackmail me? No, thanks, Harry. Let's keep our relationship on a nice, clean business level.
Now, that's the way I like to hear you talk.
Who are you?
We'll talk about that later, Madame Mugetti. Now, I think it would be easier all round if you and Mr. Lime put your hands in the air. Not too high. Just shoulder level, huh? Right. This is a very efficient gun I'm holding. And I'm a good mark.
How did you get in?
I hate to tell you, Madame Mugetti, the explanation is so banal. Through the door. You left it open. Now then, where's the heroin?
Just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Lime?
You seem to know my name, monsieur, but I'm afraid you have the advantage.
It doesn't matter. I was shall we say, a business associate of this widowed lady's husband.
Okay, don't tell me. Let me guess. You began in Indochina. You served 3 years in a penal colony in Brazil. They used to call you the doctor, am I right?
I have a doctor's degree.
Dr. Bessie, that's your name?
What a detective you would make, Mr.
I have a good memory, Dr. Bessie, and I'm a professional collector of information. You will find the heroin in the piano.
In the piano?
Yeah.
This is probably a trick, Mr. Lime. Suppose you go to the piano and extract the heroin yourself.
Don't be silly, old man. It would be very simple for me to extract a revolver from the piano, and I think it would be unpleasant for both of us if there was any shooting. There must be police in the neighborhood. I'd much prefer you to find your dope and leave quietly. I'm a peace-loving man.
Very well. I'll look for myself. I'm keeping my eye on you, Lime. Now then. Wait a minute. There is nothing here. What have you...
Put up your hands, Bessie. I'm warning you. I'll shoot if you don't.
What you did?
Well, very quick, I must say. Congratulations. Strange. He said he was a good shot. Must have been boasting.
He should have kept his eyes on both of us, and nobody could do that. Is he dead?
I wouldn't know, Mrs. Mugetti. I haven't asked him. He looks that way. Have you any plans?
Yes, we better get out of here.
Isn't that funny? That's just what I was going to suggest.
Take the heroin. You can carry it just as it is in the rug.
No, thanks. I have a bad back, and I hate to stoop over. Why don't we just leave it where it is?
Let the cops find it and give up $100,000 worth of dough, you crazy?
Not crazy enough to argue with you as long as you're holding that gun, Patsy, but...
What's that?
Well, what do you think?
Maybe it's the police.
Either that or it's New Year's Eve. Douse the lights on.
Right.
Okay, and now? That's much better.
Why, you...
We've got darkness, and I've got the gun.
Give it back to me.
You're too impulsive for firearms, Mrs. Mugetti. I'm keeping the gun.
The cops.
Sure, it's the cops. Your husband built a nice big house, but it's getting a bit overcrowded. If you don't mind the suggestion, I think we better scram just 2 feet ahead of me, Mrs. Mugetti, and don't try anything funny.
You
Keep your seatbelt fastened. We're coming in. We made our way out through the garden. The cops were all over the place, and after a while it was clear that our only hope was in separating. Patsy, you go through the shrubbery. Keep straight on down the field till you get to town. You can, mister. Just keep going down the road.
What about you?
I'll make out all right.
Yes, but what about the heroin?
Heroin? There isn't any heroin in this story, Mrs. Mugetti. Just a hero. That's a joke, honey. You can laugh at it later when you catch your plane to Dakar.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Of course, they got her. They took her off the plane on the return round to Paris. Somebody tipped off the police about that murder. It's what you might call the wages of Lime. It's another joke, but you don't have to laugh at it. I'll do the laughing. You see, what Patsy didn't know was that I had picked up the rug in the darkness and hid it under a bush just outside the window. I came back later and collected it. Of course, the word was out about Rico's big consignment, and didn't have any trouble getting a good price in Marseille the next week. But honestly, I don't approve of drugs. That's why I threw the original stuff into the Bay of Tangier and delivered to the gangsters 7 nicely wrapped packages of confectioner's sugar. They tell me you can get the habit for sugar, too, but my conscience is clear, all except for one thing, that little prayer rug it was wrapped in. I know it didn't belong to me, but it looks very nice here in front of the tea table, don't you think so? Will you have milk or lemon with your tea? And how much sugar? This is the very best brand, you know. A syndicate of desperate gangsters paid me $50,000 for only 7 packages of the same quality.
mighty swell suggestion.
Kellogg's Pep!
Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep. Made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Cask of Amontillado.
Fools and cowards, Montracer. Fools and cowards. What I say about your ancestors is true, Montracer. Every last word of it. That fat, dull-witted fool, Fortunato. That he should dare to insult the names of my ancestors. For that I swear, Fortunato shall die.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Cask of Amontillado. And now for our story. Adapted for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled The Cask of Amontillado.
As my story begins, it was carnival time in Venice, a time of feasting and merrymaking. Fortunato and I had been celebrating with all the rest. Perhaps we'd indulged our taste for wine too greatly that day. But that was when it began. The day was almost spent, and we were standing in front of my house watching the crowd. Yes, my friend. The carnival has been a great success. True, Fortunato. Did you know that it was one of my ancestors who made the plans for the carnival over 4 generations ago? What? Oh, come now, Montracer. You're not serious. It's no joke, Fortunato. It's in the records of the family for any who wish to see. I cannot believe you. He was one of the foremost swordsmen of his age. In fact, all the male members of the family were renowned for their ability with the foil. Even you, Montracer? Yes, my friend, even Montracer. With those spindly legs, you a swordsman? Take care, Fortunato. What? You dare threaten me? How do you like it, Montracer? How do you like the point of my rapier at your throat? Fortunato, please. And you fancy yourself a great swordsman. It's so funny, Montracer, to look at you all white in the face, so frightened, so brave. I do not know about your ancestors, Montracer, but you certainly have made this carnival the funniest in a long time. A great swordsman. I bid you a brave farewell, Montracer. It was then that I began to hate Fortunato. He turned and disappeared into the crowd. Though he was gone, the echoes of his fat, laughing face remained in my brain. The great swordsman! I went into the house and thought to see no more of him that night. Little by little, the remaining hours of the carnival wasted away until finally I heard the great bell striking midnight, marking the end of the celebration. I sat in the library reading, but the printed words refused to be silent and rearranged themselves into a likeness of Fortunato's face. So brave, Montracer. So brave. My mind was playing tricks on me. That I knew. But of a sudden, a shadow fell across the pages. Hey, Montracer. Fortunato, how did you get in? Don't be alarmed, my good Montracer. One of your servants was so kind as to allow me entrance. What do you want? Oh, come now, Montracer. You wouldn't refuse a good friend the hospitality of your house, would you? I forgot. It's past midnight. The wine shops are closed. Yes, quite true, Montracer. So I came to you. May I offer you some wine? Well, I hope you would. Yes, I imagine you did. Here, Fortunato. Many thanks, Montracer. There's nothing like fine wine. That's why I like you so much, Montracer. Why? Well, no matter what you are, your wine cellar is filled with the finest of wine. Thank you for your compliment, Fortunato. But there's one wine you do not have. That is? Amontillado. Someday I hope that you will procure some Amontillado. Amontillado is the rarest wine in all of Italy, Fortunato. But for your friend, Fortunato, you might perhaps get some? We shall see, my friend. Now you were about to leave? Yes, Montracer, I shall leave. But before I do, pour me another glass of wine. I drink to the great swordsman in your family. You needn't lie to me about your family, Montracer. I know them for what they are. And that was? Fools and cowards, Montracer, all of them. What you say of my ancestors should be well tempered with thought, Fortunato. Oh, it was, Montracer, it was. Fortunato, if you... No matter. You're drunk. You're not responsible for what you say. Drunk? I never drink enough to muddle my brain, Montracer. I mean what I say. Just the same. I'll excuse you this time. Why, excuse me. What I have said is the truth. I think perhaps you'd better leave. Yes, my friend, I shall leave. But before I do, however, may I ask if you're going to the party tomorrow night? Yes, I am. Why? Merely asking. Of course, Rosita will be there. Yes, I know. Lovely girl, Rosita. Yes, I know. I shall be going. Do. I shall accompany you to the door. No need, my friend. I'm steady enough to make it myself. I'll see you tomorrow night, Montracer. Yes, tomorrow night. Oh, and what I said about your ancestors still holds true, Montracer. Oh, and Montracer, don't forget the Amontillado. I decided to let the insult pass this time. But if it occurred again, I would settle the score with Fortunato. The next night, I was with Rosita at the ball.
It's a lovely party, Montracer.
Yes, Rosita, and with you here, it's all the lovelier.
You flatter me.
It is deserved. Rosita.
Yes?
I've been observing you closely of late, Rosita.
Indeed.
Yes.
And do you find me pleasing?
Well, you know I do. I was hoping... Oh, well, here you are, Montracer. Out in the balcony. I thought... You thought you'd lost me, huh? Well, listen, it'll take much more than you to outwit me, Montracer.
I wondered where you were, Fortunato.
Oh, indeed, Rosita? Well, of course I do not doubt it. Montracer is such a terrible boor. I do not make excuses, my friend. The whole family were boors, and therefore you cannot help it. Can you, Rosita?
True that I...
Forgive me for bothering you, Rosita. I have come looking for you in the hope that I may have the next dance, Rosita.
But I promised to...
Don't let me worry you, Rosita. Dance with Fortunato.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Only too sure. Montracer doesn't mind. How could such a dolt as he mind anything? Shall we go, my dear? Goodbye, Montracer. Enjoy yourself. Never did I think he would go so far as to insult me before Rosita. To deliberately interfere between Rosita and myself. I knew then that Fortunato would pay for his insults, for I hated him more than anyone else on earth. It was then I swore that Fortunato would die.
Back now to our story, adapted especially for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled The Cask of Amontillado.
I determined then to even the score, to revenge the desecration of my name, of my family honor, and immediately into my brain flooded a host of ideas to destroy him. What were his weak points? How could I catch him at a disadvantage? If only I could lure him down into the catacombs beneath my house. Few people knew of the vast subterranean caverns that lay beneath the house. But how to get them there? Let me see. Something he said might give me a clue. Something he said. Fools and cowards, Montracer. Fools and cowards. No, not that. Something else. And what I said about your ancestors still holds true, Montracer. Montracer, don't forget the Amontillado. The Amontillado. The Amontillado.
Don't forget the Amontillado. Don't forget the Amontillado.
Yes, that was it. The Amontillado. The cask of Amontillado. Fine drinker, was he? A connoisseur of fine wines, eh? That was it. That was the way to accomplish my revenge. Amontillado, the rarest wine in all of Italy. Fortunato would die for a glass of Amontillado. Yes. Fortunato would die for a glass of Amontillado. Accordingly, a few days later, I sent him a message saying I would like to meet him at his favorite place of entertainment and wine merchants, and of course, I waited anxiously for his answer. Yes?
A message for you, Signor Montresor.
From whom?
Signor Fortunato bade me give it to you.
Thank you. Good. Thank you for your tidings, lad. Here's something for your trouble.
Thank you, Signor Montresor.
Fortunato had agreed to meet me on the morrow. My nerves were tense and the time moved so slowly. I sat by the hourglass the entire night and part of the next day watching the grains of sand mark off the time. Finally, when I knew I could bear to wait no longer, the time arrived.
Ah, Signor Montresor.
Oh, good day, Ferroni.
I was just leaving. Signor Fortunato was over by the window. Confidentially, Montresor, I'm glad you're here. When he's had too much to drink, he's a destructive man.
Well, I shall take care of him, Ferroni.
Thank you, Signor Montresor. While I'm gone, and if you want something, just call my wife. She's in the rear.
Thank you, Ferroni.
Good day, Signor Montresor. So you come in, Montresor. Come and join me.
I'm quite glad you could meet me today, Fortunato. I hope I didn't inconvenience you by asking you to meet me here.
Absolutely not, Montresor. If you had, I wouldn't be here.
What are you drinking?
Sherry. Will you have a glass?
Yes, you can pour me a glass of sherry.
Well, I assure you, my friend, it's the very best. There you are. Excuse me, Montresor. I have a cold.
You should take better care of yourself, Fortunato.
It will pass. Well, then, tell me, what did you wish to see me about?
Perhaps I better not mention it.
Oh, come, Montresor. Don't tell me you wanted to see me for nothing.
Well, I wanted your advice on something.
Oh, what?
You see, I've procured a cask of what is supposed to be Amontillado.
Amontillado? Where? When? From whom?
That I cannot tell you, but you see, I have my doubts about it.
A cask of Amontillado? A whole cask? It sounds impossible.
I agree with you, my friend. It does sound impossible. Perhaps I was foolish to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. But you were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain.
No, I can't get over it. Amontillado.
I have my doubts, for
Amontillado.
And I must satisfy them.
Amontillado.
I had contended to consult Lucchese. If anyone should know, it should be he. He will tell you.
Lucchese is a fool. But he cannot tell Amontillado from common sherry.
And yet some people say his taste is a match for your own.
They lie.
Well, that is a matter of opinion.
Well, they lie, I tell you. Lucchese is an imposter.
I think I'd better be going.
I'm going with you.
My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature.
You will not go to Lucchese. Montresor, are you insulting me?
Why, no, Fortunato. I merely thought...
I care not for what you think. I will go with you.
It is really your cold that I worry about, Fortunato. It is damp in the cellars. Very damp and very cold.
It matters not to me. This cold is a mere nothing. But Amontillado... I must know if you've been swindled. Oh, and Montresor.
Yes?
Forget about Lucchese. He knows nothing about fine wines.
As you say, my friend. Shall we go? When we reached the house, there were no attendants present. I'd made sure that we'd be entirely alone. Before we go downstairs, my friend, let us fortify ourselves against the cold and dampness with some wine. The catacombs will undoubtedly make your cold much worse.
A capital idea, Montresor. A little sherry, if you please. Not too much, but not too little either.
Have no fears, Fortunato, my friend. It'll be just right.
Yes. Let me have it. This makes me feel better. Much better.
Have another glass, Fortunato.
No.
Please.
Well, on second thought, Montracer, yes, I will have another glass.
I thought so. Here you are, Fortunato.
Many thanks, Montracer.
Drink heartily. Who knows, you may not be alive tomorrow to enjoy it.
Yes, Montracer, how right you are. What a sense of humor you have. But I intend to be alive tomorrow. But then, who can tell, huh?
Yes, who can tell?
Back now to our story, adapted especially for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled The Cask of Amontillado.
We finished the wine and sat talking for a few minutes. Then, seeing his eagerness was at its height, I led him to the archway that led down into the vaults. We passed down a long and winding stairway. At length, we came to the foot of the descent and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montracers. Here we are, Fortunato, in the catacombs of the Montracers.
Yes, but the Cask of Amontillado, where is it?
It is farther on, Fortunato.
The walls of this place are so dirty. I hate to be caught down here.
How long have you had that cough?
Oh, it's nothing. Let us proceed.
No, we'll go back. Your health is precious. You'll be ill, and I'll be responsible. We might even become lost. Besides, there's always Lucchese.
Enough! The cough is nothing. I shall not die of a cough.
True, Fortunato. You will not die of a cough. I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily, Fortunato, but you should use the proper caution. And there's a bottle of wine on the rack here. Just have some to make you forget the dismalness of this place.
Yes, by all means. It's so damp and cold down here.
Sorry, I have no glass to offer you.
No, don't stand on ceremony, Montracer. Here, let me have the bottle.
Here.
This is the family crypt, is it not?
Yes, this is the crypt of the Montracers, an ancient and honorable family.
Well then, I drink to the buried that repose around us.
And I drink to your long life.
Yes, that's a good toast. In my long life. You know what, Tracer? These vaults are extensive. What would happen if we were to be lost down here?
I will not be lost, Fortunato.
Still, perhaps we should go back.
And leave the Amontillado?
Well, we could return another time.
You're afraid I can always get Lucchese?
No. Let us proceed to the Amontillado. After all, we shall only be here for a little while.
If you insist, Fortunato. If you insist. Coughing grew worse, but I said nothing. I could see that he was not quite so enthusiastic about finding the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt.
Come on, Tracer. Where is the Amontillado?
The Amontillado? Oh, yes, in the crypt, Fortunato.
I can't. Where?
In that low crypt ahead of you.
Why, it's just tall enough for a man of my size.
Yes, isn't it?
But, I do not see the cask of Amontillado.
Oh, but you will, Fortunato, you will. You wouldn't want to turn back now, would you? A man of your courage.
I will not have it said that Fortunato is a coward. Now then, just where is the Amontillado, Montracer?
Lift your torch a little higher, Fortunato. You'll see it.
Where?
Just inside this niche, Fortunato. Just inside. Why did I hide it here? You forget Amontillado is the rarest wine in all of Italy, Fortunato.
Yes, you're wise, Montracer.
Now, Fortunato, herein lies the Amontillado. As for Lucchese...
He's a fool. Yes, Amontillado. The whole cask of Amontillado.
Yes, go in. Get to the Amontillado, Fortunato.
The Amontillado. This rock is in the way.
Put your hands up high and push, Fortunato. No, higher. That's it.
What are you doing? Just shaking you, Fortunato. But Montracer, the Amontillado.
Now, Fortunato, dance. Dance with Rosita. You should have seen the look of terror on his round face. He could barely move. The crypt was just the right size for him. Just the right size for him to die in. Then I began to work. I began rolling up the entrance to the niche in which Fortunato was chained.
Montracer, what are you doing?
Even a dolt can understand what I'm doing, Fortunato. Even a dolt such as Montracer.
Please, Montracer, don't wall me up in here. I didn't mean the things I said. Please, I promise I shall leave Rosita alone.
Yes, Fortunato, you will leave Rosita alone.
Have mercy, Montracer. I'm sorry for what I said.
It's too late, Fortunato. Too late to make excuses. I had barely finished with the first year of masonry when I discovered that the effect of the wine had worn off Fortunato. He began shaking his chains in an effort to throw them off.
I'll get loose, Montracer. I'll throw these chains off and I'll kill you.
Do you know good to shake those chains? They're strong, Fortunato. I made sure of that.
Montracer, look, I'll give you anything you want. Rosita, money 1,000 lira. Anything at all. Anything.
No, Fortunato, I find this payment enough.
Montracer, please. Please have pity on me.
Pity, Fortunato? You ask for pity? I have no pity for you.
For the love of heaven, Montracer!
His head was twisted over his shoulder, watching me as I piled brick upon brick. With each stone I put into position, his eyes took on a look of increasing terror and torture. He made little sounds in his throat. I continued my work. I had finished laying the 7th tier of rocks before I paused to rest. The wall was almost upon a level with my chest.
Help me, someone! Help me! Montracer's mad. Montracer's trying to kill me! Help me! Anyone at all!
You may shout all you wish. No one can hear you.
Someone will know that you took me. Saw me. But they'll find me even if I'm dead. And you'll be punished.
Few people know of these catacombs, Fortunato, and those who do are my friends.
Yes. This is a very good joke indeed, Montracer. Who would have thought that you had such a sense of humor? But don't you think your little joke has gone far enough? We will have many laugh over it as we drink our wine, eh?
I will have many a laugh over it, Fortunato. I don't think you'll be able to laugh.
Montracer, you can't be in earnest.
So much in earnest that you'll die for it, Fortunato.
Please, Montracer! Please! Montracer!
He began to scream. But then, after a while, he was silent. His eyes watched every move I made. With a great deal of effort, I raised the last stone and shoved it into position. I waited for a few minutes and then called to him. Fortunato? Fortunato! Dear me, where is Fortunato? I look about me. So dark down here. So depressive. So cold and damp. I must remember to stay away from here. I might catch Fortunato's cold.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. And now, tonight's episode of the Green Hornet. Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford warily entered the office and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair.
Me poor feet are killing me, that they are, Casey. And they caught me such a cold I could hardly talk. What on earth have you been doing all afternoon, Axford? What made you so tired? Oh, walking, Casey. Walking me legs off trying to check up on them 20 neediest families the Daily Sentinel took care of last Christmas. It was Reed's idea that we should find out how they're making out this year. Well, what did you find out about? Well, that's just it, Casey. Would you believe it? I went to 9 of them places. Most of them are better off than I am myself. Well, what do you mean? Well, just that. 6 of the families I visited were living in solid comfort, with the houses fixed up, plenty of food and stuff like that. Really? Well, it's strange. As I remember, each of those 20 families was in dire need a year ago. Most of them have been on our list for several years. Sure you're not telling me a thing I don't know, Casey. But someone seemed to have struck it lucky somehow during the past year. So they won't be needing our help any longer. Well, I'm glad they've been so fortunate, even if I can't understand how it happened. Yes. And go down to the city room. If Reed wants me, he can let me know. Oh, wait a minute, Axford. What do you want? Do you have a list of the families you visited? Oh, sure. I got it right here. There you are. Oh, thanks. The ones with the little crosses beside it were the families that seem to have plenty of dough to get along on. Oh, good. I'll give this list to Mr. Reed. Do what you like with it. But I'm through tramping around. If he can't take it. Oh, that's too bad. There's such nice big ones, too. You and your corny jokes. Get that, Casey. Big teeth, corny jokes. That's a snappy comeback for you. You get out of here. Oh, what a guy. Well, I'll take this list into Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
What is it, Miss Casey?
Axford came in and brought this list with him.
A list?
Yes. Mr. Gunnigan sent him out to investigate the 20 neediest families. The ones from the Sentinel helped last year.
Oh, yes.
And this is a list of the families that Axford visited this afternoon. 9 of them. There's something about that list that's peculiar.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, those names marked with little crosses seem to have struck it rich, according to Axford. At least they're all living in solid comfort.
Really? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Has 6 names marked that way.
That's right.
Well, tell me, do you still have the case histories on these families?
Yes, sir. I have them in my files.
Well, leave them on my desk in the morning. I'll go over them when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, you might as well weed out those Axford found in good condition. They won't be needing our help this Christmas.
All right. You know, it seems strange to me that 6 of the neediest families a year ago managed to come out so well this year.
Well, personally, I'm glad to know they could do it.
Oh, I am, too.
I was just surprised, that's all.
Well, they probably had more gumption than the rest. Some of those families have been on our list for several years.
I know. And I'll be interested to find out if any of the Fortunate Six have been on our list for any length of time.
Oh, so will I. Well, I'm going to call it a day in this case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
What do you think about Spencer? It was in the modern edition.
Ray Spencer, the big shot racketeer? What about him?
Well, you know, the cops picked him up for questioning about that payroll holdup.
I know.
For a while there, it looked like they had the goods on Spencer. There was a witness who took the numbers attributable to the holdup car as they left the scene, and it was traced to Spencer. Sure, he claimed his car had been stolen. No one believed that, Chief. That is, no one believed it till last night, Reed, when the cops were tipped off that some bum was slashing a big roller door in a Water Street bar.
That's right, Chief. When they picked up the bum, the cops found some of the payroll checks on him. He confessed to the holdup.
Sure, and that let Spencer in the clear.
After all, if Spencer was innocent...
Innocent ain't the word to use for that guy, Reed. Maybe he didn't pull the holdup job, but to my way of thinking, he's done a lot he's managed to get out of. He's a smooth one, that Spencer.
He sure is, Mike. He came out of prison with nothing. Yet within a year he buys a big nightclub and seems to have money to burn. Where it all came from is a mystery.
The city would do well without men like Spencer. There doesn't seem to be anything that we can do with him. Seems to keep within the law.
Well, he'll make a slip someday, mark my words. Well, I'm going on down to cops' headquarters. Later. So long.
Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ray Spencer sat at his desk in the office of his nightclub, talking to one of his henchmen.
Well, Virgil, we put it over again. I must admit you're smart enough at times, even though you do talk like a dope.
Oh, Chief, boy, thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
No, I won't tell nobody if you say so. I never tell nothing you don't want me to.
Give it, Virgil, give it. Here. Take this over to Maggie Hooker.
Yeah, sure.
Tell her she'll get the same amount this time next week.
Okay.
How about the others? Did you get their dough to them all right?
Yeah. They all meet me like I was Santa Claus or something every time I go with the dough. Hey, do you have to pay out all that moolah every week, boss?
Absolutely, Virgil. If I don't keep my bargain with them, they might squeal, and that would be the end. Both of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. That wouldn't be so good, would it?
What do you think? You already did a stretch in the pen, so you ought to know.
Yeah. You know, somehow I didn't like it. I couldn't do what I wanted to. And they wouldn't let me go no place either.
That happens to be the policy of prisons, Virgil. Get going before Maggie Hooker thinks we're giving her husband the double cross.
I don't trust dames nohow. I ain't never had no luck with them.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why, Virgil. Go on, get started.
Sure, okay, boss.
Hurry back. I have other things for you to do.
I'll be right back, boss.
I brought in the letters you dictated this morning, Mr. Reed, and if you'll sign them now, I'll get them right out.
All right. I'm glad you finished them. I'd like to have you do something this afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Well, since Axford gave up on those neediest families, I thought perhaps you could visit a few of the ones he didn't get to. Take a cab and turn in an expense account.
Oh, fine. I'd like getting out for a while. Is there anything you want me to do here before I leave?
Well, no. If you see 2 or 3 this afternoon, we'll have someone else finish the visits tomorrow. You'd better leave right away.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right now. And I'll be back before 5 o'clock.
Wait for me, please. Okay, lady. Looking for somebody, lady?
Yes. So Mr. and Mrs. Marty Hooker live in this building?
Yeah, right down them steps. They live in the basement flat. Oh, you won't find Marty there.
No?
No, he got picked up for pulling that big payroll hold-up. Put it all the papers. Confessed he done it. I'll get this old lady's home, though. Right down them steps like I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, good ball, yeah. Hey, look, lady, the boys are down the street today.
What can I do for you, dearie? Are you Mrs. Hooker? Who wants to know? I'm from the Daily Sentinel. About the Christmas donation, you know. You were on our list last year.
That. Come on in, dearie. Well, things are kind of mucked up a wee bit, but with the baby and all, and the old man being in trouble.
I understand. I'm sorry about your husband. You can count on the Sentinel to
Bless your heart, dearie, but we won't be needing to take your help.
This place is terribly cold and, well, with the baby and all, I'm sure you'll
Things aren't as bad as they look, that they ain't. Before the week's out, I'll be leaving this hovel for a nice flat on the west side. From now on, Maggie Hooker and the baby will be living in comfort. That we will, dearie.
I'm glad to hear it, but I
can see it in your eyes. You think I'm talking a bit of blimey. Safety praise is the truth when I say we'll be living better without that no-good Marty than we ever lived with him around.
Someone's offered to help you then?
Well, there's a weekly income that's been arranged. A distant relative who came into plenty of money.
Oh?
Now, don't you worry your pretty head about Maggie Hooker, dearie. And you can tell your newspaper we'll be needing their help no longer, thank heaven.
I see. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mrs. Hooker, and I'm really glad things are going to be better for you.
Well, and after I get settled in the new place, look me up and drop in for a cup of tea. Thankful I am for what you did last year. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Miss Casey, now, Reed.
Oh, hello, Axford. I guess I'm later than I intended to be, Mr. Reed.
We were just beginning to worry about you, Miss Case. It's almost 6 o'clock. How did you make out?
All right. I went to 4 places. 3 of them are in just as bad condition as they were last year. The other one, though, won't need help this year.
Well, that's another one to cross off the list, then. What's the name?
Hooker. The family of Marty Hooker. Mrs. Hooker says she's comfortably fixed from now on, and she intends to move to the west side. Her husband's in jail, I understand.
Marty Hooker, did you say?
Yes.
Say, Reed, come to think of it, 'twas Marty Hooker who confessed to that payroll holdup they tried to pin on Ray Spencer and his gang.
Really?
Marty Hooker's his name, sure as I'm sitting here.
Miss Case, did Mrs. Hooker say where she was getting the money?
Well, she was rather cagey about it. She said a distant relative decided to arrange a weekly income for her and the baby.
Well, let's see that list. Well, according to this, Hookers have been among the neediest families for the past 3 years. This windfall from that distant relative is rather sudden, it seems to me.
It is that.
Moreover, I've been checking this afternoon on those whom Axford reported as being in comfortable circumstances.
Well, what did you find out, Mr. Reed?
I discovered that in each of those cases, the husband is in prison, each one having confessed to a crime.
You don't say. That's sure a coincidence, isn't it?
Well, it seems mighty funny to me.
Yes. It might not be a coincidence, actually.
What then?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Say no. Maybe I'd better tip Sarge off to do a little investigating. To my way of thinking, all them guys that went to jail were in the same gang. And their wives know where they left some hidden stolen money.
Oh, there you are. That settles the whole thing.
Well, not exactly. As a matter of fact, though, there may be some connection between all those confessed crooks and some one man or some group on the outside.
You got something there, Reed?
Well, maybe.
Mr. Reed, I was just thinking.
Go on, Miss Case.
Well, wasn't that racketeer Ray Spencer involved in the payroll holdup case before Hooker confessed?
Holy cow. Do you think Spencer's pulling something, Reed?
Well, what I think doesn't matter. The main thing is that the police get proof. And from what I've learned about Ray Spencer, if he is connected with Hooker and the others, getting proof against him is not going to be easy. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After finding out that several men from the neediest families in the city had confessed to crimes and gone to prison, with the result that their families began receiving money, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, waited patiently for the result of the police investigation. It was several days later when Axford phoned from police headquarters. Hello?
This is Axford.
Well, what's up?
I'm Calvin Cops headquarters. I was just talking to Sarge about that investigation.
Well, what's the result?
Reed, I can't get anything out of any of those people. And Ray Spencer is laughing in their faces when they question him.
Well, Spencer may not be involved, but if he is, as I said before, getting proof will not be easy.
Sarge says he thinks there's something funny about the whole setup, too. But it's all so tight they can't break it.
I see. Well, if they do get any sort of a lead, let me know.
Sure, Reed, that I will. See you later. So long.
Goodbye, actually. Looks like it will take unorthodox methods. I'll call Cato on the private line. Cato, I have a job for you to do.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Bridges. What I to do?
You know Ray Spencer?
Ray Spencer? I see his picture in paper open. The old Nightingale Club.
Right. And he has his office there. I want you to take the small coupe and go over there. Shadow Spencer. Get to know by sight the men close to him. Be careful.
What I tried to find out.
Find out if Spencer or one of his men pays a weekly visit to the slum district.
Yes, sir. I watch carefully.
Good. Report to me as soon as you find out anything. Goodbye, Cato.
Goodbye, Mr. Bridges.
It was almost 6 o'clock the following afternoon when Britt Reed returned to his office from a board meeting at the Civic Club. Any messages for me, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. Cato phoned and said to tell you that he had a very special dinner waiting for you tonight and wants you to be sure and come home.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
These letters are to be answered.
Well, they can wait.
And Ashford phoned with a brilliant idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, he wants money to buy toys and to hire a Santa Claus outfit so he can appear as Santa at the settlement house on Christmas Eve.
That I'd like to see. His way with children will make up for the Irish brogue, though. Tell him to go to it.
And last but not least, Gunnigan's been asking for you. He wants to discuss a new setup for the city page.
Well, tell Gunnigan to work it out to suit himself. I'm tired. I'm going home. I'll see you in the morning, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night. Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. All right, Cato, let's have it. What did you find out?
I find out big men who have flat nose and big ears always with Spencer.
Bodyguard, perhaps?
That's what I think. This afternoon, this man, whom I learn go by name of Virgil, leave office and go to slum area. I follow.
Good. Where did he stop?
He go 2 places. I have names and addresses here. The last place he go is out on west side of city.
Let's see those names. Mrs. Tony Coretta, Water Street. And Mrs. Marty Hooker, West End Avenue. Cato, you really did get something.
You recognize names, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Both of these names were on our neediest families list last year. Both Tony Coretta and Marty Hooker are in prison. And both their families are living comfortably.
What all that means?
It means Ray Spencer is involved in a deal somewhere. And I have a pretty good idea about the party place. The police can't go around the law to force the issue, but the Green Hornet can. Let's go. Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of the closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This building led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
But first we'll go to Mrs. Coretta's and Mrs. Hooker's.
Well, Mrs. Coretta live in middle of next block.
Turn off into the back alley. Then we'll head for Hooker's. If they react the way I think they will, Ray Spencer will be stopped once and for all. Mrs. Coretta?
Maria Coretta, that's me. It's dark in the hall, but why are you asking for me?
I'll come inside.
No. You must come in like that. That keeps you not good. Please, you're not
I won't hurt you if you do what I say. Give me the money you received this afternoon.
Oh, you're making a mistake. I know how to get the money.
Give it to me.
Oh, sure, I gave it. It's in our bag. You just not good, Maria. I get it.
All right, give it here.
Maria, She not having the money for us to live.
If you have any complaints, tell them to the man who sent me. Mr. Ray Spencer.
Spencer? He sent you here?
You heard me. I'll leave now.
That's a big Spencer. He pulled the double cross. Double on my Tony. I make him sorry. I'll go tell him I told him tonight.
You've got nothing to be crying about this night. Sure now. You got to understand every word I've been saying. I'll be thinking. Glory be. Who can be calling at a time like this? Praise to the devil himself. Not the clothes, but will you be sitting in the house?
I'm already inside. Close the door.
Sure, and I know you're that green harness, but there's Maggie Hooky you're backing up against it.
Give me the money you received a while ago.
So that's it, is it? Well, not a penny will I be given to the like for you, so you can be taking yourself out of here right now.
I'd hate to use this gun on a woman. But if you don't...
Merciful heavens, I believe you would.
I'm waiting.
All right. I'll be giving it to you.
Hurry.
Now, quiet the foul team. You can have the money. But if you're scared that innocent little babe, I'll be tearing you apart, gun or no gun. Here's the money, you thieving devil.
Thanks. Spencer said it would be easy to get.
Hold on. Did I hear you speak of Mr. Spencer?
Yes, you heard me.
So he sent you here. It is a filthy game to be playing on me poor husband. But to St. Pat will bear me witness, I'll turn that Spencer into the law. And you're with him, that I will. I'll call me friend Pat to your headquarters right now. Georgia will.
Time for me to go. Good night, Mrs. Hooker.
Is that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. My plan's working out. Let's get moving.
Where do we go next?
I have a few more places to visit. Tomorrow, Cato, after things quiet down, you can mail the money I'm taking back to each of those women. After that, the Senate will see to it that none of them are suffering. Step on it. Through one dark back street of the city after another, the sleek car of the Green Hornet moved like a great purring shadow. Frequent stops were made until finally, each of the places listed on a paper in Britt Reed's pocket had been visited. Then Britt and Cato returned to the apartment to await results. It was after midnight when Sergeant Burke entered the press room at police headquarters.
What's the news, Sarge? Is there anything to it all? Plenty, expert. You did well to hang around instead of going out with the other C. Give it to me, then. Hold your horses. I got to send a couple of the boys out. Cassidy.
Yes, sir?
Take one of the boys with you and pick up Ray Spencer.
Okay, right away.
Ray Spencer? Why are you picking him up? We got a call from several women who claimed the Hornet came there and took back money Spencer was paying them. This is a bargain he made with her husband.
What do you mean?
Spencer pulled jobs like that payroll holdup. Then got some poor starving guy with a family to take the rap. In return, he promised to pay a weekly sum to the wife. Get it? Holy crow. We got word that several of the guys have already seen the prison warden and retracted their confessions, putting the blame on Spencer.
Wait,
I got a call, Reed. Wait till he hears this.
Boy, I got a scoop this time. So he thinks I don't bring in any news, huh? He'll find out.
I bet he's sleeping.
So what? Reed, this is Ashford.
I might have known. Just when I get to sleep, you have to...
Hold on, Reed. The cops are picking up Ray Spencer. He paid a lot of guys to go to jail for him. You know, those poor guys whose families were on our list.
Well, what do you know?
It was the Green Hornet working with Spencer who broke things open. He went to take back the dough from the families, the women squashed, and then the cops found out that the guys were...
The story to rerun.
Well, not yet, but I'm going...
Santa Claus, you're wasting time. Get the story in.
Sure, Reed, but I'm trying to...
Did they pick up the Hornet yet?
The Hornet? Now, hold on, Reed. Don't you know it's a tough thing?
Call me when they do. Good night.
Reed, I want to...
Hang up on you, huh?
Did they pick up the Hornet yet, he says. Then call me when they do. Boy, sometimes I think Reed's losing what little part of mind he has. That I do.
You lose what little job you have if you don't get that story into the Sentinel.
Holy crow. Give me that phone, quick.
story of the Green Hornet.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police, calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 11, regarding the murder of officers Brett and Fletcher, who were shot to death tonight in Boyle Heights. Suspected driving a battered old Ford. Description of the only suspect obtainable is a medium height, has thin hair, wearing a checkered suit. Get 'em, boys. That's all. Rolls and clips.
If you are the average motorist, you buy gasoline for only one or two cars. What would you do if you had to supply thousands of cars with gasoline? You would check pretty carefully all the different brands. You would analyze their many claims. And not satisfied with claims, you'd make actual tests yourself to see which gasoline is most powerful, which is the fastest, which gasoline really does give more miles to the gallon. That's how the buyers for large cities like Los Angeles and Oakland select the gasoline for their thousands of police, fire, and emergency cars by actual tests. What gasoline wins these tests? Nearly everyone knows that Rio Grande Cracked gasoline has won them for years, and thereby won the contracts to supply gasoline for more police, fire, and emergency cars than any other brand in this market. It is an honor to have the finest, fastest, most powerful motors on the road using your gasoline. Rio Grande is able to hold this leadership only by producing a gasoline which actually outperforms others. No other gasoline can equal this performance because Rio Grande holds the exclusive patent rights to manufacture cracked gasoline by the Sinclair process. Millions of dollars have been invested in special refinery apparatus which breaks gasoline drops into unbelievably small atoms so they'll burn more efficiently in your car. Rio Grande balances cracked gasoline so it starts quicker than other brands, so it generates more power, so it speeds up faster. And this cracking and balancing ensures that Rio Grande Cracked burns evenly and completely, so there's no waste, as in gasolines made by the ordinary refining process. You can actually feel the difference in your own car when you change to Rio Grande Cracked gasoline. One tankful will convince you that there's a world of difference. Please try it. And now we are pleased to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. It is only when a police officer is slain while protecting your life and property that many of you realize how dangerous and at times how thankless his life is. The brutal killing of two men with whom I worked in the first Auto Patrol in the city of Los Angeles 15 years ago startled me, as it did the entire police personnel of the state, into such a realization. Tonight's dramatization of that fiendish slaying and the manhunt that followed it will, I sincerely hope, impress upon you the peril in which your police officers work. I hope, too, that it will serve as a warning to those who live outside the law that it is far more dangerous to shoot a policeman and take a chance on getting away than it is to surrender. For although a detective will do his best, no matter what the case is, he will do a little better than his best, go with less sleep than the little he normally gets, follow clue after clue, never giving up when he is searching for the murderer of a fellow officer.
It is the night of December 6, 1921. In Mosley's Auditorium at Grand Avenue and 16th Street, the annual police ball is being held. Clad in severe black and white evening dress, accompanied by their ladies in dazzling, colorful gowns, the guardians of the law are at this moment being led by Mayor George E. Cryer in the Grand March. Immediately behind the mayor marches Police Chief Charles E. Jones. Just as the march is drawing to a close, an attendant approaches the chief.
Beg pardon, Chief. Yes, what is it? Important telephone call, sir. Tell them to wait. They said to get you to the phone at once. It's headquarters. Very well. Will you pardon me, my dear? Always business, you know.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Right here. Oh, yes, thank you. Hello? Chief Jones speaking. What? Yes. All right. I'll be right down. Stop the music, Professor. Other officers, I have just had a call from headquarters. It was a report that Officer Bill Brett and Officer Harry Clester have just been murdered. I guess the party's over for tonight, boys.
As the grief-stricken officers file silently out of the auditorium, newsboys are already screaming the headlines of extras heralding the death of the two policemen. Chief Jones goes to headquarters immediately, followed by the shocked officers, many of whom have not stopped to change from evening dress to uniform. A citywide manhunt is ordered at once for the brutal killers, who, not content with riddling the bodies of Brett and Clester with bullets, had maniacally driven the car backwards and forwards over the already dead bodies. The next morning, Detectives Jesse Urban and Harry Hickok are assigned to assist Harry J. Raymond, Night Chief of the Theft Bureau of the Automobile Club of Southern California, in investigating the crime.
You know, boys, I'd rather capture the murders of Brett and Clester than any criminals I have ever brought in. These boys were close friends of mine. We've worked on plenty of cases together, and a finer pair of thoroughbreds I have never known.
Yep, that's right. They were great guys.
They have to go that way.
You get any more dope on it down at headquarters?
Well, not much. They found a couple of girls who saw it happen from the front room of their house, but they were so scared they didn't remember much. Just isn't any clue.
Personally, I think an outside mob did it. I'll bet they highballed out of town right afterward.
No, it doesn't sound right to me.
So why?
Well, it seems to me they needed some quick dough, or they never would have been working Boyle Heights. It's thinly settled, and there's no big dough to knock over up there.
Yeah, that's right.
My guess is they're still around. Let's go out of the neighborhood and look the place over.
But a close questioning of the residents in the neighborhood of the scene of the crime fails to reveal anyone save the two girls who had seen it happen. But Raymond will not admit defeat. 2 nights later, he returns by himself and continues his questioning. This time, he is successful. He finds an old ex-gold miner who had not been home on his previous round of the neighborhood.
Yep, yes, I seen the shooting. I was sitting on the porch smoking my pipe when I see these 2 cars go by. One was an old Ford. The other was a police car, I suppose. Yes, and what happened? Well, I heard somebody from the rear of the first car yell, "Boys, don't do that." And there were 2 shots, and the man fell out of it. The policeman in the second car got out and ran up. And just then another guy gets out the Ford and starts running across the vacant lot. How was he dressed? He wore a light checkered suit, like a gambler, I'd say. And I saw him in the street light, and his hair was light and thin. Would you know him if you saw him again? Yes, I'm certain I would. Good. What else happened? Well, the policeman called to this fellow to halt. And instead, the hombre in the check suit fired a shot at him. Then there was a shot in the back of the car, and I heard the glass splintering. Then the man in the tech suit, he come back to the car, and they drove the Ford over the bodies of the policemen, and then they drove away. How many men were there in the car? Oh, I don't know. I guess about 4. Man, why didn't you report this to the police? Listen, mister, I've lived in the West a long time, in the gold camps and the silver mines, and I've seen a lot of shooting scrapes. And I'm alive now because I don't meddle in other people's business.
next day, Detective Raymond returns to the scene of the crime, searching for clues. In a pile of rubbish along the curb, he finds a small, irregular piece of glass. Elated at this discovery, he brings it to the chief.
Well, Chief, here's a clue.
What's that?
A piece of broken glass. My guess is that it's from the windshield that was shattered by bullets the other night.
Any fingerprints on it?
Hardly. It was shot away.
All you have to do is find a car with a broken windshield that will fit that piece.
Yeah, but I want to...
With all the automobiles in Los Angeles, that's quite a job.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But I've got two clues. One of the guys wore a check suit, and this piece of glass fits into a windshield someplace. And if it's humanly possible, these two clues are going to avenge the murders of Brett and Custer.
Go to it, Harry. You've cut out a big job for yourself, but I'm all for you.
2 nights later, Raymond and Irvin are cruising through the Central Avenue district on their routine job of searching for automobile thieves. Suddenly, as they turn to 40th Street...
Harry, look.
What?
Stop the car a minute and turn out the lights.
What is it?
See those 2 cars down the street there?
Yeah? Oh, I get it. Tire thieves, huh? Well, we'll just take those lads in. Come on.
Okay. Turn on your lights like you was going to drive by them.
Irvin.
What?
That windshield has a sticker on it, like comes on new windshield.
Oh, what of it? Hey, what are you driving past for? Aren't you going to pinch him?
Nope. I got a hunch, Irvin.
What's the matter with you?
Listen, I may be crazy, but that was a new windshield in that Ford. This old prospector who saw the shooting said they used an old Ford, and that one of the bullets shattered the windshield. Those guys might be the ones we're looking for.
Yeah, they might at that.
Well, we're going to follow them and find out.
Irvin and Raymond tail the suspected car to Hermosa Beach, where it enters a garage behind the house a block from the ocean. The windows of the house are lit up, and the 2 detectives remain on watch until the lights go out at 4:30. Next morning, they are to stake out early, accompanied by Hitchcock, and their vigil is rewarded when 3 men and 2 women come out of the house clad in bathing suits and go down to the beach. Leaving Hickok on watch in front, the 2 detectives go around to the back door. They enter by means of Raymond's pass key.
Say, Harry, here's an eyeful.
What's that?
In this drawer here, look.
Revolvers. Automatic.
And look at this sawed-off shotgun and all the slugs.
Hey, let's get a look at the garage.
Okay.
Well, there's the old Ford in the garage.
Yeah.
Now I want to take a look at this windshield. By gosh, Irvin, I'm right.
What's that?
This is a new windshield. Here's the price on this sticker.
Say, Harry, here's the old one here, and it's broken.
Where?
On this bench.
Oh, boy, this is more like it.
Hey, what are you fixing in your pocket for?
That piece of glass I picked up on the street. Wait a minute, here it is. Here it is. Now, let's see. Irvin, it fits. This is the gang that murdered Brett and Custer.
The next day, the 3 detectives return and watch until the same 3 men and 2 women go to the beach for their swim. Then they interview the occupants of the adjoining house.
It all depends on what they look like here.
Yeah.
I'll stall till I find out if it's okay. How do you do, ma'am? Could you tell me who lives next door?
I don't know. Why are you asking?
Well, we're interested in knowing.
Well, I don't know nothing about them. They just moved in a couple of weeks ago. They keep to themselves, and so do I. Seems like the step mighty late, though.
I see. So you never met them then, huh?
No, I don't do no visiting with neighbors out here in California. Now, back in Grand Island, Nebraska, where I come from, it was different.
Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, ma'am, we're police officers.
Police officers? Oh, well, I declare.
And we'd like to keep watch on these people next door.
Why? What have they done?
Well, we don't know, but we're interested in finding out. I wonder if you could let us occupy a room on the side of your house next to theirs.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to ask Pa. Pa! Oh, Pa!
Yes, Henrietta? What is it? What did you want?
These men are police officers.
Hey?
It's the law, Pa.
Hey, what they after us for?
They ain't, Pa. They want to watch the folks next door. It's all right?
Well, I suppose so. Have they shown you their papers?
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are, sir.
Well,
It looks sure enough like the real thing. You can come in.
That's fine. Go into the room here, Cuz. We've got to plant that machine.
Right. It is a simple matter to plant a dictaphone behind a curtain in the house of suspects and run a line of the shifting beat van to the house next door. All day the detectives lie in hiding, alternately taking turns listening at the dictaphone. Late in the afternoon, the party returns from the beat, and then, as they sit around the dinner table, the detectives get an earful.
Hey, get a load of this.
Let me tell you, guy, you better never doubt Bill's nerve when he's around.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Curly and Bill will be down tonight to talk things over. Ask him about that time in Utah.
Yeah, that's right. Curly and Bill pulled plenty of fast ones on the Mormons.
Oh, come on, boys. Cut the arguing. Have some more potatoes.
Sure.
Reach for them.
Where's Babs, Marge?
She's lying down. She got a headache in the sun today.
Hey, here's Curly now. He just let himself in.
Hiya, Curly.
Hey, Curly. How's the boy?
Hello, boys.
Hiya, Marge. Where's Bill?
I couldn't make it so early. You'll be down later. Hey, got some grub for me? Sure, Curly. Here you are.
Got any angles, Curly?
Yeah, a couple. Hey, and get this, Cal. You know we got to get busy and get some dough.
Sure, that's right. Just as soon as you line up the jobs, we'll pull them.
Oh, yeah? Well, we've had some good jobs lined up, and we'd be getting the dough right now if you had any nerve.
Nerve? What do you mean I ain't got no nerve? I had plenty the night we bumped off them two coppers over in Boyle Heights, didn't I? Didn't I go to the receiving hospital and make sure them two guys were dead? Didn't I? The rest of you monkeys didn't have no doubt about it. Those are the birds that killed Brett and Cluster.
Come on, let's knock them over right now.
Yeah, come on, Harry, let's go. Now, wait a minute. We've got these mugs any time we want to take them. Let's wait until this Bill fella comes. Let's get them all at once. Later, Bill, the apparent leader of the mob, arrives, and they discuss a job they have in mind that will net them some Christmas money. When Curly and Bill leave the place, Raymond follows Curly, and Irvin and Hickok tail Bill, thus discovering the Los Angeles addresses of both men. The next night, the three detectives decide to arrest the gang, but Jess is missing. They plan to get an early dinner, and hoping Jess will have arrived by the time they get back to knock the place over them. But on their return... Hey, this is funny. Well, what's up? The house is dark. Do you suppose that,
Beg pardon, Constable.
Yes?
They moved out while you was away.
They did?
Yes, they all left less than 15 minutes ago. A baggage man came and took their stuff away, and they all piled into that old Ford of theirs. I couldn't stop them.
No, of course not. Maybe we should have knocked over the six of them while we had a chance. Yeah.
But I did find one thing out. Yes, I got the license number of the car and the name of the expressman.
Through the quick-witted cooperation of the old lady, the detectives are enabled to pick up the trail once more. The expressman, when questioned, tells them the address on South Hope Street where he transferred the baggage for one of the girls. They raid the girl's room and take her to headquarters. Heedless of her loud protests, they question her half the night. Finally... Now look at here, Marge. It's up to you. You can tell us the truth and save yourself, or you can lie to us, and sure as I'm standing here, you'll hang. Just as all the rest of your friends are going to hang.
Listen, boys, you got me all wrong. I ain't done a thing, honest I ain't. I come from a good family, I do. I'd never harm a living thing, not even a copper.
Yeah, we know that, Marge. Now, we're not doubting you. But what we want to know is, what do you know about these other guys? Now, remember, if you want to talk, it'll save your neck. You're innocent. We want to believe you.
Well, I guess they bumped off the bulls all right. That's what they claimed, anyway.
Who are these guys? Who's Curly?
Well, his real name is Willard Thompson.
And Bill, who's he?
He's Bill Binkhurst. They both served time up in Utah.
Well, what about the rest of them?
Jim Wheaton, Cal Rowe, and Jess Wendell are their names.
Jim Wheaton, Cal Rowe, and Jess Wendell. Hey, tell me, why did you leave the beach so suddenly?
The boy just got a hunt. That's all.
Where are they now?
I don't know. Honest, I don't. I wish I'd never seen them. I'm straight, I am. I was trained to be a nurse, and if things hadn't been so tough, I'd never taken up with them. Oh, I wish I was dead. I wish I was
dead. Through Marge's information, the detectives arrest Babs. Her story agrees with Marge's in every substantial detail. Then the roundup is on in earnest. Curly is the first to be awakened from a sound sleep and placed under arrest. A stakeout of additional detectives is left in Curly Thompson's room, while Raymond, Irvin, and Hickok raid Brinkhurst's dwelling. He, too, is captured before he can shoot. And a short while later, Wheaton is taken as he walks into the trap in Curly's room. Next day, Rowell, too, walks into the arms of the law as they are staked out in Thompson's room. With the entire gang, excepting Jeff Wendell, rounded up, the detectives proceed to question the suspect. Under the grilling, Wheaton and Rowell quickly confess their participation in the crime, though stoutly maintaining neither had shot the two policemen. Thompson is questioned next.
Listen, you big flatfoot. You're just wasting your time. I won't talk no matter what.
Now, look here, Thompson. Remember that time when an informer sent you back to the road gang in Utah?
What's that got to do with this rap?
Nothing much. You know who squealed on you for a $25 reward?
No, and I don't care.
Well, maybe you don't care. I'm telling you anyway. It was your pal, Brinkhurst.
You're a liar.
Oh, I don't think so, Thompson. Here's the reward receipt for $25 paid out to William Brinkhurst.
Well, I'll be here. Why, he was my best friend.
Yeah, that looks like it, doesn't it? Now will you come clean?
No. Just because he was a dirty stool pigeon, you don't think I'm one. You'll never get nothing out of me.
And Curly Thompson stoutly maintains his silence. Brinkhurst is next to be questioned. He claims he was helping his wife with the washing on the night of December 6th. Mrs. Brinkhurst is brought in to face her husband.
Mrs. Brinkhurst, your husband tells us that he was helping you do the washing on the night of December the 6th. Is that true?
Go ahead, Molly, and tell him about it. That was the night you had such bad rheumatism in your left hand. Remember?
No, Bill. It won't work this time. I covered you up. I lied for you for the last time. You gotta face it alone now. I've given you the best of myself. There's nothing left now. I'm burned out, Bill. I'm through protecting you. I'd like someone to protect me for a change. No, officer. My husband was not home that night.
2 days before Christmas, Detective Raymond locates the estranged wife of Jeff Wendell, the only member of the gang still at liberty. He gives the officer a picture of Wendell and the license number of his Ford coupe. Raymond returns in high spirits to the officer of Secretary Mitchell of the Auto Club.
Mr. Mitchell, I've got a picture and a complete description of the last one of that gang.
Good. What do you propose to do?
I want to run him down.
Well, aren't you satisfied with the 4 you have?
No, sir. I'm going to get every one of those guys that killed my pals. This Wendell is the toughest of the lot. I want to broadside the West with circulars announcing the $10,000 reward offered dead or alive.
Go ahead.
It's going to cost money to print and mail these flyers.
I'll send through an order to advance you whatever funds you need.
That's great.
After a long search for a printer, Raymond finally finds one willing to undertake such a mammoth order on Christmas Eve. 20 traffic officers are dispatched from headquarters to augment the clerical staff of the Auto Club, and the circulars, ink still wet, are in the mail by midnight of Christmas Eve. The day after Christmas, the phone rings on Raymond's desk.
Sergeant Raymond speaking.
Hold the line a moment, please. Maryland, California's calling.
Hello? Hello?
I want to talk to Sergeant Raymond.
You're speaking to him.
Good. This is Constable Harris. I'm in charge of the road gang near Maryland. I just got your circular today. The man you want passed through Maryland day before yesterday.
He did? Are you sure?
Yeah, he was driving a Ford coupe round down with Redding. He drove up and asked for something to eat. I told him he'd have to wait until I heard the prisoner. He looked scared. Said he was in a hurry. I was suspicious, so I took down his license number and he drove away.
And what was the number?
The same as the one on your circular.
That's fine, Constable. And thank you for your information.
All right, Sergeant. Can I do anything else for you?
Nothing right now. If you can, I'll get in touch with you.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye. Now we can start to move. Get me Western Union.
Western Union?
I want you to take a telegram.
To whom is the telegram going?
To every Western Union office in Southern California, beginning at Maryland and then to Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah.
Beg pardon, sir. Do you know what you're doing? That means thousands of officers. Awfully hard bill.
Never mind that. Charge it to the Automobile Club of Southern California.
Very well. What is the message, please?
At Raymond's request, Santa Fe Railroad dispatchers send Wendell's description to every station on the Santa Fe throughout California, Arizona, and New Mexico. Every brakeman, conductor, porter, engineer, and fireman is furnished with a copy of the message describing Wendell and his automobile. The message which begins one of the widest manhunts in the history of the Southwest. While hundreds of keen-eyed officers in every town and hamlet in 3 states are searching for the fugitive, word comes from Yuma that a man answering Wendell's description stole a pair of Arizona license plates and is heading east. Then from Oatman, Arizona, comes a flight that Wendell's coupe had passed through that town. Raymond, Irvin, and Hickok, missing the eastbound limited, jump in their car and race it to San Bernardino, intending to board it there. Arriving ahead of the train, Raymond telephoned Sheriff Mahoney in Kingman, Arizona.
Hello? Hello? Sheriff Mahoney?
Yes. Speak louder.
I'll try. This is Sergeant Raymond of Los Angeles. Did you get my circular describing Jeff Wendell?
Yes.
Well, this Wendell was last seen heading east through Oatman. Detectives Irvin and Hickok and I are taking the 1040 in a couple of minutes, but I'd like you to start after him right away.
Okay. If you need phone calls, go ahead again in a few minutes. I'll get the chief deputy on call when you get there.
As the 3 Los Angeles detectives climb through the Cajon Pass aboard one train, Sheriff Mahoney and his deputy rumble across the desert on another. Seated at a table in the dining car, they scan the highway that parallels the tracks.
Well, we might as well eat while we're working.
That's right.
Where can I get you, gentlemen?
Let's see. We'll get some of this Virginia ham and sweet potatoes.
Yeah, that's mighty good today, sir. Yeah.
Make mine the same.
Yeah, I'll get it right away.
Not much traffic out on the highway today. No, too cold to drive across the desert this time of year.
Lots of people traveling by train, if this is a sample.
Yep. Hey, Mahoney, look up ahead there.
What?
That black speck on the road. That might be it.
Yeah, might. Well, keep your eyes open.
Yep, it's the Ford.
And it has bedding piled on the back.
That's it.
Pull that emergency cord. What's the idea of pulling a cord? Can't stop to explain, conductor. I'm sheriff of this county. Come on, Red. Get your gun out. Wait. The car is empty, Red.
Let's ask these section hands about it.
Right. Hey, buddy. Where's the guy that owns that Ford coupe?
Oh, him? Oh, he come ask for food. I tell him go to the section house. My woman feed him.
Well, go in there and tell him to come out with his hands in the air.
There he is, the door, Mahoney.
No, he's disappeared. Come on, let's take him.
Come on, Mahoney.
I'm afraid it's too late now.
Yes.
Bumped himself off.
Look, he only wounded himself with the first shot. Then he had the nerve to pump 3 more into himself.
Hold on, he's moving. Take that gun from him.
Don't worry, boy. I'm through bumping off coppers. But the joke's on you, boy. You can't hang me now.
Wendell died on the westbound train bringing him back to Los Angeles. Jim Wheaton and Cal Rowell were given life by a jury that took into consideration their confessions. And on April 21st, 1924, Brinkhurst and Thompson were hanged in San Quentin. By agreement among themselves, Raymond, Irvin, and Hickok, whose splendid detective work brought this case to a successful close, split the $10,000 reward and gave 1/2 to the widow of Officer Brett and the other half to the widow of Officer Clester.
Thank you, Chief David. Police officers realize that their lives are at stake when they speed up their emergency cars to capture a criminal. They can't take chances on ordinary gasoline and risk a stalled engine, a foul spark plug, a sluggish motor. That's why many thousands of operators of emergency cars agree on Rio Grande cracked gasoline and specify it exclusively. Drive your car into your neighborhood Rio Grande station and you'll get exactly the same cracked gasoline that police and emergency car drivers prefer above all others. You'll also get some novel new coins with your change called police money. Boys and girls everywhere are saving this free police money because they can exchange these valuable coins for a complete junior detective outfit. So while you're enjoying police car performance in your car, you're also helping some boy or girl to get 14 free gifts. In the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News, which you can get free from any Rio Grande dealer, you will find a full description of these gifts, together with fascinating illustrated true crime stories and late movie and radio news. Get your free copy of the news right away. All Rio Grande dealers are now recommending Sinclair motor oil. Sinclair not only equals any other oil made, but also has certain features found in no other oil. Before you get your crankcase filled again, ask your Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer about Sinclair motor oil's advantage. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Baghdad, Martinique, Singapore, and all the places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. You're going to run this pretty little boat right onto the rocks if you don't put your hands on the wheel.
Automatic pilot.
W5,
WRS, calling W2BYR.
I should have known you'd have one of those on your boat.
So help me. First time in my life I've ever used it, Evelyn.
Eloise.
Hello, sure.
W5, WRS, calling W2BYR.
Steve. Why don't you turn that radio off?
I never should have turned it on.
What's all that W stuff? Who's that silly woman trying to get, anyway?
Oh,
W5, WRS, calling W2BYR.
That's the ship-to-shore operator.
Brother, you know them all. What does she want with you?
I'm afraid I know. Well, I guess I better answer before they send the Coast Guard. W5WRS from W2BYR. Go ahead.
Stand by, W2BYR. I have a call for you. Go ahead. This is Ruth, Steve. The commissioner wants to see you right away. Over.
Now look, Ruth. I said only call me in an emergency. Over.
The commissioner says this is an emergency. Over.
But I'm in the middle of a big deal, Ruth. I'm tied up. Over.
Just a minute, Steve. He says untie her and get into the office.
But tell him... Oh, okay. I'll come back. Out. Eloise, I'm afraid...
And for this, I broke another day.
Now, look, Eloise, I'm sorry.
So what do? I go out and buy a new sunsuit.
And it's a very nice sunsuit.
I even fry some chicken. For the first time in my life, I fry some chicken.
But this probably won't take long.
And what am I supposed to do in the meantime? And what am I going to do with all that fried chicken?
Well, keep it on ice for me, huh? Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, I trust you concluded your big deal satisfactorily.
Well,
Steve, ever hear of the Throp Foundation?
Throp Foundation? Sure. That's the private charity that's been sending a lot of relief shipments to Europe.
Right. They've done quite a job over there. Tons of food and medical supplies.
Yeah, that's the outfit. What about them?
Their last 3 shipments to Sicily have been stolen.
Oh? You mean off the boat?
No, from the Foundation's warehouse in Messina, Sicily.
I see.
We've been instructed to get to the bottom of it. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Ruth has your credentials in order.
Okay.
On the surface, your assignment will be to write a story about the stolen shipments. Actually, I want you to find out who's been stealing those shipments. And to be frank, Steve, I'm sending you into a pretty nasty situation over there.
What do you mean?
The Throp Foundation has had 2 men working on this case. One of them has been missing for 2 weeks.
What about the other one?
Oh, they found him all right. His throat had been cut.
Well, that's reassuring.
We're sending you because we think you can take care of yourself and handle the danger.
When do you want me to leave?
Good. As soon as possible. Now, if you need help or information once you get to Sicily, contact Emilio Donati in Messina.
Who's Emilio Donati?
He runs a bar in Messina. We think he's a friend of ours.
Okay.
There's just one more thing I should warn you about, Steve.
You know, you're making this assignment sound real attractive, Commissioner. What is it?
I guess you've heard of the Sicilian bandit they call Lorenzo.
Yeah, who hasn't? He's got the whole countryside terrorized.
Steve, I don't know whether he has anything to do with all this or not, but if he has, watch yourself.
Yep. Looks like I got a real honey this time.
You did, but it's vital to us that those relief shipments get through. Trouble usually starts from empty stomachs.
Yeah.
That's all. You've got your assignment, Steve. Your plane leaves in 2 hours. Good luck.
Eduardo, this is Dino speaking. The American just landed. See. Report it to the chief at once.
Signore, taxi, eh? You want a taxi, signore?
Yeah. Hey, look, driver, you know your way around Messina pretty well, huh?
Ma, sure. I live here most of my life, signore. At the age of 3, I was brought here from Palermo. So I know every house, every street, every building, every bar.
Yeah. Okay, so you know your city. Now, take me to the Throp Foundation warehouse.
Again?
Throp Foundation warehouse. You know where it is?
Throp?
No, Throp. It's a... Ah, well, never mind. Just take me to the Rienzi Hotel. I'm sure you must have heard of that.
Why, sure. I'm going to put your baggage in the car, senor.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
You're not late. You're just in time.
I heard you inquiring for the Throp Foundation, so you must be Ralph Gillette. I'm Helen Collier. I was supposed to meet you here at the airport, and
Look, I'm afraid there's been a mistake. My name's not Gillette. It's Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
I thought you were the one I was supposed to meet. I'm sorry.
Believe me, I'm sorry, too. Couldn't we just pretend I was?
I'm afraid Mr. Archer wouldn't understand.
Already I don't like Mr. Archer. Don't even know him. Who is he?
My boss. He's in charge of the Foundation's office here in Messina.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you work for the Throp Foundation?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Archer's been expecting a new man to fly down from Rome, Mr. Gillette. I thought you were he.
Oh. I wonder if you'd tell me where the Foundation office is. I'm a foreign correspondent, and I'd like an interview with your boss.
Oh, well, I could go with you and show you where it is, because it doesn't look like Mr. Gillette is on the plane anyway.
Fine. I have a cab over here.
You say you're a foreign correspondent. I suppose you want to do a story on the stolen relief shipments.
Yep.
Well, good luck. Mr. Archer doesn't want any publicity about it. Thinks it would have an adverse effect on donations from the States.
Oh, well, here we are. Pardon us, gentlemen.
Si, signor. Eduardo, out of the man's way.
Of course, your pardon, senor.
Well, I'll see if I can get some kind of a statement from him. Are there just the 2 of you in the Messina office?
Yes, right now. There were 3 of us. Paul Wainwright was the 3rd, but he got fired a few days ago.
At the Hotel Rienzi, no?
No. Throp Foundation.
Troppa?
Troppa? Oh, Via Delgada.
Oh, si, signorina.
Hey, you must have the magic touch. This Paul Wainwright, he was fired by Mr. Archer?
Yes, 3 days ago.
Senor, you ready, huh?
Si.
Did you hear what the signorina told the driver?
Si, Eduardo. Via Delgada. That is the address of the Throp Foundation. I will report it. You follow the American.
Mr. Mitchell, you must understand my position. It's not that I don't want to cooperate with you and your press association, but at the same...
The stolen shipments are news, Mr. Archer, and news is my job.
Well, I know all that, but just stop and think what's going to happen if the news spreads around back in the States. Our donations would probably stop coming in. We think it's vital that these shipments continue.
I see. Well, in that case, could you give me an off-the-record statement about it?
I might, if I were sure it would be treated as such.
I'll make a deal with you. We won't break the story unless or until the thieves are rounded up.
Well, all right. I guess that's fair enough.
There have been 3 shipments stolen, right?
Yes, from our warehouse. It's right downstairs.
Yes, I noticed it as I came up. Did you have anyone guarding the shipments?
Of course, we kept doubling the guard, but each time they were overpowered.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like the thieves have a pretty large outfit.
Yes, apparently they do.
I suppose you've heard of the bandit they call Lorenzo.
Oh, certainly. Everybody in Sicily's heard of him. He's got the whole country terrorized.
He's supposed to have a hideout up in the mountains.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Mitchell. That Lorenzo's men could have stolen the shipments. I thought of that right away myself.
Well, it's possible, isn't it?
Yes, it's possible. Personally, I don't think Lorenzo had anything to do with it. With Lorenzo's reputation what it is, it would be relatively easy for someone else to make it look as if Lorenzo had done it.
That's an interesting thought. Incidentally, you fired one of your men a few days ago, didn't you? Paul Wainwright?
That is something that I'd rather not discuss.
Oh?
Of course, I don't want to persecute the man just because some of his actions appeared vaguely suspicious to me. I have no proof of anything at all.
I see. Well, thanks for the information. I'll see you later.
You wish a table, senor?
Oh, yeah. Please.
Right here.
Thanks.
I am Carlotta. What will you have?
Beer.
But it is after dark. It's time to drink wine.
Emily Post may not like it, but I still want beer.
Anything you wish. I will bring it.
Look, is the boss in, Carlotta?
Emilio Domati? See, he's here. Why?
I like the scenery. I might set up a charge account. Where is he?
The fat one. Over at the bar. I will tell him to come over.
No, never mind. I'll go over there.
See, I'm coming.
Emilio Donati?
So I am called, senor.
I told a friend of mine in the States I'd say hello to you.
So? I know many people in the States, senor.
I'm pretty sure you'll know my friend, the commissioner.
Commissioner?
Yeah. I think you're expecting me. I'm Steve Mitchell.
A name can be used by anyone, senor.
Here. You recognize the handwriting?
See. You are Steve Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how can I help?
I'm working on the theft of the relief shipments.
Yeah, I thought that would be it. That's a very bad thing, Steve. There are so many people are hungry here in Sicily.
Yeah. Look, a fellow named Paul Wainwright was fired from the Throp Foundation a few days ago, and Archer acts like he thinks Wainwright's involved in the theft.
Paul Wainwright, I know who he is.
I'd like to talk to him. Can you arrange it?
See, in an hour or two, I will send the word for him to come to the back room of my bar off the alley. We can talk to him there.
Quarter after 11. Wainwright ought to be showing up pretty soon, hadn't he?
See, he should have been here by now, Steve.
There's another lead I want to run down, too, Emilio.
Hmm?
Do you have any idea where the bandit Lorenzo's headquarters are?
Oh, see, in the mountains to the west over here.
Think you could furnish me a guide?
A guide?
Yeah, just to get me into the general area. After that, I'll go it alone and do a little reconnoitering undercover.
Steve, you must not try a thing like that.
Look, it's the quickest way of proving whether Lorenzo's involved in these thefts or not. If he is, he's probably got a lot of the supplies hidden away in those mountains.
His men would capture you. He has lookouts all over the mountains. Well, just last month, an entire division went up there and...
Sure. That's the point. There were so many Lorenzo's men spotted them easy. But one man alone in the brush could be hard to find.
Steve, Lorenzo has a small army of cutthroats up there. They are fanatically loyal to him.
Could you get me a guide?
Look, the danger. You must realize the danger.
Yeah. Lorenzo isn't stupid enough to kill an American correspondent.
That must be Paul Wainwright. Oh, come in, Senor Wainwright.
No, thanks. Look, Donati, and you too, whatever your name is. It's a waste of time. We've got nothing to talk about. Oh!
Wainwright.
Knife in the back. Emilio, get out of the light. Get down. Someone's running down the alley.
Don't follow him, Steve. Huh? It may be a trap. There may be others waiting in the dark.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Wainwright, see...
He's dead, Steve. Now perhaps you realize there's a real danger here for you. They know you are not a correspondent. Do you still wish a guide?
I'll be waiting in room 23, Rienze Hotel.
All right. I will send a man over.
Signor Mitchell?
Yeah. Who are you?
Casella.
Casella? That's supposed to mean something to me?
Emilio Donati sent me to you.
Oh, you're the guide.
Si, signor. I am to conduct you to the mountain where Lorenzo and his band are hiding.
Oh, Emilio didn't lose any time, did he?
It was thought best to travel at night, so that we may be in the mountains before the sun comes up.
Yeah, I guess that would be best.
We will drive to the foot of the mountains by car. Then we will use horses on the trails. It is all arranged.
Good. When do you want to start?
As soon as possible.
Okay, let's go. Hey, pretty narrow trail up here, Casella.
Si, signor.
About time for sunrise, isn't it?
But a few more minutes and it will be light.
You say, you think Lorenzo's hiding out somewhere on that mountain up there ahead of us?
Si, that is what I have heard.
Okay, let's stop here a minute. I'll go it alone from here, Casella. There's no point in your going any farther. Thanks very much.
Si, signor. You're right. There is no point in going any farther. Put your hands in front of you.
What?
Do as I say, signor. I am going to tie your hands.
Look, what is this anyway? Hey, wait a minute. You're one of Lorenzo's men.
So true, signor. It will do you no good to resist. Do not try to escape. There's a man blocking your trail. See? He has a gun.
Okay, I'll try it through you.
Stop! Come on! Stop!
I'm coming through.
Eduardo, quick! Come and help me! Eduardo, help!
Okay, Casella. That's for the double cross, Bob.
Senor, I have a gun! I said stop!
Okay. Looks like you win.
Good. Now I tie you. Hold your hands up.
Okay. Here's one of them.
All right, senor. I will use the gun this way. So, Senor Mitchell. Casella, are you all right?
See, I think so. Except my nose. It is bleeding.
Fool. You deserve it. Come, we'll take the American to Lorenzo.
He's coming to Eduardo. Hotel Lorenzo.
See?
Casella.
Si, Casella. This is for the bloody nose you gave me, senor.
Well, thanks. Looks like I got taken for the well-known ride. I thought Emilio Donato was a friend.
Sometimes it is difficult to know who your friends are.
You're so right.
Here is Lorenzo now.
Well, Senor Mitchell, you're feeling better now, huh?
Not much.
Welcome to my camp.
Thanks. So you're Lorenzo?
Si, I have that honor.
Honor?
Of course.
Where are we?
Walk with me and I will show you. As you see, you're on top of a mountain. This is my headquarters.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you can see 100 miles from here.
See, this is why I choose this place.
But where are the guards?
Guards? You are not my prisoner, you are my guest. But see below us, my men are camped there. Is it not a reassuring sight?
Hey, that looks like a small army.
120 patriots.
Patriots, you call them?
Of course, they serve Lorenzo.
Got a pretty good opinion of yourself, huh?
I am one of the most brilliant men I have ever met.
Really? You know, you don't talk like you've spent your whole life in these mountains.
Oh, I have, as you say, been around. I attended a university in Italy for 2 years.
But you came back to this. How come?
A sense of duty, senor. I rob the rich and give to the poor.
Yeah? That sounds pretty, Lorenzo. But are you sure it's not just because you're a thief at heart?
You are shrewd, senor. Well, why not? From my experience in the world, I have learned that one must look out for oneself.
Oh?
Consider the recent war. Nobody won it. Consider the peace. Again, nobody wins it. Everyone quarrels and fights. Now, is it not much more clever to take what one wants, to be concerned only with oneself?
You know, your kind of thinking isn't helping things any.
Perhaps not, but it is profitable to me. Senor, this conversation is pleasant, but I still do not understand why you were so anxious to spy on my camp.
No? You ever hear of the Throp Foundation?
No. What is it, senor?
A relief outfit that's been shipping food and medical supplies here to Sicily.
Oh? Does this concern me?
That's what I'm wondering. At least 3 shipments have been stolen from a warehouse in Messina.
And of course you think that I stole them.
It's a pretty good bet.
Well, I am sorry to disappoint you, senor, but as you see, there are no supplies here. Look around you. I have nothing to hide.
No?
It is my fate, senor. Whenever a crime is committed in Sicily, I am immediately accused. I suppose I should feel flattered. It has often occurred to me that the police must find me very convenient.
How so?
It would be most embarrassing for them if I were captured. Then they would have no one to blame for all their unsolved crimes. Well, I'm sorry you made this trip for nothing, senor.
Well, if you've got nothing to hide, how come you went to so much trouble to capture me?
I was told you wanted to see Lorenzo, so I thought I would make it easy. You were very rough with my men, senor. But no matter. We will be friends. And you will go back to America and tell everyone what a gracious host is Lorenzo.
Oh, you want a press agent, huh? Hey, wait a minute.
What?
That girl coming up the trail. She looks awfully familiar.
Oh, her name is Carlotta.
Yeah, now I recognize her. She works at Emilio Donati's bar.
See?
Everything's starting to add up.
I am afraid Carlotta is not very happy with me at present.
No?
She has been very useful to me in the past, but she is so possessive. She is very upset to learn that there had been another woman here. There, you see how she sulks? I believe she thinks that she is punishing me. Ah, Carlotta, my dear.
Speak to me, Lorenzo. Do not speak to me.
You climbed up here to tell me that?
I am true with you. You have not been true to me.
Oh, you are not very flattering, my dear. Of course I have not been true to you. That would be to deprive others.
Oh, so good for nothing, you.
I think I'd better leave you here to take out your temper on the American. I have other affairs to look after.
The beast. I lie for him. I steal for him.
Maybe you ought to pick your friends a little more carefully. So, you're the one that put the bee on me at Donati's, huh? You had Lorenzo send that phony guide to my room.
Treat me this way after all I do for him. Oh, the beast. I do not think you would treat me that way.
Huh?
I think if you were my friend, you would treat me nice.
Now, look.
Would you like to be Carlotta's friend?
It's okay with me if you're trying to make Lorenzo jealous, but use somebody else.
Kiss me.
Hey, cut it out.
Come on, kiss me.
Hey.
You like it? Huh?
Well, under other circumstances, maybe. Right now, no.
You should not have done that, Carlotta.
Lorenzo,
Perhaps
look.
that will show you cannot treat me as you have. If you do not want me, there are others who do.
You are such a child, Carlotta. I am afraid this presents a problem.
Look, there's no problem. I've got no interest in Carlotta, believe me.
Oh, I'm aware of that, but some of my men there below may have seen her kiss you, senor, and that is the problem. I must not allow anything to shake their confidence in me. The appearance is everything. No, it is not Carlotta I am thinking about. She is nothing.
Oh, dog, that you should talk about me like that. What if I were to tell the American about...
Shut up, Carlotta.
Wait a minute. What did you say, Carlotta?
Then you would wish you had not treated me that way.
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Oh. I will tell.
Carlotta!
On the other side of the mountain is a cave. Lorenzo has hidden the relief shipments there.
Oh,
well, Lorenzo. So you've got nothing to hide.
Now, indeed, I have no choice, senor. Carlotta, give me your scarf.
You are going to fight with the knives over me.
Fool! To think it is you I am considering.
Hey, look, let's consider me for a minute.
I did not intend to kill you, senor, but as you see now, I must. Here, take this knife.
Now, wait a minute.
put the end of the scarf between your teeth.
Huh?
There, as I do the other end.
Oh, what
So, now we circle slowly.
Hey, look, let's cut out this foolishness, will you?
Do not hold the knife that way.
Huh?
Use the underhand grip. Do you know nothing at all about knife fighting?
As much as I want to know. Not for the last time.
I am sorry. Defend yourself.
Okay, you asked for it.
You twist the knife from my hand.
Yeah. You may know knife fighting, but you're pretty sad on judo.
Oh, Lorenzo! You've killed Lorenzo.
Just a rabbit punch, lady. Won't even leave a scar. So long.
Dog of a dog. Oh, caro. Carissimo. He has killed you. Oh, Lorenzo. Lorenzo.
Will you stop that silly babbling?
Lorenzo. You are all right.
See, except the back of my neck.
I will tell your men to go after him.
No, this is a personal matter. They might find it hard to understand how the American escaped from me. I will go after him alone.
I will go with you.
You will wait here, Carlotta. I will attend to you when I return.
Lorenzo.
I may be gone until dark, because if I do not find the American, then there is someone in Messina I must talk to. Now get me my horse.
Oh, boy, my wind is shot. Maybe it's the altitude. Whew. Hey, a horse. Ahead of me somewhere. I better play it safe. Hey, Donati!
What?
Over here, Emilio.
Steve Mitchell, you are safe.
Yeah.
I sent a guide to your room the first thing this morning. He said you were gone.
Yeah, one of Lorenzo's men got there first. Your waiter, Carlotta, tipped them off about me.
Carlotta?
Yeah. Think that horse of yours can carry both of us?
Lorenzo's men, they will be after you.
Yeah, that's a good reason for not hanging around here any longer.
All right, come. I will help you up. Wait, listen. My horse is coming.
Come on, get your horse into the brush here. Cover up his nose so he won't whinny.
Steve, it's Lorenzo. He's alone.
Yeah, heading towards Messina, too.
Look, I have a gun. We can capture him.
No, not yet, Emilio. Come on, we'll give him the lead, then follow him into Messina. It's possible he's got more on his mind than just finding me. If so, I want to know what it is.
Lorenzo.
Senor Arch.
Why, you fool coming here to the Foundation office. My secretary will be back any minute.
The American escaped.
What? How could he?
We will not go into that.
Oh, you stupid fool. You've ruined everything. Mitchell must know all about the stolen shipments now.
See, he knows I stole them, but he does not know that you are involved, Archer.
He might as well. We're through now, Lorenzo. Through. And all because of your stupidity.
Do not talk that way to me, Archer.
I'd planned it so well. Even when Paul Wainwright became suspicious, I fired him. Then I had his mouth shut permanently. And now you've ruined it, you blundering half-breed.
You keep your mouth shut. This will help you.
Lorenzo, I'll kill you. This gun is quicker than your knife.
Well, Lorenzo and Archer. The Gold Dust twins.
Mitchell.
Very neat. So you two did work it together, huh?
You're wrong, Mitchell. I've just captured a notorious bandit.
What? You lying dog. It was you who raised me.
Get back, Mitchell.
Give me that. That gun's safer with me, Archer.
You've got nothing on me.
You mean because Lorenzo can't talk?
If you want to put it that way.
There's one witness you overlooked, Archer.
Carlotta.
Yeah. When she finds out you killed Lorenzo, she'll sing plenty, and it's a song you're not going to like.
Well, did you send your report to the commissioner, Steve?
Yeah, I called him. He said the Throp Foundation had sent a new man over to head up the office here.
Well, and now you can relax for a few days. We're going to eat and drink and have a good time. You will have such a food as you never tasted. Scallopini, escarole, a pizza. Pizza that melts in your mouth.
That sounds fine, Emilio, but I think I'll be heading back to the States.
But what's the hurry?
Well, someone back there is keeping some fried chicken on ice for me.
Well, fried chicken?
Yeah. It's got to be eaten on a boat, too.
Steve, I don't understand. What's so special about eating fried chicken on a boat?
Well, you see, she's not the chicken. That is, Oh, well, just take my word for it, huh? So long, Emilio.
just heard the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy and written by Bob Wright. This program was directed by Bill Karn with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, as Steve Mitchell, embarks on another Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A while, let a song be your style. Use Stitch shampoo. Don't despair. Use your head. Save your hair. Use Stitch shampoo.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to Let George Do It. Brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. George Valentine has been out of uniform only a few weeks. Blessed with an abundance of energy and adventuresome spirit and not too much money, he has sunk his last dime in office rent, a few pieces of furniture, and an ad in the classified section of the daily paper. An ad which reads, "Do you have a crime that needs solving? Do you have a dog that needs walking? Do you have a wife that needs spanking? Let George do it." Now 3 days have passed, and George, sitting in his swivel chair with his feet up on the desk, is still anxiously waiting for a client. Suddenly, the door bursts open.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes?
Mr. George Valentine?
Yes, come right in. Have a seat. Oh, here, take this one. It's softer.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Have a cigar?
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're too young. Here, wait a minute. Here, have a chocolate bar with almonds.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, what can I do for you?
Well, I came to work for you.
Work? I thought you were a client.
Oh, no, sir. That's all right. I'll get it.
Hey, wait a minute.
Good morning. Let George do it.
How do you like that?
Oh, I can make an appointment for you. I'm Mr. Valentine's confidential assistant.
Well, that's nice to know.
Oh, well, if you're that close, then come right up, Mr. Winters. Yeah, goodbye, sir.
Well, how do you... Now, look here, Bottom Button.
I'm Sonny Brooks. You can call me Sonny.
Well, now, look here, Sonny. Who hired you?
I come with the office. You see, Caleb, the elevator man, is my friend. He knew I was looking for a job, so he said, Sonny, whoever gets that office gets you, too.
Yeah, well, you're too young, Sonny. Things may get a little rough around here.
Oh, that's okay, sir. I'm a very rugged character. Now then, Mr. Winters will be here soon.
Winters? The mystery writer?
Yes, sir. Jonathan Winters. He just phoned.
Oh.
We can discuss my salary later. I'll go on the payroll as of today.
Uh-huh. Whether I like it or not, huh?
I have a feeling you're going to become very fond of me, sir. I grow on people.
Yeah, like a wart. All right, Sonny, call an employment agency and get me a secretary.
Oh, that won't be necessary, sir.
Why? Don't tell me you type also.
No, but my sister does.
Your sister?
Claire. She'll be here soon to start to work.
Well, say, does your whole family go with this office?
Oh, well, I don't have much of a family. There's just Claire and me.
Oh, well, that's tough, kid. But you're lucky. I haven't even got a sister. Tell you what, maybe we can sort of look after each other. How about it?
Oh, that'll be swell, Mr. Valentine. I'll be glad to take care of you, sir.
Hey, you're okay, Sonny.
Oh, you like Claire, too. She's prettier than I am.
Oh, perfect. It doesn't matter if she can type or take dictation, just so she's prettier than you are.
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yes, Mr. Winters. Come right in.
Mr. Valentine, I'm here because...
Well, it doesn't matter what the job is, Mr. Winters. I'm your man. Just throw your problem in my lap and I'll come up with the right answer.
Mr. Valentine, I'm about to be murdered.
Well, now, don't take it too seriously. A lot of people...
Murdered? Murdered?
You're joking, I hope.
I'm not joking.
Oh, well, that's a little out of my line, Mr. Winters. I mean,
Mr. Valentine, I have been murdered.
Oh.
Suffering cat.
Yeah, well, don't stand there, Sonny. Do something. Call somebody. The police, the fire department. Yeah, I'll get a doctor. And Sonny.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
Don't get excited. Look at me. I'm perfectly cool.
You going up, miss?
Is Mr. Valentine's office in this building?
Fifth floor, step in.
Oh, thank you.
Ah,
You're Claire, ain't you?
Well, how did you know?
Family resemblance. You look like Sonny. Nice boy, Sonny.
I think so, too. Of course, I'm prejudiced. You know what sisters are like.
Yes. I'm the same way about Georgie.
Georgie? Oh, you don't mean Mr. Valentine?
Of course I do. Known him for years. Used to work for his father. Georgie and I got to be good friends on account of his curls.
Curls?
Yeah, must have been all of 4 years old then. Had the prettiest long curls you ever did see.
Oh, really?
Yes, I talked his ma into having them cut off. Georgie and me's been close friends ever since.
I can understand that.
You, gonna work for him?
Well, I'm going to apply for the job.
Well, you keep an eye on him, hear me?
Well,
That boy never thinks to eat unless someone reminds him. Oh, here we are, 5th floor. Oh, don't let his talk fool you. Tries to act hard-boiled, but I know Georgie. Underneath it all, he's still a little boy, them pretty long curls. First door to your left. Oh, there he is now.
Caleb, get a doctor up here right away.
Eye, ear, nose, or stomach?
I don't care. Get a doctor.
I'll get Dr. Mack. He took very good care of you when you had that bad cold.
Mr. Valentine?
Well?
Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing trifling. Now, run along, sweetheart, and if you're a client, come back tomorrow, will you?
I'm Claire Brooks, Sonny's sister.
Yeah, we'll come back tomorrow.
Mr. Valentine.
Well?
You're going to talk to me about that job whether you like it or not. I spent 10 cents on bus fare to come here.
Well, look, here's a dime. Now be a good girl and beat it.
I certainly will. I wouldn't work for you if you offered me $1,000 a week to sit behind a desk and do nothing but powder my nose.
Well, I could stand a little powder at that.
Oh, you...
Oh, wait a minute. You had any experience as a secretary?
Of course.
Can you mend socks?
Men's socks?
Iron shirts, sew buttons, cook breakfast over a can of Sterno?
Mr. Valentine, are you looking for a secretary or a wife?
Oh, a secretary. I'm still a bachelor, knock on wood. Had one close call, though, but I got away from her. Lucky guy.
Lucky girl.
Hey, you're all right. Okay, you're hired.
Thank you.
Now, give me back that dime.
What about salary?
Oh, salary. Well, we'll discuss that after I collect from my first client.
How do I know you'll ever get a first client?
My first client? Oh, I've got one now. I don't know what I'm going to do with him, but I've got him. Come on in and see for yourself. That gentleman stretched out on the floor is my... What? Sonny! Sonny!
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
Well, where is he? Where's the body? Where's Mr. Winters?
Suffering cats, Mr. Valentine. He's gone.
Now, make sense, will you? Mr. Winters couldn't have just disappeared into thin air?
Well, it's like I told you, Mr. Valentine. I went into the waiting room to phone the police, and the next thing I knew, you were out here yelling for me.
Look, this window is open.
Oh, what of it?
Well, don't you see? It leads to the fire escape.
Mm-hmm. And this door leads to a closet, and that door leads to the... Well, never mind.
Will you be serious? Mr. Winters was shot.
Well?
Maybe his murderer followed him here to your office. Maybe he hid out of the fire escape listening. Then when you left the office, he dragged the body out.
I'll bet Sis is right.
Oh, look, kids, we haven't got time to puzzle over it now. I'm in a jam. The police will be here any minute.
The police?
Well, of course. Sonny phoned them. Gosh, I'll look pretty silly trying to explain that the body disappeared. My first case, and I make a mess of it.
Oh, don't get discouraged, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. But to tell you the truth, Sonny, I don't know what to do next. I haven't even got a clue.
Still the little boy in curls.
Curls? Oh, Caleb's been talking to you, huh? He's a swell guy, but don't take him too seriously.
Why not?
Well, because he thinks I know all the answers. And look at me.
Mr. Valentine, why don't you go out and find a clue?
Find one? Where?
Well, did Mr. Winters have a family?
Well, I don't... Hey, wait a minute. I've seen pictures of his wife in society papers.
Good.
Oh, Claire, you're wonderful. Remind me to raise your salary.
What salary?
Yeah, well, when you get one, remind me to raise it. See you later.
Where are you going, Mr. Valentine?
To Mr. Winters' home. And when the police come, stole them.
But, Mr. Valentine, what'll I tell them?
Tell them nothing. You've got charm, haven't you? Well, use it.
Mr. Valentine, I've got to know. What do you think happened to my husband?
No, just take it easy, Mrs. Winters.
Oh, I was afraid something would happen to him.
Why?
Well, he was so worried. I thought it was because his writing wasn't going too well. He hadn't been able to write a thing in a long time.
Uh-huh. Your husband is the famous mystery writer, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I've read some of his stuff. The Case of the Body in the Bathtub. Murder Has the Hiccups.
This is his study.
Mm-hmm. Say, quite a layout. What are all these papers?
His manuscript. He was working on The Lost Corpse.
The Lost Corpse. Cute title.
It wasn't coming easy. He knew it had to be good, or it would mean the end. Mr. Valentine, what are you looking for in that wastepaper basket?
Well, I don't know exactly. I just got a hunch.
I want the truth. Was he murdered?
Oh, relax, Mrs. Winters, relax. The best man in town is on the job.
Who?
Who? Why, me, of course. Is this the Lost Corpse?
Put that manuscript down. Don't look at it.
Why not?
Well, sorry. It's just a superstition. Jonathan never wanted anyone to read what he was working on.
Oh, then of course you haven't read this.
No. No, certainly not.
Did your husband have any domestic trouble?
Domestic trouble? Jonathan was devoted to me.
Was? Why the past tense?
What? Well, I don't know what I'm saying.
Miss Winters?
Yes? Yes, what is it?
There's a policeman downstairs. He wants to talk to you.
A policeman?
Well, I'll be right down.
Look, Mrs. Winters, you haven't seen me, understand?
But why?
Your husband trusted me. Why don't you try it?
All right, Mr. Valentine.
Any way I can get out of here without going down the stairs?
Oh, that door leads to my husband's private elevator. It'll take you to the back entrance.
Say, he thought of everything.
Well, he liked to come and go without disturbing the rest of the household.
A clever man. Okay, Mrs. Winters, I'll get in touch with you tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You mean you'll have news for me?
Well, maybe it'll be news to you. And then again, Mrs. Winters, maybe it won't.
Mr. Valentine, what's the idea of dragging me out here in the middle of the night?
Keep your pretty little mouth shut, will you, Claire?
What is this place, anyway?
The back entrance to the Winters home.
Haven't they got a front entrance?
Sure they have, but we're not using it. We're here to steal something.
Steal? I'm supposed to be a secretary, not a second-story man.
Shh, keep quiet.
Mr. Valentine, I quit.
Yes, some other time. Now step into that elevator.
An elevator? Where will this thing take us?
Up to Mr. Winters' workroom.
It's pitch black in here. I don't feel safe.
I'm here.
That's what I mean.
Shh. Now keep quiet.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Well, you don't have to hold my hand.
I'm not holding your hand.
Well, someone is.
Well, don't scream. I got him covered. Put him up, you.
Hey, get that gun out of my ribs.
Sonny, I told you to go home.
Well, I have a feeling you're going to be very glad I'm along, Mr. Valentine. You might need me.
Yeah, like I need a second head.
You could use two.
Now, both of you stay right here. I know where the desk is.
What do you want in there?
Well, I've got to get the lost corpse.
The lost corpse?
You mean you think Mr. Winters' body's in there?
Yeah, it's No, the manuscript of his book. Now, keep quiet. Don't make a sound.
Oh! Mr. Valentine. Oh, what was that?
Oh, just an old shin of mine.
Hey, I hear somebody coming up the stairs.
Okay, kids, we can beat it now. Everything's under control. I've got the lost corpse.
Is it a good story, Mr. Valentine?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you going to let us read it?
Mrs. Winters wouldn't approve.
Oh. What's she like? She attractive?
Never mind, Mrs. Winters. What about the lost corpse?
Well, it's a very unusual story about a man and his wife.
How original.
Yeah, the wife would like to give him the gate, but she hasn't any money of her own. However, she stands to collect a lot if her husband ever kicks the bucket.
Is there a murder?
Of course. The husband is shot, but he manages to make his way to a private investigator's office.
Huh? Is that in the story?
Sure.
Yeah, but that's what Mr. Winters did.
The husband tells the investigator he's about to be murdered.
Hey, that's what he told you.
Then he collapses. When the investigator steps out of his office, the wounded man disappears.
Just like Mr. Winters did.
That's what actually happened.
It is? Well, what do you know about that?
Well, go on, Mr. Valentine, then what?
Well, later the guy returns to his wife and he says, "You thought you killed me, but I'm not dead yet. You...
Yes, go on.
Well, that's all. That's as far as Mr. Winters got with his story.
No wonder Mrs. Winters didn't want you to read it. It's the story of their life.
It shows she's guilty. She killed her husband.
Georgie. Oh, say, Georgie.
Yeah, Caleb, what do you want?
Where's Mrs. Winters? She all right now?
Mrs. Winters, what are you talking about?
I left her in your waiting room. She come to see you.
When was this?
A few minutes ago. She acted kind of funny, like maybe she was sick or something.
Come on. Not a sign of her. Caleb, are you sure you left Mrs. Winters here in my waiting room?
Mr. Valentine, look, on the table.
A woman's purse.
With initials on it, M.W.
M.W. Marcia Winters.
Do you think the same thing happened to her, Mr. Valentine? Someone followed her here and hid out on the fire escape?
No, I don't think so. She heard us talking. She knew we thought she was guilty.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, all right, Caleb. Thanks a lot.
Well, it's all right, Georgie. Call me if you need any help.
Yeah, sure, Caleb. Say, how are you two at playing games?
Games? At a time like this?
Sonny, you be Sonny. I'll be George Valentine. And Claire, you be Mr. Winters.
What?
Now, Claire, step outside the office. Give us a few minutes, then come in and say you expect to be murdered.
Oh, I get it. You want to reenact the crime.
Smart boy. Okay, Claire, get going.
First I'm a second-story man, and now I'm an actress. I quit.
Oh, come on, Claire, be a good sport. Humor me.
I said I quit.
Yeah, well, we haven't got time now. You can quit tomorrow.
Oh, all right. But you can think of the silliest thing.
Now what do we do, Mr. Valentine?
Just exactly what we did when Mr. Winters first stepped into this office. Okay, Claire, come on in.
I don't think she heard you.
All right, Claire, we're ready. What's the matter with her?
I'll get her. Claire, you can come in now.
Claire, what? Where is she?
Suffering cats. What a mess. Now my sister's disappeared.
It's only natural, I guess, for the carpenter to build his own house a little stronger, for the cobbler to cut his own shoes a little more generously, for the farmer to select the juiciest apples for his own barrel. Frankly, that's one reason why you can count on a little something extra in the way of service when you stop at a home-owned Chevron gas station. You see, the Chevron dealer is building his own business. He's got a big stake in making you want to trade with him. That's why his smile's a little friendlier and his service a little more thorough. And, of course, he's offering your car the best climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. It's only natural, too, for you to like doing business with a neighborly, conscientious kind of a fellow. So look up the Chevron dealer in your neighborhood. Remember, his Chevron gas station is home-owned. George doesn't seem to have gotten very far in his solution of this case. First, a murdered man disappeared from right under his nose. Then the murdered man's wife mysteriously departed. And now his secretary has vanished into thin air.
Are you just going to sit here in your office, Mr. Valentine? Aren't you going to do anything? She's my sister. She's the only sister I've got.
Now, take it easy, Sonny. If I thought anything had happened to Claire, I'd be out searching every house in this town.
Well, then where is she?
Well, she couldn't take it, that's all, so she quit. Walked out on us. I can't say I blame her.
That doesn't sound like Claire.
Oh, Georgie.
Yeah, Caleb.
Why are you haven't had your dinner yet? Don't you think you better go out and get yourself something to eat?
Oh, not now, Caleb.
Oh, you could leave by the fire escape.
The fire escape?
Uh-huh. Police car just stopped in front.
Oh, suffering cats, the police.
Get yourself a nice steak.
Yeah, that's just what I'll do. Come on, Sonny. Get down there and stall them, Caleb.
Oh, I intend to. Now, you take your time and digest your dinner good. You hear me?
Oh, sure. Let's go, Sonny. The fire escape. Oh, and Sonny.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
Better bring Mrs. Winters' purse along with you.
Excuse me, Mr. Valentine, but aren't you going to stop and get something to eat?
That's the trouble with women. As soon as the going gets a little tough, they walk out on you.
Didn't you promise Caleb you'd get yourself a steak? Boy, a big, beautiful steak.
But you're certainly right, Sonny. She is.
She is, sir?
Much prettier than you.
Mr. Valentine, if we're not going to eat, we can't just drive around all night. We've got to find out who murdered Mr. Winters and what they did with his body, and where Mrs. Winters disappeared to, and what happened to Claire. Isn't that right, sir?
And she's very intelligent. That is, for a woman.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, okay, Sonny. Look at the address on that letter.
What letter, sir?
The one in Mrs. Winters' purse.
Is there a letter in here?
Well, didn't you notice it when Claire opened the purse?
No, sir. Oh, here it is. It's addressed to Mrs. Marcia Winters, 300 Pepper Tree Lane, Cedarhurst. Hey, that's in the country.
Yeah, they must have a country place, too.
Cedarhurst. Yeah, that's out on Highway 6, right near... Hey, we're on Highway 6. We're headed toward Cedarhurst now.
Oh, brilliant deduction, Sonny. I'll increase your ration of bubble gum.
Oh, I filled her up, sir. Oil, water.
No, thanks.
Wash your windshield.
No, don't bother. I washed it once and couldn't do a thing with it.
Don't get many customers around here at night. Pretty deserted road.
Oh, that's all? I'll bet we're the first car you've seen this evening.
That's right. Oh, except for that cab.
Cab with a woman in it?
Now, how'd you guess?
Hey, I'll bet it was Mrs. Winters.
Hang on, Sonny. We're getting warm.
Is this it, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, now careful. Don't make any noise.
There's a light inside the cabin.
Uh-huh. And a woman. See her moving around?
Oh, yeah. I can make out her shadow now.
All right, Sonny. You stay out here.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Sorry, Sonny, but there may be trouble, and I can't let anything happen to you.
Yeah, but I'm in this with you.
Don't you remember? I was going to look out for you.
Yeah, but you may need me. Jeepers, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Sonny, you win. But stick close to me, understand?
Yes, sir. Are we going to just walk right in?
No, of course not. That's no fun. What would they do in a mystery show?
They'd climb in a window.
Then we'll climb in a window.
Mr. Valentine, she turned off the light. Shall I go in first?
No. Now, you getting back of me. Let me handle this.
Yes, sir.
Now, take it easy, Sonny.
I'm okay.
Oh.
I've got her.
Let go.
No, you don't. You'll stay right here.
You're hurting
Turn
me.
the light on, Sonny.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we've bagged.
Claire!
Well, if it isn't second-story Clarissa.
Did you have to be so rough? I'll bet you cracked 2 ribs.
Sorry, I don't know my own strength.
Well, now that you see who I am, you don't have to keep on holding me.
No, but it's fun.
Claire, what are you doing here?
Oh, well, she saw the address on the letter, so she decided to follow the clue.
Yeah, but why didn't she let us in on it?
Because she thought I was a dope, Sonny, so she took over.
You know all the answers, don't you?
Not quite. What happened when you got here?
Nothing. The place looked deserted. I crawled in the window, too.
No one here?
I couldn't see anyone.
Are you sure?
Of course. Well, I've had the strangest feeling.
Yeah?
As though someone's been watching me.
Uh-huh. Stay here with Sonny. I'll, have a look around.
Suffering cat, sis, you sure had me scared.
I'm sorry, Sonny. But Mr. Valentine didn't seem to be making any effort to solve the case.
Yeah, don't kid yourself. He just keeps things to himself.
Well, everything seems to be in apple pie order.
Hey, listen.
Uh-oh. Sonny, Claire, stand back there in the corner. I'll cover the door.
Oh, be careful, Mr. Valentine.
Do I detect concern in your voice?
Well, I don't want to see you get shot right in front of me.
Oh, then close your eyes. Well, good evening, Mrs. Winters.
Oh,
May I present my 2 assistants, Claire and Sonny Brooks?
how did you know I'd be here? What do you want?
Just want to make talk.
Mr. Valentine, you've got to believe me. I'm not like the woman in his story. I love Jonathan.
Uh-huh. And you're the girl who never reads his manuscripts until they're finished.
Well, Oh, go ahead and turn me over to the police. I don't care what happens anymore.
That's as good as a confession, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I'm in no mood for confessions. Come on, we're going to play a little game.
Oh, not again.
Hey, Sonny, you keep your eye on Mrs. Winters. Don't let her leave.
Don't worry, I won't try to run away.
All right, Claire, you're the wife in the lost corpse.
More acting? I quit.
Yeah, tomorrow. Now then, I'll be the husband in Mr. Winters' story. And here are some lines for you to read, Claire.
You came all prepared, didn't you?
Is this stuff that you wrote, Mr. Valentine?
Well, of course. I'm a man of many talents. Now then, let's see. Oh, we'll skip to the part where I walk in, wounded, and say, you thought you killed me, but I'm not dead yet. All set? All right, let's go. You thought you killed me, but I'm not dead yet.
No. I didn't shoot you. I swear I didn't.
But who'll believe you? The police? All clues point to you.
Do you mean...
Yes, my dear. You wanted me out of the way. Well, you got your wish. I shot myself.
No.
I killed myself, but they'll think you're guilty. You'll pay for it.
I'll get a doctor.
Too late. Too late. Goodbye, my dear. Goodbye. Yeah, then I die.
What a performance.
I don't get it, Mr. Valentine.
You wrote this ending for his story, is that it?
Sure, of course. What's the story without an ending?
I'll tell you what Mr. Valentine is getting at. He's trying to prove that my husband shot himself. Shot himself in such a way that it would look as though I murdered him. Why would Jonathan do such a thing? He knew I loved him.
You don't have to put on an act for us, Mrs. Winters.
Yeah, why don't you turn her over to the police?
Now, just keep your shirt on, Sonny. And everybody stand where you are. Don't make a move. Understand?
What are you going to do?
You'll see.
Mr. Valentine, why are you opening that door?
We're going to have some company.
Company? Then somebody is hiding here.
Okay, you can come on now.
Who are you calling?
Hey, you mean the police are here?
The police? You've set a trap for me.
Come on out, Mr. Winters.
Huh? Mr. Winters?
How did you know I was hiding in there?
Jonathan.
Well, how'd you like my way of ending your story, Mr. Winters?
Oh, I was very clever, Mr. Valentine.
Jonathan, you're not hurt. You weren't shot.
I'm terribly sorry you were worried, darling.
Yeah, I don't get this.
Well, Mr. Winters couldn't find an ending for his story, The Lost Corpse.
But how did you know that?
Searched his wastepaper basket, found it full of rejected
That's
endings.
quite right. Finally, I decided to do just what the hero in my book did. So I went to Mr. Valentine. You see, I saw his ad in the paper. Said he could solve anything.
Then when he tried to go home and explain to you, Mrs. Winters, he saw the police there. So he came out here to hide. Right, Mr. Winters?
Absolutely right.
I knew I'd find him here. Then when I searched this cabin, I saw him hiding in the closet.
Why didn't you say something?
Oh, I wanted to sort of put on a show for him.
Oh, Jonathan.
Oh, forgive me, darling.
Oh, come on, kids. They don't need an audience.
Hello, wait a minute, Mr. Valentine. I've got the ending to my story, thanks to you. And with all that publicity in the papers, it's sure to have a big sale. So, name your fee.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't know, Mr. Winters. I hadn't really thought about it. I say an even $1,000.
$1,000? $1,000? Oh, I'll send you a check in the morning.
Oh, no hurry, no hurry, no hurry. I just happened to have a pen and a blank check with me, though. As a matter of fact, here it is all made out. Just needs your signature, Mr. Winters.
Huh? Oh, yes, why, certainly, of course.
Cats, $1,000.
There you are.
Oh, thanks. Well, let's go, kids. Good night, Mr. Winters. And if you ever get stuck again...
I'll remember. Good night.
What a day. Now I feel like collapsing. Sonny, come here and put your arm around me.
Oh, sure, sis.
Go away, Sonny. Let George do it.
Your neighborhood Chevron dealer asked me to pass along this touring tip to you folks taking weekend trips this fall. He wants me to remind you that a Chevron credit card makes a mighty handy traveling companion. If you don't have one, you can apply at any Chevron gas station. If you do have one and haven't been using it, don't forget these credit card advantages. First, they help conserve your travel cash. You can charge most of your car expenses. Second, they're good everywhere in the U.S. and Canada, too. Third, they wrap up all car expenses into one convenient monthly bundle. Chevron credit cards are good at home-owned Chevron gas stations all over the West. So watch for those cream, green, and burgundy stations on the road this weekend and use your Chevron credit card. Well, next week, a former Army buddy comes to George Valentine with a very delicate problem.
George, I'm desperate. You're my only bet. You're the only one who can help me.
Now, relax, Tommy. You came to the right man. What can I do for you?
Well, I've got to go out of town to look for a job, and what I want to know is, in case I don't get back in time, will you have my baby for me?
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vinson. Others in the cast were Joe Kearns as Caleb, Rena Craig as Mrs. Winters, Howard McNear as Mr. Winters, and Horace Murphy as the filling station attendant. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to
Let George do it.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O pudding.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca pudding. Yes, sirree.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.